Chapter 31. The sun had slipped below the mountains west of the river an hour earlier. The sky had relatively few clouds, and there was plenty of moonlight by which to navigate. I pressed the garage door opener on the boat's dashboard, and the boathouse's door rose out of the water. Murphy and I used paddles to push the ski boat out into the lazy current. Russell, who had re-glued himself to my side, waved a paddle to no effect, except to splash the water around the boat. "Hey, Murphy, when you guys came down here the first time, did you check under the water?" "For what?" "To see if someone could get in that way." "Yeah, man, Top jumped in the water and checked it out. There's a metal fence from the wall all the way down to the river bottom. The biggest thing that can get in is a catfish." "Cool." Well away from the boathouse, we seated ourselves and let the current take us. The boat slowly spun and rocked. Tiny waves lapped the hull. Cicadas sounded like little monkeys with kazoos. Frogs and crickets chirped. The breeze rustled its way through the thick trees. It was peaceful, mostly. Heavy gunfire from Camp Mabry, easily heard from the pool deck on Sarah Mansfield's roof, echoed off the houses on the far side of the river. It was the familiar sound of organized, well-armed people trying to hold out against the infected. It's what the hospital sounded like before it was overrun. Occasional staccato gunshots rang in the distance, though it was nothing like the frequency of gunshots in those first few days after the infection stomped on Austin with both feet. At first, the near-constant sound of gunfire disturbed me. Now, it was a reassuring sound. It meant that there were other survivors out there. The virus hadn't yet won. After a long silence between us, Murphy asked, "How far downstream should we go?" Looking around, I answered, "There's a marina about a quarter of a mile up from the dam. I'll start the engine when we get there." The plan was to exit the boathouse as stealthily as possible. Taking our new hide-and-run strategy into account, keeping Sarah Mansfield's house and our presence there unknown was paramount. So we burned off 45 minutes of the evening by drifting down the river before starting the boat's engine. Once the engine was running, we'd glide upriver past hundreds of boathouses, including Sarah Mansfield's, until we were at our destination. We'd wrap up business there, and on the way back down, cut our engine and let the current bring us home while hiding silently in the darkness. As expected, the marina came up beside us. Murphy was sitting in the port side seat with his rifle at the ready. Russell sat on a bench seat in the stern, uninterested as usual. The engine started easily with a muffled rumble that seemed unduly loud, but that too was expected. I throttled the engine and we headed upriver. At the bend in the river below the tan-colored limestone cliffs of Mount Bonnell, I saw the crenellated shapes of the houses along the crest and silently thanked Dahlhover for his insistence on light discipline. All of them, including Sarah Mansfield's house, were black. Miles passed in silence. Murphy and I focused on scanning the banks for whites lurking in the trees, but the only human forms we passed were occasional bloated bodies floating in the water. After poring over the satellite photos of the river between the two dams, we'd picked out a house that was our first candidate for both scavenging and scouting as a possible rally point. The house was large, very large. It had 2 garages, enough space for 4 cars. It had a pool on the back porch between the house and the river. It sprawled across a large slice of riverfront property on an otherwise undeveloped isthmus, formed by the river and a wide tributary that flowed in from the north. At the landward end of the isthmus, what appeared to be a tall limestone cliff sealed it off from access through the trees. The only way on or off the property was across a gated bridge over the tributary. The next closest houses were a group of 5 or 6 a quarter-mile away. That general area of the river was only sparsely developed, and there were many square miles of virgin forest behind it. So, although any number of infected could have wandered into the area,
The indigenous infected might number only in the dozens. Depending on the depth of the water in the tributary and the height and slope of the cliffs, the place might be safe.
With a mile or two still to go, Murphy quietly said, "The river would make a good trading route." "You're still on that idea?" I asked, as I steered the boat through the center of the river. "Why wouldn't I be? I'm not looking for a superhero job during Reconstruction like you. I told you, man, I want to take advantage of the opportunity." "Reconstruction?" I asked. "Yeah, man. The post-apocalyptic period. You know, after everything has finished going to shit and we start picking up the pieces. That's Reconstruction." I looked back out across the river, thinking that I preferred the silence. "I'm telling you, man," Murphy continued his pitch. "We're in the position. We can make it happen." "Yeah, maybe." Murphy took my lack of interest as a sign to change the subject. "So what's up with you and Steph?" "Nothing. Deflection time." "What's up with you and Mandy?" Murphy grinned. "We have our own room and we sleep in the same bed." "Is it a secret about what's up with me and Mandy?" "No, I guess not." "Then stop pretending we're in junior high for a minute and just answer my question." Murphy grinned and then laughed. "There's nothing up with me and Steph," I told him. "Why not?" he asked. "I don't know." "Are you mad because she's the boss now?" he asked. I laughed. "No. I honestly believe putting her in charge was a good move for us." "Okay, so you don't think she's cute?" "I guess she's pretty," I said. "I mean, when she smiles." "So?" "So what?" I asked. "What are you going to do?" "Murphy, she's engaged." "Probably not. You may not have noticed, but damn near everybody is dead." "Maybe," I said. "He was in the hospital with her. He was passed out with the fever when we left." Murphy was suddenly serious. "He was alive when you guys left him?" "Yeah," I said. "We didn't have a choice. He had the fever. He was probably going to turn. She couldn't stay with him. If she had, she'd be dead now. We couldn't carry him along. We barely escaped as it was." "That must have been hard on her," Murphy allowed. "But we've all been through the shit, man, or none of us would be here. You move on, or you die. That's the way it is now. Smile and get over it. Is that how the Murphy philosophy goes? I never got my wristband." I put a smile on my face to try to mask the harshness. Murphy was silent for a few moments, then said, "I like you, Zed. You know that, right? But sometimes you're just a dick for no reason at all. It's like you want to grow up to be a grumpy old bastard like Dahlhover or something." The boat skimmed around another long, slow bend, and the silence lingered between us. I finally said, "Yeah, I know. I'm sorry." Murphy slapped me on the back and said, "It ain't nothing, man." A few minutes later he said, "You should do something about Steph, though. She's a good one." "Just so we're clear on one thing," I said.
"What's that?" "When I get to be Dahlhover's age, I don't want to be anything like him."
Murphy laughed. "Man, we won't live that long." Chapter 32. Murphy said, "Up there on the right, past that tree hanging over the bank." I followed the line of Murphy's pointing finger and spotted it. "How can you tell?" "That's the boathouse from the satellite picture. It's got that weird wooden roof." "I can see the boathouse," I said, "but I can't make out the roof details. You can see that?" "Yeah, man. Angle over that way, skipper." "Do you want to pass it and drift back?" I asked. "No, man, fuck that. I want to get out of this boat." I chuckled. "If you need to whiz, you can do it over the side." "No, man, it's not that," he said. "It's the other thing." "You can sit on the side of the boat and hang over," I said. "But if you make a mess on the hull, you're cleaning it up." Man, just pull up to the boathouse. I'll use the bathroom inside. Well, don't forget to flush. Murphy ignored me after that. At the boathouse, I killed the engine and drifted the last few boat lengths toward the dock. Murphy jumped out, pulled the bow in by a rope, and tied it to a cleat. With that done, the back of the boat drifted downstream with the current, keeping it parallel to the dock. Murphy picked up the stern rope. I shook my head. Let's just leave the bow line tied in case we need to leave in a hurry. Okay. Unfortunately, with the stern of the boat not tied, it made exiting to the dock a tad tricky, but both Russell and I managed it without getting wet. Murphy was already halfway up the paved path between the house and the dock. Underneath the pavilion-style boathouse, Russell and I hustled past a big pontoon boat and headed toward the house. We skirted the pool. Murphy already had his face pressed to a window, peeking into the dark house. "Anything?" I whispered as we neared.
Murphy turned as we got close. "Another rich person's bedroom."
"Just because it's $1 million house on $1 million piece of land doesn't mean they're rich," I sarcastically countered. Murphy ignored me and moved over to a door of rectangular panes of glass that gave us a view of the kitchen. It was empty as well. Murphy tried the doorknob, not locked. He turned to me and grinned. We slipped into the darkness and were immediately alerted to the sound coming from the next room over. The familiar sounds of feeding infected. I was turning to leave, thinking that was the prudent path, but with his pistol held close to his body and his hatchet raised, Murphy crept through the kitchen toward a wide doorway that led to the next room. I hesitated, torn between using my M4 or the combination of the machete and the pistol that I'd gotten back from Steph. The lump was still on the back of my head.
The humiliation of getting tossed about like a rag doll by that behemoth of a man still stung my pride and underscored the fragility of the invincibility lie I'd been telling myself. But we were in the house. It was spacious with wide doorways, so it probably had wide halls. The sound wouldn't carry far outside. And no matter how many infected were in the house, I had more bullets than they had lives. At least, that's how the rationalization went. I really wanted the power of the M4 in my hands. I followed a few paces behind Murphy. Russell shuffled along with me. Murphy paused at the doorway and looked at something in the darkness on the floor. He shook his head and his shoulders sagged, but he had to move. He made a hard right turn through the doorway, staying close to the wall on the other side. With Murphy out of the way, I saw what he'd been looking at. It was a pink tennis shoe, sized for a little girl of 4 or 5. My heart sank. I sidled up to the door jamb. Across a formal dining room, a 10-foot-long fish tank divided the next room, probably a living room, leaving space on either end to move from room to room. The sounds of feeding were louder, grunting, tearing, and breathing through mouthfuls of wet flesh. Russell whimpered. What the fuck? Russell was staring at the shoe. His whimpering grew louder. All sounds from the other room stopped. Feet shuffled. Murphy was on the move to the end of the table to cover the far entrance. I aimed my rifle at the near entrance and waited. Russell wailed. Might as well get things moving. I yelled, "Come on, fucktards!" Footsteps. An old man, not frail, but old, with white hair, white skin, rabid eyes, and clacking teeth, rounded the fish tank and took nearly a whole step toward me before I pulled the trigger and sent him falling back. To my right, Murphy was on the move. Chairs scooted. A body hit the wall. An old woman, plump and garishly dressed in a blinding flowered tent of a dress, stepped on her dying husband as she rounded the fish tank and came at me. 3 bursts from my rifle, plus her momentum, left her sprawled at my feet, bleeding out a rapidly expanding pool of red. The sound to my right stopped. I glanced. Murphy stood, ready, breathing heavily, but ready. No more movement in front. Still, Russell wailed louder with each passing second as he cradled the shoe in his hands. I watched my end of the fish tank, waiting for another threat, but was surprised when a 50-pound bag of sticks hit me from behind. Balanced as I was against a frontal assault, I went down, cursing my surprise as I hit the floor. I brought an elbow around to smash my attacker in the skull before he had time to sink his teeth in. Through layers of thin skin, bone hit bone. Once, twice, then a miss. Russell was suddenly above me, slapping and punching at my assailant. I felt hot breath in my ear as strong, thin arms worked their way around my throat. Murphy's big voice yelled, "Damn it!" A sickening crunch of wet bone vibrated through my head as my assailant's skull pushed hard against the back of mine. Then he went limp. Russell still beat my attacker while I squirmed to roll it off of my back. I gathered my feet beneath me and looked down. It wasn't a he, it was a she, a bony grade school girl with a bloody blouse and a vacant, dead stare. Looking up, Murphy's eyes were wide with concern. "I'm okay," I told him without an ounce of dignity in my voice. "Stop, Russell. Stop hitting her." Murphy was immediately back on alert, listening and looking in all directions. Russell stopped beating, but fell to his knees and sobbed. We waited there in the dining room for a good while, covering the entries in case anything else in the house should find us interesting. But nothing did. Afterwards, it took 15 cautious minutes to search the sprawling house for others. It was empty. Nor were there any whites on the lawn or in the empty lots next door. The isthmus was deserted. We found ourselves back in the living room, on the other side of the fish tank, standing among the remains of 5 or 6 kids, probably the older couple's grandchildren. Russell was on his knees among them, the tiny pink shoe still in his hands, crying like a father next to the body of his own lifeless daughter. It was painful to see, so much so that I saw the glassiness of repressed tears in Murphy's eyes. He'd murdered his first child just minutes before. Sure, he had been saving my life, but that just didn't make it any fucking easier when a child's dead eyes stared up at you from the floor, begging you for an answer to the question of why they couldn't wake up from their nightmares. Why won't the monsters go away? Please, Daddy, I'm so scared. Breathe. Breathe. Move the feet. Change the subject. Look away. Anything. Murphy looked at Russell and asked softly, "You think he lost his kids?" "Maybe in that fire," I said. "That would fucking suck." "Yeah." How hard would it be retain the full depth of human emotional pain while being completely incapable of understanding it? That was Russell's burden, another measure of the virus's cruelty. Perhaps needing to redirect his attention as much as I, Murphy said, "I saw a gun safe in the library." "If it's open, cool," I said. "If not, I think we're screwed." "You check that. I'm going to go take care of some business, if you know what I mean. Then I'm going to see if I can raid Grandpa's toolbox. The guy had some serious tools in that workshop." "Yeah," I agreed. "That'll make Dahlhover happy. There aren't many tools in Sarah's house." "Nothing will ever make Dahlhover happy." "Okay, do your business," I said. "Then work on making Dahlhover less unhappy." "I'll check the gun safe, then head upstairs and get the medicine cabinets. After, I'll come back down and try to get Russell to help me with the pantry." "All right." Murphy hurried off. Before leaving Russell to wallow alone with his grief, I spotted a nice watch on the old man's wrist. He wouldn't need that anymore. I went upstairs where most of the house's bedrooms were located. I hurried through the rooms that appeared to have been used by the children visiting their grandparents. I stopped long enough to steal the pillowcases and backpacks. I dumped the contents of those on the beds without taking any time to look. No upside there.
I also found 3 laptop computers and 4 cell phone chargers. Those weren't at all necessary for our immediate survival needs, but could come in really handy in alleviating the inevitable boredom that was to come from being imprisoned in Sarah Mansfield's house.
In the boat, I stashed the laptops, 2 pillowcases full of medications raided from the master bedroom, and a couple of his and hers revolvers from the nightstands by the bed. Next, I checked the gun safe. It had a combination lock and a formidable appearance. I scratched that off the list. Back in the living room, I went through the children's pants pockets and found their phones. Then I took Russell by the hand and nearly had to drag him away from the carnage to help me with the pantry. Once back in the kitchen, where he could see no bodies, he started to improve. 5 cases of bottled water were stacked in the back of the pantry. We didn't need that at Sarah's house, but 1 case was going to the boat as part of our emergency supply to be left there. The rest would stay in the pantry as part of our supply at this safe house. I also set aside several shelves worth of canned food for the same purpose. Russell and I filled pillowcases with canned soups, canned meats, olive oil, pasta, and boxes of wonderfully sugary breakfast cereals. The kind that kids love. Exactly the kind that was absent from Sarah's house. We made 5 trips to the boat to carry it all. Once done loading, it occurred to me that I hadn't seen Murphy the whole time. Damn it. I should have noticed sooner. I instructed Russell to stay close and quiet. Mostly, I just hoped he would. We hurried off in the direction of the garage. After passing through a large washroom, I stood in the doorway to the garage and workshop. There were no windows in the garage. It was pitch black. I shined my flashlight around, but saw nothing. Murphy? Nothing. Murphy. I went in and searched around a partially assembled antique pickup, inside, underneath, and in the bed. Murphy was nowhere to be seen. Tools were scattered everywhere. He had to have been there. A loud noise from somewhere outside panicked me. I reversed direction in the dark garage, nearly running Russell over in the process, and headed back toward the laundry room door. I sprinted through the house, pausing at each window I passed, looking for movement outside. I reached the kitchen in seconds that passed like agonizing minutes. Through the windows, I was able to see out to the boathouse. I spotted a dark figure standing at the stern of the pontoon boat. I immediately thought the worst, and rushed through the back door with my weapon up, aimed at the shadowy figure. Fear didn't occur to me in that moment. I was in null spot mode. If Murphy needed help, I'd help. I ran around the pool and down the slope toward the boathouse. Getting closer and closer, I slowed. All of the detail, previously obscured by darkness and distance, resolved. It was Murphy, standing by the stern of the pontoon boat. When he turned, his big grin shone like a beacon. "Oops." "Oops?" I asked. Yeah, man.
Murphy pointed to a big red box 5 feet long and 3 feet wide, lying on the flat deck of the pontoon boat. I was trying to roll this toolbox onto the pontoon boat. What? I was trying to— Why? I asked impatiently. We have a boat. I scrounged up all the good tools in the garage, but there were a lot of them, and you never know what you're going to need. So you brought all of them? I asked. There were more in there, Murphy answered defensively. And? I asked, very deliberately looking at the heavy toolbox, causing the boat to list slightly to stern. Murphy looked from the box to me, as though I was a little slow for not figuring it out already. We'll just take both boats back. My first instinct was to say no, to argue, but then I thought, why not? The pontoon boat wasn't fast, but we didn't need fast. If anything, the pontoon boat might be better for scavenging than the ski boat.
With its long, flat deck, it was kind of the water equivalent of a pickup truck.
It made sense. I pointed over to the ski boat and said, "I think Russell and I got enough food for 3 or 4 days, maybe more." I checked the time on my new wristwatch. "Nice watch," Murphy complimented me. "It's kind of loose." I fished a second big gold watch out of my pocket. "Here, I got one for you too." The guy had a whole collection of them in his closet, one for every day. "Man, you know what this watch is worth?" Murphy asked. "Does it matter anymore?" I asked. "More than my car," Murphy told me anyway. We'd planned to be back at Sarah's house by midnight, but it was just after 10 o'clock. So we went upriver to check out a second location on the south bank. We left the pontoon boat at the safe house with plans to pick it up on the way back. I said, "I know I was the one who argued that Russell could be helpful in carrying stuff if we brought him along, but I think he's too unpredictable." "Yeah, man," Murphy nodded. "He's a liability. You never know when he's going to sound off." "Nope." "Man, do you see that?" Murphy asked, tension suddenly in his voice. "What?" I slowed the boat. I peered into the darkness and was just able to make out a geometric shape on the river, maybe a half-mile ahead. It wasn't an immediate danger, but it was out of the ordinary, and that was reason enough for caution. Murphy stood and pulled his rifle up to the ready. I looked at the shadows on first the right and then the left bank, with ambush on my mind. There was nothing unusual, just the trees and the water. When we'd halved the distance, I saw that the shape was a tourist boat, with 2 decks made to resemble a riverboat from the 1800s. It was probably 70 or 80 feet long, with lots of space on the decks for 100 tourists to eat fajitas, drink margaritas, and enjoy the sunsets. It looked deserted. Pointing at the boat, I said, "It's not drifting. It must be anchored there." "That's not a bad idea, man." Murphy was giving it some thought. "The infected can't get to you out in the middle of the river. I mean, I guess. They can't swim, can they?" "Don't know." I'd assumed that they couldn't, but realized that that was the purest of assumptions. I hadn't seen one swimming, and that was all of the supporting evidence I had. "Swing wide around it," Murphy said. "I wouldn't get too close yet." "Yet?" I asked, navigating the ski boat closer to the north shore. Man, it could be a great place to get away from the whites. As we got a clear view of the starboard side, we saw 3 ski boats tied off there. I grew wary and stopped watching the shores, focusing instead on movement on the decks. "You think there's anybody alive on that boat?" Murphy asked. Shaking my head, I said, "All I know is that I don't like this one bit." Not waiting for a response from Murphy, I pushed the throttle forward a little. I had a bad feeling about the derelict boat. We were passing 50 or 60 feet off of the starboard side of the boat when Murphy said, "I think it's deserted." "Murphy, if we were on that boat, we'd be hiding, right? We'd be doing our best to make it look deserted, right?" "Exactly." He said it with little enthusiasm. "Exactly?" I asked. That sounds like agreement, but I know it's not. With the tourist boat behind us, but not yet at a safe distance, Murphy leaned over and pulled the throttle all the way back, leaving the boat to idle while the current sapped our momentum. "Either there's nobody on the boat, or there's somebody." "Oh, Jesus," I mocked.
And you call me Professor.
"Man, I'm just saying, if there were infected, we'd have seen them moving around." "Probably," I nodded. "If it was some kind of ambush," said Murphy, rubbing his chin, "they would have shot us already." "Maybe," I agreed. "If they were hostile, they probably would have been up there on the top deck, pointing guns and acting like assholes or something. So, it's either empty, or there are some regular people up there hiding from us because they don't know our intentions." "And?" I asked, prompting Murphy for a conclusion before our boat drifted too far back down the river. Murphy told me, "It's safe for us to get on the boat." Look, Sherlock, my tone heavy with sarcasm. I don't think those are all the possibilities. That boat looks like nothing but risk to me. I see every possibility of getting shot or chomped, and I don't see any upside. Man, it's cool, Murphy reassured. Take us over there.
I'm gonna check it out. It's a bad idea. I didn't make any move toward the throttle.
Take us over there, Murphy insisted. Oh well. Murphy stood in the bow with a rope in his hand, ready to jump over to the lower deck of the pseudo-paddle boat when we got close. Having only driven a ski boat rarely, I was cautious in my approach, not wanting to bounce the bows together with enough force to damage anything. As much as I wondered what lay hidden behind the waist-high rails on both decks of the big boat, my attention was pulled back to driving the ski boat. Okay, Murphy coaxed. Another couple of feet. Don't come any closer, a female voice commanded out of the darkness. Startled, I fumbled with the throttle as my eyes darted around for the source of the voice. I accidentally pushed the throttle forward. The engine revved, and a second later the ski boat glanced off the big boat.
In the collision, momentum carried Murphy over the bow, and he landed roughly against the railing that went all the way around the lower deck. The ski boat drifted back out, leaving a cursing Murphy hanging on the rail with his feet dangling in the water. You let go of that rail, the female voice commanded urgently. Above, over the second deck railing, I saw the silhouettes of 3 heads, and more importantly, I saw the long barrel of a rifle angling down toward Murphy. Hey! I shouted. Russell was suddenly on his feet beside me. What the hell was he doing? I can't swim, Murphy hollered to anyone who would listen. You should have thought about that before you jumped on our boat, the woman replied. I fell, Murphy yelled back. Be cool, I hollered to the people on the boat. Just let me come back over and get him. I steered the slow-moving ski boat toward Murphy. The heads appeared to be conferring. Look, I said. We thought the boat was deserted. We don't mean any harm. If you guys try to get on, I'll shoot. You guys? I looked over at Russell and calmly said, Russell, sit down, please. I put a hand on his shoulder and guided him into the seat beside mine. I called back up. We're not trying to jump on your boat. Yet. There's your boy hanging from the rail, the voice replied. His boy? Murphy's tone suggested that he was offended by that. Making my voice as smooth as possible, I pleaded with her. We don't want to hurt you. We thought the boat was deserted. Just let me get Murphy off of the boat and we'll go, if that's what you want. You don't need to be afraid of us. You're all infected, she said. I can see that from here. The ski boat's bow bumped the hull of the riverboat next to Murphy, and he danced his legs in the air until he managed to get a foot into our boat. Yeah, I called back up. We are, but we're not like the other infected. I got a little exasperated. Hell, that much should be obvious just because we're talking. Murphy hauled himself into our boat, and as soon as he was all the way in, I reversed the boat and backed away to a distance of 10 feet or so. Then, with the engine idling, I asked, You okay, Murphy? Man, I'm fine, Murphy grinned sheepishly. As long as crazy bitch don't shoot me. Be nice, the girl said in a normal tone of voice. Be nice? I laughed. You were going to shoot us a second ago. You're off of our boat now, she answered. Murphy said, Man, let's get out of here. Hold on a sec, I said. I called up to the girl. Now that we're back on our own boat, can we talk for a minute? As long as you keep your distance, was the answer. Great. What did I want to ask? Look, we're staying at a place downriver, and we'll probably be coming this way to look for food and stuff. Do I need to worry about you shooting us every time we pass by? Conferring again. Just don't get too close. If you don't want me to, I won't, I assured them.
Then another voice, a younger voice, blurted out, "Why do you guys look infected but act normal?" Harsh, muffled words followed between them. "We're slow burns," I answered. "We got infected, but then we got better. Are you all immune? Do you know?" "Slow burns?" another female voice asked. Well, that answered that question. They were all three girls. That's just what they called us. We have a higher temperature than normal. Obviously, we're white, well, except for Murphy. He prefers mocha frost. Besides that, we're normal. "How many of you are there?" a girl asked. "Don't tell 'em," Murphy whispered. "There are 6 of us," I answered. "Are they all like you?" she asked. "No," I answered. "The others are normal. They're immune." "Immune?" There was excitement in the voice. "How do you know?" "One's a nurse. They were at the hospital until, well."
They're with us now. Until what? The voice was suspicious. The hospital was overrun. I paused and said, "Hey, my name is Zed. That's Murphy there in the bow, and this is Russell here beside me. But Russell doesn't talk. Why don't you at least tell me your names so I know who I'm talking to?" The girl with the rifle stood up. "My name is Amy. This is Brittany and Megan." It was hard to make out their features in the darkness, but Brittany and Megan were shorter. They had higher-pitched voices. I guessed they were in junior high or grade school. "Null spot," Murphy scolded me in a low voice. "Dude, chill," I told him. The girls had to be alone. If not, why send a woman and 2 young girls to defend the boat? They had to be poorly armed. Again, why send 1 hunting rifle against 2 heavily armed men? "Are you guys okay?" I asked in a voice that showed sincere concern. There was a hesitation, but in a voice that belied the truth, Amy answered,
"We're fine." "They're not fine," Murphy whispered, suddenly concerned. "I know," I told him. "What are you saying?" Amy asked. I answered, "We don't think you're fine. It's just the 3 of you, right?" Another pause, and Amy answered, "No." "Yeah," I answered, with just enough sarcasm to let her know that I didn't believe her. "We just scavenged some stuff from a house downriver. We've got some food and some bottled water. You guys can have some if you need it." I looked at Murphy, ready to defend my choice, but his face showed me that he agreed. He must have come to the same conclusion as me. The girls weren't doing well. The 3 conferred for a moment. I called over, "We can pull alongside and put the stuff on the deck and pull away. We have a case of bottled water we don't need. We saw some bodies floating in the river. It's probably not safe to drink the river water." "We boil it," Brittany answered.
"Good," I said. "Do you have any food?"
"If you have some you don't need," Amy answered.
"Well, I wouldn't say that," I called. "But we could spare a few bags. A lot of it's canned. Do you have a can opener?"
"There's a galley in the back of the boat. Yeah, probably."
"Good," I said. "Can I pull alongside and put the stuff on?"
"Yes," Amy answered. "But don't get on the boat." It took a minute to maneuver the boat over. Once there, Murphy moved the case of bottled water and a few pillowcases full of groceries over to the big boat. As he finished up, I picked up one of the revolvers I found at the safe house and handed it to him. "Give him that, too." "What?" "They only have the 1 gun," I told him. "We can get more." Murphy grudgingly took the revolver and laid it on the deck, along with a box of bullets. When I pulled the boat away, one of the girls disappeared from above and reappeared on the bottom deck. "We left you a gun and some ammo," I called across the water.
"You need more than 1 gun."
"Thank you," Amy said with deep sincerity. The other girls thanked us as well. "I'm curious about how the boat thing is working out for you, but maybe we can stop back by tomorrow night. I don't want to overstay our welcome tonight." Yes, Amy said. You guys can stop back by tomorrow. Cool, I responded. Oh, one quick thing. Do you know if the infected can swim? Have they been able to get to you in the boat? No, Amy answered. They can't. They come to the banks when they see us, but they never come out into the water. Listen, I said. You know the movie star, Sarah Mansfield? Of course, all of the girls did. Megan said, she has a big house down the river. My dad showed it to me when we were skiing last summer. Cool, I answered. That's where we're staying. I'll make a deal with you if you're interested. What's that? Amy asked, cautious again. We've got plenty of room down there.
If you guys get in trouble and need to get out of here, you can come down.
How do we get up there? Megan asked. It's way up on the cliff.
There's 8 or 9 mansions right down on the water on that side of the river. A little ways past the last one on the left is a boathouse. Just come there. How will you know we're there? Amy asked. Security cameras, I answered. You said a deal, Amy said. What do you want from us? Pretty much the same thing, I answered. If we get in trouble and have to bail out in a hurry, can we come here? Brittany was back on the top deck, and the 3 of them deliberated for a moment. She answered, It'll probably be okay. Thanks, I said. Well, Amy, Brittany, Megan, it was good to meet you guys. I think we need to get back before they get too worried about us. The girls thanked us across the water as I turned the boat around and headed downriver with the current.
With the tourist boat shrinking in the distance behind us, Murphy came over and stood on the deck between where Russell and I sat. That was a good thing you did, Nullspot. It was the right thing to do. I smiled and nodded, hoping that he was right. At first I thought it was thunder, but the sky was still clear. The wind hadn't changed direction. Nothing was different. It was just another hot, mosquito-filled Texas night. But the rumble grew louder the further we went downriver. Russell was growing agitated in the back of the boat. Murphy was looking up at the mountain crests on the north side of the river with worry furrowing his face. It can't all be gunfire, can it? I asked him. Murphy slowly nodded. It's over in West Austin somewhere. I'm betting Camp Mabry. Sounds like they're shooting everything they've got. I'm glad I'm not a white over there right now. Murphy shook his head. I'm just glad I'm not over there right now.
That's all machine guns and grenades and stuff? I asked.
Yep. Murphy was nodding again.
I can't even imagine how many whites they must be slaughtering with all that. Murphy stood and looked off into the darkness. I can't imagine how many whites are attacking them if they're still shooting. Fuck, I muttered, as the realization of that sank in. Murphy looked down at me with a request forming on his lips, but it didn't need completion. I throttled forward. Noise be damned, and get the pontoon boat another night. Shit was going down. There was no time to waste. The miles disappeared in a hurry as the ski boat slid over the smooth water. We skipped the drift phase and motored right into the boathouse. After docking, we ran up the tunnel with several pillowcases full of groceries and the extra revolver. When we exited the elevator in Sarah's basement, Steph was waiting for us with a poker face, but with dread in her eyes.
What's the story? I asked.
Sergeant Dahlhover and Mandy are on the roof, Steph started. What are they doing there? I interrupted. Listening. Steph was terse. Murphy asked, What's going on? Steph gave Murphy a stern look. You take the video room. We don't know yet what's happening, but you know as well as I do that it's big. Zed, all of the steel doors have been rolled down over the windows and the patio. We're secure, but you take Russell and check every window and every door. Double-check the garage. But we haven't been out there, I protested. Doesn't matter, she told me. Double-check them all. Do it now. Yes, ma'am. That grated on me. I hated being told what to do. But she was the boss. And she was right about the double-checking. I ran toward the stairs. When you finish up here, go back down and double-check the boathouse. Do you want us to bring up the rest of the groceries on our way back? I asked. Steph was surprised.
There's more? I pointed to the pillowcases we'd laid by the wall. That much, and a little more. Bring what you can, then come to the roof. That's where the rest of us will be. She turned to Murphy. I'll send Mandy down once we get upstairs. Then she looked at all of us. Stick together. Stay in your buddy pairs until this blows over. Now go. Murphy went to the video room. Steph headed for the elevator, and Russell and I ran up the stairs. It took maybe 30 minutes to check all the windows, the garage doors, and the boathouse. It was a big house, but everything was as buttoned up as it could be. We were secure. Russell and I got off the elevator on the roof to see Steph and Dahlhover leaning on the rail, looking east toward the sound. I looked too, and saw nothing but trees. It's all secure, I told them as I walked up. Thank you, said Steph. Double-checking all of the windows makes us more secure. You understand that, right? Of course, I answered. Mistakes are paid in blood. Both Steph and Dahlhover gave me an odd look. I shrugged, but didn't think it needed explaining. Steph said, You're right. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Murphy thinks there's a battle over at Camp Mabry, I said, diverting back to the salient issue. Yeah, Dahlhover agreed. Steph pointed east over the trees. We've seen flashes from explosions over there. Sergeant Dahlhover doesn't think they're far away. Yeah, I said. Camp Mabry is only a couple of miles that way. It sounds intense. Do you think that maybe the army is finally here? Dahlhover shook his head and looked back out into the night. I didn't pursue the point. I knew it had been a stupid question to ask. It sounds like it's slowing down to me, but it doesn't look like we're going to learn anything up here that we can't learn from downstairs, Steph said. All we're doing is exposing ourselves to stray bullets, even if we are out of their effective range. Sergeant, what do you think? Can't see dick up here, Dahlhover answered. Steph pointed toward the door. Let's go down to the video room. So we all trooped downstairs. When we got there, Murphy and Mandy were sharing cold Pop-Tarts. It didn't take much more than the smell of the sugar and the crinkle of a foil wrapper to tempt the rest of us to join in. After several days of perfectly healthy veggies, the Pop-Tarts were delicious. Steph spoke first. Sergeant Dahlhover, what are your thoughts? Dahlhover spent a minute collecting those thoughts before he answered. I'd say there's a pretty good force over at Camp Mabry. National Guard, maybe some regular army, maybe some civilians. Probably hiding out there the same way we were at the hospital. He paused for a long time. With the same result? I asked. Everybody silently looked at me. Uncomfortable moments stretched through the silence. Looks that way, Dahlhover finally confirmed. Steph asked, Why do you think there are so many infected? Dahlhover shook his head. Don't know. Maybe it's the bunch from the hospital. Maybe it's the bunch from the farm. Maybe the guys just started shooting at some whites and didn't stop soon enough, so everyone on this side of town came running. Maybe the smart ones found them. Any other guesses? Steph asked. There weren't any. Are we in danger? Mandy asked. Murphy put a hand on her shoulder, but didn't say anything one way or the other. We don't know, Mandy, Steph told her, but we're going to play it safe. Tonight, we'll keep watch in pairs. She looked at me and then Murphy. You guys have been out doing your job. Sergeant Dahlhover and I will take the first watch. While Steph was looking at each of us for questions, I said, I think we should all stay down here tonight. Close. We can sleep in the recliners in the theater. I can do that, Murphy said. Those things are comfortable. We should probably keep a bug-out pack close too, I added, just in case. Hide and run, Steph confirmed. That's our strategy, I agree. Wait. Murphy's tone got everyone's instant attention.
He pointed up at one of the screens. 3 people were running across the road, 2 soldiers and a civilian. It took half a second to extrapolate their path through the trees onto the dirt road and right at our walls. I did a quick check of my rifle, pistol, and machete and was stepping toward the door while asking, "Are we going to bring them in?" There was a pause. Dahlhover looked at Steph. Murphy looked at me. Mandy looked worried. Russell followed me over to the door. "Somebody open the gate when they come to it," I said. "Don't let them through the second gate until I'm there." "No," Steph said, suddenly past her indecision. "Don't go alone. Mandy, you stay here and watch the monitors. The rest of us will go. Let's not take any chances."
Chapter 36. We spread out in a semicircle around the end of the driveway, where the gate would slide open. I was by the wall, with Russell standing too close. I had my machete and pistol at the ready. Murphy stood away from the door, and would likely be the first one the soldiers saw once the door slid open. Dahlhover was off to Murphy's other side, and Steph was opposite me with the door opener in her hand. The howling of whites in the trees was noticeable. They weren't there when we left the video room, and with no way to communicate with Mandy, we had no idea how many were out there. It was more than a handful, and less than a few dozen. In the distance, though, there were hundreds. Their vocalizations were starting to overwhelm the sounds of battle, which were decreasing significantly. What did that mean? So we stood there, not knowing for sure what was beyond the door. Had Mandy opened the outside gate for the soldiers, only to have them chased in by a mob of whites? We should have left the decision to open the interior gate in her hands. At this point, she was the only one who knew what was beyond. That's what I was thinking when Steph raised the opener and very dramatically pressed the button. The gate's opening mechanism clanged, and the tall steel gate lurched. Murphy readied himself in front of the gap. I hefted the machete.
"Hello?"
Steph called a greeting, barely audible over the sound of the rolling gate.
When the gap created by the opening gate was maybe 18 inches wide, it became time to pay a bloody price for another mistake. But I didn't think about that until later. A gun went off. In the microseconds that it took to be surprised and process the sound, Murphy's head snapped hard to the right, and he seemed to have lost his balance. There was blood in the air. He was falling. Dahlhover cursed. My mood flipped from caution to blinding, white-hot rage.
2 hands, holding a pistol out in front, policeman style, pushed through the gap in the gate, and without the tiniest hint of hesitation, I swung my machete in a big arc over my head and chopped across both wrists. A severed hand and a pistol spun off towards Steph. A man shrieked. The other hand dangled from a forearm on ragged tendons. Blood spewed. The gate stopped and reversed as I dropped my Glock and machete and pulled my M4 up to maximize my killing power, because it was time to do some killing. In half a second, I was pushing my rifle barrel through the shrinking gap and pointing it at a handless, screaming man on the ground beneath a fountain of his own blood. Steph's voice was screaming too, not in panic, but in harsh orders. The words didn't process, and I didn't care. Only the trigger and the soon-to-be-dead man mattered to me. Just as I pulled the trigger, my rifle jerked hard upward, and I sent 3 rounds over the wall. "God damn it!" I raged. Before I even knew what was happening, Dahlhover had my rifle pushed back against my chest and pointed at the sky, while pinning me against the cinder block abutment where the gate closed. His eyes were hard to match with the blaze in mine. The gate clanged shut. "What the fuck?" I screamed at Dahlhover. With hands like stone and an expressionless statue face, he didn't respond. How could that skinny fucker be so strong? My hands were shaking, I was so angry. But I fought to control the rage. Without that control, Dahlhover wasn't going to let go of me. And if Dahlhover didn't let go of me in those next few seconds,
Things were going to get very ugly. Over Dahlhover's shoulder, I saw Steph kneeling at Murphy's side. Her hands immediately went to work at his head. I had to get over there. "Let me go," I told Dahlhover, in as calm a tone as I could muster. He waited a few seconds before releasing me, using those seconds to reassure me that he was in control.
But he let go and stepped out of my way. I was immediately on my knees on Murphy's other side.
"Cover that gate," Steph ordered Dahlhover, pressing a cloth to the side of Murphy's head. Murphy was breathing. His eyes were open, but didn't appear to see anything. His left arm was busy trying to do something repetitive. I felt helpless. Chapter 1. Steph, in nothing but a bra and jeans, was on her knees at Murphy's side with 2 fingers divining for a pulse on the side of his throat. She pressed her t-shirt to the wound on his head and moved her lips in whispers, whether to herself or Murphy, who knew. Gunshots rang the driveway door's steel sheets and punched 3 neat holes around Russell, who stood oblivious, watching Steph and me. "Cease fire," Dahlhover ordered. "Cease fire!" 3 more gunshots. "God damn it!" Dahlhover yelled, with real anger in his voice. "This is First Sergeant Dahlhover, U.S. Army, retired."
"If you fire one more round, I'm gonna open this door and shove that weapon up your ass. Do you hear me?"
Still on one knee beside Murphy, I was pointing my M4 at the door, ready to send a full magazine of punishment back through the sheet metal. "Move, Russell," Dahlhover ordered. Russell didn't respond. "Russell!" I yelled sharply to get his attention. I pointed to where Dahlhover had protected himself behind the abutment. "Go stand behind Sergeant Dahlhover. Move!" Russell shuffled to his left. Once he was beside Dahlhover, the situation hit a tense stasis. No one spoke. No weapons discharged. Steph's lips moved in silent entreaties as she tended to Murphy. A bleeding man on the other side of the gate, too stupid to think before he acted, mewled while his remaining hand dangled by a tendon. The infected out in the cedar forest yowled, and the popcorn bursts of distant rifle fire punctuated their cries.
Dahlhover broke the tension with, "Who is on the other side of this wall?"
An uncomfortably long silence followed before a female voice answered, "Specialist Freitag and Specialist Harris, sir. We have a man down." The expression on Dahlhover's face turned to something else too quickly to decipher, before switching back to apathy-masked danger. Fists pounding on the outside gate announced the arrival of the infected. I stifled a curse. The gunshots, the shouting, the noisy rolling of the gates. Every white within earshot was on its way. Dahlhover looked to Steph and asked, "Captain, in or out?" Steph appeared frozen by the choice. I glanced at her, then back at the gate. But before she passed the point where my impatience compelled me to answer for her, in an emotionless voice she said, "In. If we can get them in safely. Any risk, and they can go back out with the infected." She refocused her attention on Murphy and his wound.
My simmering rage was coming to a boil, stoked by the sight of the bloody t-shirt pressed to the side of Murphy's head. His eyes were closed. He wasn't moving. But the part of my brain that was still rational enough to slough off the anger reminded me that rage was not my friend. It was my favorite addiction, but it only ever led to tears and regret. Breathe. Breathe. Suck it up, bitch. Calm down. For now, anyway. For now. "Freitag," Dahlhover called softly. "Can you hear me?" "Yes, sir," Freitag answered, mimicking his volume. "We were trying to help you. You have a man down. We have a man down. Accidents happen." And then my emotions slipped. Accident bullshit. That fucker shot Murphy on purpose. Quiet, Zane. Dahlhover lashed out with the practiced authority of a longtime sergeant. Shit happens in the real world. Now grow up or shut your goddamned mouth. I was cowed. But Dahlhover was right. Breathe. Breathe. Don't fuck this up more than it already is.
Dahlhover called back. Specialist Freitag, you can wait until the whites outside leave. We'll open that gate and you can go. Or you come in and you won't be harmed, but I swear to God, if you raise a weapon at one of my people, I'll beat your ass so bad that you'll goddamned well thank me when I throw your stupid ass back over the wall. Your choice. I didn't hear anything through the gate, though I guessed they were discussing their choices in hushed voices. The handless man had fallen silent, passed out, or dead. Freitag answered, "Sir, we'd like to come in." Dahlhover looked back to Steph again. It was clear that she had the final say. She looked at both Dahlhover and me, perhaps giving us a chance to voice dissent. We didn't. She gave Dahlhover a nod, raised the clicker, and pushed the button to open the gate. The electric motor and rattling wheels echoed up through the flat metal panels of the gate and drowned out the sound of the whites pounding outside.
I looked down the barrel of my rifle and tracked across the growing gap, ready to stop on the first target that came into view. But the bloody body of the handless man came first. I passed. A big, bald man in fatigues, with thick shoulders, Murphy's size, knelt beside the handless man, tending his wounds. The gate rolled further open. A young, dark-haired woman in camouflaged fatigues, seemingly designed to camouflage her gender more than anything else, stood with a rifle in her sling pointed at the dirt. Her round, young face held no expression, though her eyes immediately locked on Murphy. "Specialist Freitag?" Dahlhover asked. "Yes." Another odd look on Dahlhover's face. He looked suspicious to me, and that put me on edge. Dahlhover said, "Get your man, and be quiet about it. Let's get this gate closed." Using a two-man saddleback carry, the soldiers picked up and carried their injured companion into the compound. Steph fingered the button on the clicker, and the gate started closing behind them. She stood up, looking at the situation. Two potentially hostile soldiers carrying a wounded man, the four of us with Murphy still on the ground, and Dahlhover and me standing there with weapons at the ready. The rumble of a Humvee engine behind us caught our attention. Racing one of the Humvees down from the house, Mandy brought the vehicle to a dramatic stop behind us, jumped out, and immediately fell to her knees beside Murphy. As though she had planned it that way, Steph didn't waste a second. She pointed to Murphy and then to the bleeding man. "Put them in the Humvee." The two soldiers immediately moved to comply. Dahlhover looked at me, then nodded toward Murphy. It was clear from his stance and the placement of his hands on his rifle that I needed to figure out how to get Murphy loaded up without his help. Dahlhover intended to stay at the ready. Still at Murphy's side, I shouted a command to Russell to come help me. "How bad is it?" Mandy asked Steph through her tears. "It might be superficial," Steph answered, "but get behind the wheel. You're driving us back to the house." Mandy started to protest, but understood enough about the situation to just nod and comply. She straightened back up. Freitag and Harris had little trouble loading their skinny charge into the rear passenger side of the Humvee. For Russell and me, with limp Murphy, the going was tougher, even with Steph's help. He weighed so damn much. Not lifeless, but disturbingly close. I closed the door on the Humvee and noticed Freitag and Harris standing to the side with blank faces and idle hands. I wanted to berate them for not helping with Murphy, but I held my tongue. Had they given us a hand with him, I would have wanted to berate them for that. Such was my anger. Any excuse would detonate it. As the Humvee started to roll, Dahlhover ordered, "Up to the house." "We'll unload them and move them downstairs to the lobby outside the video room." Zane, you lead when we get to the house. I'll take up the rear. Go. One step into my run, Dahlhover said, Zane, wait. Pick up the hand. What? Pick up the hand. Fuck you, was the phrase on my lips. But I managed to say, why? We can't reattach it without a doctor. Just get it. Move. Let's go. God damn. The three soldiers jogged toward the house. I went over and picked up the wounded guy's pistol. I slipped it into my belt, shivering. My fingers lingered in the air just above the severed hand on the ground. In spite of all the death I'd seen, the thought of picking up the amputated hand gave me the willies. But if I didn't, I'd get shamed by Dahlhover in front of the others when I caught up with them at the house. That would be worse than touching the macabre artifact. I pinched the thumb between my fingers and lifted. It was supple, warm, just like living flesh.
A silver bracelet slipped off of the wrist and jingled to the ground. I nearly ignored it, but paused instead, and bent back down to give it a closer look. Embossed on the silver was a 6-armed red cross. I flipped it over to look at the back and rubbed the blood away with my thumb so that I could read the text. Uh-oh. A stream of blood, maybe 3 inches wide, crawled slowly across the floor, forging a meandering path of deep red against stark white marble. The contrast of colors and slow, worming movement was hypnotic, even beautiful, if you could forget for a moment that it was the essence of life, flowing from the open veins of a bird-thin man in blood-soaked clothes 3 sizes too big. He lay semi-conscious, smearing the pristine red into ugly smudges around his body, his face stretched into a silent grimace. Thin, brittle hair tried to cover an oversized skull.
Bulbous elbow joints stood out from Holocaust arms like the lump of his larynx riding up and down under pallid skin. Most of us were there in the lobby between the theater and the video room. Freitag and Steph were tending to the wraith who had lost his hands. Well, he'd lost one hand. The other was, for all practical purposes, lost. Murphy lay on the floor with a pillow under his head, eyes closed. Mandy was keeping pressure on his wound, tears silently slipping down her cheeks. Beside her, Russell, with his hands on Murphy, quietly stared. The well of his tears had run dry. Dahlhover stood in the doorway of the video room, passing occasional instructions over his shoulder to Specialist Harris, whom he had parked in front of the monitors. The blood oozed its way past the toes of my boots, and it occurred to me that I still had that amputated hand, somehow forgotten, as though it held onto me as much as I onto it. In my other hand, I grasped the bloody silver bracelet. I don't think you can save him, I said.
In doing so, I accepted the reality of what my anger-fueled machete swing had been, justified or not, murder. Freitag ignored me. Without looking at me, Steph said, "Zed, go out to the Humvees and see if you can find some more of these bandages." I didn't comply. My anger was gone. Harsh reason was back. Irritated, Steph repeated, "Zed, I need you to get us more bandages." That snapped me out of my own thoughts. He's a hemophiliac. Both Freitag and Steph stopped working and turned to look at me. I reached out and presented the bloody silver medical ID bracelet to them. Steph took it and looked at it closely. "Where did you get this?" I raised the amputated hand and showed it to them. Freitag looked down at the bird-thin bleeder. "All the more reason to get those bandages. Now," Steph emphasized. Separating my emotions from the situation, I said, "I don't think we should." "You want him to die?" Freitag snapped, letting her anger run free.
"Calm down," Dahlhover ordered, his hands wrapped very comfortably around his rifle.
Freitag started, but couldn't find the words to proceed. "Zed," Steph cut in, We talked about exactly this kind of situation. The chips are down. You need to go get those bandages. I will, I told her flatly. But it would be a mistake. Steph's eyes went cold with anger, but her face showed no emotion at all. I asked, "Can you save him? Even if I get the bandages, can you save him?" Freitag was ready to explode. Steph's face didn't change. "If we were at the hospital right now," I asked, "in the emergency room, back before all this virus shit went down, could you save him?" I don't think... I'd heard bullshit wrapped in authority enough times in my life that I didn't need to hear any more to know what was coming. I cut Steph off. "Answer me honestly. Even if we were at the hospital, could you save him?" Steph's anger shot up in a rush.
She ground her teeth and pinched her lips, but she didn't speak until she breathed in and out a few times. Finally, with an unexpected meekness, she answered, "A hemophiliac with a double amputation. Maybe, but his odds would be low." "And here?" I asked. "Here with no medical facilities, no coagulating agents, no doctors, no sanitary facility? Do we want to use our precious few medical supplies in an attempt to save a man who has, what, a 1 or 2% chance of living through the night? We're not even going to try?" Freitag let all of her disgust for the question flow through her words. I pushed on. "And what if he does make it through the night? What are his chances of being alive once infection sets in? And you know it will. You have to put tourniquets on both arms to stop the bleeding, am I right? He's a hemophiliac. His blood won't clot. A tourniquet is the only way we can stop the bleeding. But with the tourniquets on, the flesh lower on the arm will die." Then what? Steph's gaze fell to the floor. She couldn't stomach giving up.
"He's right," Dahlhofer rasped. Freitag slumped as she sat and draped her bloody hands across her knees, staring absently at the amputee. Strands of her black hair had come out from under her cap and were tipped with straw-thin scabs of blood where they dragged across the bleeder's wounds. Her light brown Hispanic skin was smudged with red where her dainty hands had wiped at her sweat. Her smooth, doll-like face was failing completely at masking the hate. "So we're just going to let him die?" Steph stood up and looked each of us in the eye before settling on Dahlhofer. "Top?" "Captain," Dahlhofer answered. "Unless God himself comes down here and miracles him all better, he'll die. If he makes it through the night, he'll be dead in a week. The longer he lives, the more pain he'll suffer. Letting him die now is the humane thing to do." Steph spun around to look at me with fire in her eyes.
In her head, she knew that letting the man die was the only thing that made sense. But her nurse's heart couldn't accept it, and for that, her eyes showed me her blame. Silence hung in the air, as heavy and slow as impending death. I finally broke it. "I'll get the bandages, if that's what you want me to do." Steph didn't answer. Freitag reached over and put a hand on the dying man's cheek. In an icy voice, she said, "He was a painter." Everybody seemed stuck between breaths at that. Freitag continued, "His paintings were beautiful. He was really good. He was living his life's dream when all this shit happened." Softly, Steph asked, "What was his name?" Freitag ignored the question and continued to stare at the bleeding man. "He was my aunt's boyfriend. He was good to her." Silence lingered, broken only by the rapid breaths of the man on the floor. Steph finally admitted, "I can't save him. I don't think he'd want to live without hands." Freitag's voice was harsh. "How can a painter paint without his hands?" Steph looked down at her hands.
They were covered in cold, wet blood that had climbed its way up to her elbows. To herself, she said, "I need to wash." She headed for the restroom. That was that. I looked back down at the handless painter, whose blood wasn't delivering enough oxygen to his brain, which in turn told his body to breathe faster. I stepped over the bloody amoeba on the floor and went to squat by Mandy and Murphy. I asked, "How is he?" Mandy started to say something, but burst into tears. When I woke after a short, fitful sleep on a recliner in the theater, I got up and looked around in the darkness. Murphy lay just as he had when I'd gone to sleep. Mandy slept on a recliner pulled up beside his with an arm stretched over to him. Russell slept in a near-sitting position on his recliner. Specialist Harris hung off the edges of a recliner too small for his large frame.
Quite the opposite. Freitag was as engulfed by her recliner as she was by her billowy fatigues. Walking out into the dim glow of the lobby, I saw that the frail-boned bleeder had died in the night. His body was wrapped in blankets and lying next to the elevator. The crawling red floor amoeba and all of the bloody smears had been cleaned off of the white marble floor while I slept. There were no scattered bandages or red footprints. It was as clean as the day we arrived in Sarah Mansfield's house. A glow shone through the open door of the video room. A desk chair creaked. Plastic wheels rolled across a few inches of floor. Hushed conversation followed. I looked back down at the Birdman's body, and my gaze lingered across the contours of his head and his bony shoulders. His arms were crossed over his chest like a mummy. A couple of hours of sleep had done nothing but enhance my emotional separation from the corpse.
He may as well have been a piece of abstract furniture or a long-dead museum exhibit. I felt nothing, no pain, no anger, no empathy, and certainly no sorrow. It was just another corpse, tidier than most, but just as dead. He died about an hour after you went to bed. It was Steph's voice behind me, informative in tone and frayed from fatigue. I searched for words that would be right for the moment, but I couldn't find them, so I just stared at the Birdman. "We have coffee," Steph offered. I turned. She leaned against the door jamb with a cup in her hand. "We found it in the groceries you brought back." Thinking of going up to the kitchen to get a cup, I looked at the stairs, suddenly daunted by the climb. Maybe a cup wasn't worth it. As if reading my thoughts, Steph tilted her head into the video room and said, "I brought the coffee maker down here. Better to help us stay awake on the night shift." I could use a cup. I walked toward her, and she stepped out of the doorway as I neared. I asked, "Did you sleep?" She shook her head. Dahlhover eyed me as I walked in, his eyes no more or less tired than they always looked. "Sergeant Dahlhover and I took the night shift," Steph said. "The whole night?" I asked unnecessarily. "That's the plan," Steph answered. "There's creamer and sugar in the drawer to your left." Without a word, Dahlhover turned back to one of the large monitors. It showed a mob of whites in the dark at the front gate, beating it with their palms and fists. "How many do you think are out there?" I asked Dahlhover as I poured a hot cup. "At least 100. Some are starting to walk around the wall, looking for a way in." "The ignorant fuckers should go away," I said, frustration in my voice. "We're not out there anymore. I mean, we haven't made any noise in hours, right?" "They're beating on the gate. That's the noise," Steph reasoned. "They're too stupid to know it's not us. Their numbers have been growing all night." Dahlhover pointed to one of the whites on the monitor. "That's a smart one." I moved over for a closer look. "Which one?" "The one on the rock?" Steph asked, her surprise giving away a little of her disbelief. "She's not doing anything." "Yep," Dahlhover replied. "Yep?" Steph asked. Dahlhover motioned across the mob with his finger. "Look at 'em. They're all beating on the door. But that one, she's just sitting there on that rock staring at the gate. Maybe she's really stupid, I hoped. Maybe lazy, maybe sick. Dahlhover shrugged. Steph asked, "You think she's trying to figure the gate out, don't you?" "Yes, ma'am, I do." Dahlhover looked up at Steph to emphasize his point. The white, sitting on the rock, cocked her head to the side, changing her perspective. It reminded me of a dog. 4 more infected walked out of the cedars and passed her by as they joined the mob. I blurted, "Oh, shit." "What?" Steph was immediately tense.
I pointed at an older man, one of the 4 that had just come out of the cedars. "I think I know that one."
Know him?
Steph asked, in disbelief. "I used to date a girl who lived down the road. I think that's her dad." Steph drew a deep breath to calm herself.
That's how you knew about this place? You'd been up here before.
"Yeah."
Together, we watched, and conversation died away. We were hypnotized by the surging mob as they pushed and beat on the gate, the manifestation of death, trying vainly to storm the castle. Vainly, for the moment. I broke the trance. As much as I hate to say it, I think we're coming to the end of our hiding phase here. It may be time to run soon. What are your thoughts, boss? Boss? Steph looked at me with the smallest of fragile smiles. I shrugged. If you're not going to call me Steph, I think I'd prefer Captain. It wasn't harsh, just a simple request between friends. Jefe? I asked, trying for levity.
I was finding that humor was often the only way past all of the repressively painful bullshit of life as it was. "I don't speak Spanish," Steph said, sitting down in the empty rolling chair. "Then how did you know what I was saying?" "I think sometimes you think you're still 15, Steph said, looking intently at the large monitor in front of Dahlhover. Her face still showed the fragile smile, though. "Agreed," Dahlhover rasped. Steph concluded, "It sounds too much like heifer. I'll stick with boss if that's what you want." I laid a hand on Steph's shoulder. "You're the boss. What about you, Dahlhover?" "You don't want to call me anything but Dahlhover or First Sergeant." Dahlhover's tone gave no hint of allowing compromise. "Top?" I asked. Dahlhover looked at me, and I understood that for some reason that title was off limits to me. Whatever. I looked back to Steph. "Back on topic, boss?" Dahlhover withdrew a nearly empty pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put one in his mouth. "In here?" I asked, a little offended. "Secondhand smoke isn't going to be what kills you, Zane," Dahlhover told me. Steph came to his defense. "He can't very well go outside and smoke." Of course he could. He'd be safe on the roof. Nevertheless, I dropped it. The white on the rock cocked her head in the other direction. Steph asked, "Sergeant, will that gate hold?" Dahlhover gave that some thought as he took a long drag on his cigarette and blew the smoke back out. "Hard to say." "Your best guess?" Steph asked. "I think it'll take a whole lot more of them before they have any hope. Even then, the gate might not break. It might bend. If that happens, we won't be able to open it." I said, "We need to start keeping account of how deep the crowd is that's pushing on the gate." Steph and Dahlhover both turned with the same blank, "What the fuck are you talking about?" stare. It didn't bother me. I'd seen the expression too many times in my life to be bothered by it. "Let's say the gate does break down," I lectured. "If we know how many people deep the crowd is at that moment, then we learn something very important." "That is?" Dahlhover asked in his flat tone. "The interior gate is on the right-hand side of that driveway. The width of the driveway between the walls limits how deep they can stack up in front of it," I explained. "For instance, if they have to be 30 deep to exert enough force to break the outside gate, the driveway between the walls may be too narrow for 30 people deep.
If that's the case, then they won't be able to break the second gate, and we'll be safe. Steph was nodding when I finished. That makes sense. Sergeant? Makes sense, Dolhover agreed. I'll set up a log and instruct the watch to track the mob depth every 15 minutes. I think you earned a Pop-Tart, Zed. Steph gave me a real smile. I smiled back. Damn it, Dolhover groused, and reached down to open a drawer of a file cabinet.
From within, he pulled out a foil-packaged pair and handed them to me. I accepted. Thank you, hoarders. I love these things. Dolhover turned back to the monitors. I think we stay for now, Steph announced. When they breach the first gate, we'll reconsider. Besides coffee and the other goodies, how did your trip upriver turn out? I briefly gave her and Dolhover the important points. Any trouble with infected at the house? I hesitated, then shrugged. Steph knit her brows and asked, They were in the house? Some, I answered. How many? Some. Were you in any danger? My hesitation gave me away. Zed! Steph was a little more angry than the conversation warranted. You can't keep taking unnecessary risks. You're going to get killed. I'm fine, I added a lie. I know what I can get away with. Steph huffed and turned her attention back to the monitors. I asked, Do we know anything for sure about Murphy yet? Is he going to be all right? Steph shrugged.
The bullet didn't penetrate the skull, but it did hit bone when it grazed his head. And we'll see. We'll see, I shot back at her. What does that mean? He's unconscious, right? He hasn't been awake since it happened. Is he in a coma?
Zed, don't be melodramatic, Steph kindly scolded. I cleaned the wound and put an antibiotic on before I bandaged it. It stopped bleeding. He's probably got a concussion. Whether there's more damage, swelling of the brain, or something else, I won't know until he wakes up. Worst case? I asked. It doesn't do any good to talk about the worst case, Zed. Almost pleading, Steph continued. Don't we all have enough sorrow already? Sorry, I'm just worried. Steph reached over, put her hand on my arm and said, Let me do the worrying, okay? I'll do everything I can for him, but it's out of our hands for the moment. Either he'll be okay, or he won't.
Without hospital facilities and a neurosurgeon, there's nothing more we can know. Nothing more we can do. I gave Steph a weak smile and a nod. Dalhover changed the subject and said, About the gates. Yes, Sergeant? Steph asked. It's a risk, but we could drive one or both of those Humvees down there and park them up against the outside gate. They weigh 3 tons each. The infected won't be able to move them. You want to bet? I thought about my Humvee back at the hospital, caught in the tide of screaming whites. Enough of them can. Dalhover continued, 6 tons of steel behind those gates might make the difference. And the risk? Steph asked. They'll hear the diesel engines, even with all that banging they're doing, Dalhover answered. Steph said, They already think something is behind that gate. I don't think the sound of the engines will make them any more or less determined. It'll make a difference with the smart one on the rock, Dalhover countered.
Steph thought about that for a second.
What do you think, Zed? I could go over the wall and kill that infected girl on the rock, I said with a callousness that surprised even me. The smart one? Dolhover asked, not bothered one iota by the girl or my indifference about killing her. With her gone, I said, I could hike down the hill a bit, create a distraction, and draw the mob away. What kind of distraction? Dolhover asked. I haven't thought that far ahead, I answered. Let's assume for the moment that I can. That mitigates the risk, Dolhover agreed. Not to Zed, Steph's voice jumped up an octave. Neither Dolhover nor I responded. Steph shook her head and pointed at the monitor.
I'm not sending Zed over the wall into that unless there's no other choice. Dahlhover smoked the last of his cigarette, stubbed it out on the bottom of his boot, and threw the butt in a trash can. By the time there's no other choice, it'll be too late.
By the time you know that you should have killed the smart one on the rock, it'll be because there are more smart ones out there, or because there are too many of them, or because they've already figured out a way to attack us. If we're going to do it, then it's got to be preemptive. If we move the Humvees to block the gate, then sending Zane over the wall is a necessary step. You're downright loquacious when the spirit moves you, Dahlhover. I slapped him on the shoulder. Dahlhover looked at me in a way that said, "Don't touch me again." It didn't look like we were ever going to be best buddies. "And how will you get over the wall and back in again?" Steph asked. "We can figure it out," I responded. "I think the primary question to answer is whether we should do something, not whether we can. We can figure out the how-to later. But you're the boss. What do you want to do?" Steph propped up a hard facade in front of emotions that was starting to frazzle. "Is that what you want to do, Zed? How many times can you roll the dice and win?" Steph took a long breath to collect her thoughts, looked up at me, and spoke. "Let me ask you, if we take the risk— No, Zed, if you take the risk, what do we gain?" I didn't need time to think about it. I'd already assessed the situation. I knew the answer. Maybe everything. Maybe nothing. "So you understand where I'm going with this?" "Yeah," I said. "Best case, I go over the wall, kill the smart one, distract the mob, and they move on. We stay here and live happily ever after. Worst case, I get killed. That's the worst case for me, anyway. But somewhere in the middle, there's the most likely case." "Which is?" Dahlhover asked. I answered, "We get rid of this group, and eventually a larger group shows up, with too many whites or too many smart ones to get rid of. So we bail out and head upriver. The thing is, I don't doubt that will happen. I just don't know when." "It could be later on today, or next week, or next month." "Sounds right," Dahlhover agreed. "And if more show up this afternoon," Steph asked, "is risking your life with a few more hours of luxury?" "It's not about that," I argued. "What then?" she asked. "Murphy." "Murphy?" Serious and calm, I answered, "Like you said, we don't know how bad Murphy's injury really is. If jostling him around on a boat for a couple of hours could put him at more risk, then going over the wall is worth it to me. It's that simple." Steph couldn't find a good response, so she remained silent. "Why?" Dahlhover asked unexpectedly. "Why?" I shot back at Dahlhover more harshly than I wanted to. Not affected by my emotions, he repeated, "Why?" "I need to." "Why?" I looked around the room, maybe looking for an escape from the suddenly uncomfortable question. But the need for secrecy with my motives was a childish remnant of junior high social dramas. I answered, "I would do anything for Murphy." "You'd even risk your life?" I nodded. "You'd die for him?" I thought about it for a second, or pretended to. I knew the answer as soon as it was asked. Yes. Dahlhover didn't take his eyes off of me, but took his time pulling out another cigarette and lighting it. "Why?" I was getting a little irritated and snapped, "Because Murphy and I would both be dead if it weren't for each other. He saved my life more than once. I wanted to say he cared about me. I wanted to say he loved me like a brother, but those words just couldn't come out of my mouth. Dahlhover stared at me. I looked over at Steph. She watched, but was unable or unwilling to intercede. It took me a minute for me to put some thoughts together. Murphy and I work well together. We care for each other.
Murphy will do anything for me.
I'll do anything for him.
Dahlhover nodded. And what about the rest of us? What are you asking me? How do you feel about the rest of us? I spent a few moments looking at Dahlhover and thinking about what he and I had been through. I'll be straight with you, Dahlhover. I don't like you very much. I know you don't like me. But I respect you, and I don't think you'd let me down. I don't think you'd fuck me over. We've fought together. I don't know what makes that mean something, but I know that it makes me think I can trust you. Dahlhover continued to appraise me as he sucked on his cigarette. Yeah, you're right that I don't like you, Zane. I think you listen to your balls more than your brains. You make bad choices, but for the right reasons. Somehow it works out for you. You're lucky, loyal, and brave. Or stupid.
I'm not sure which. I was taken aback by that mix of compliments and insults, but I bit back a big, fuck you. I'll tell you what, though, Dahlhover continued. I'll stand by your side in a fight. You can take that to the bank. You can trust me. I guarantee it. Does that mean we're going steady? I asked with an empty smile. Dahlhover gave me that stare of his that made it clear that my smart aleck remark wasn't worth a response. But he did say, "You can call me Top if you want." I nodded. Top. What about me? Steph asked, effectively masking any extra meaning that I might have read in her face. With a little of the emptiness gone from my smile, I answered, "We haven't been through enough shit together yet." Steph spun her chair back toward the monitors. You're such a 15-year-old. Chapter 4. The deck lounger, made of heavy ipe wood, seemed to have too many sharp corners, but at nearly 8 feet long, and with widely spaced slats that had supported its now absent cushion, it would serve its new purpose, that of a ladder, quite well. Dahlhover and Specialist Harris carried the lounger down from the pool deck and across Sarah's backyard toward a part of the wall far from the front gate. They huffed and sweated under their burden, more so Dahlhover than burly Harris, but refused my help. My duties in the remaining wee morning hours were yet to come. As they wrestled the lounger down one of the tiers, I took a moment to double-check my kit. My machete, a pistol, and a rifle, of course. Extra ammo, water, and a few snacks, just in case. A lighter and a knife. How long have you been here, First Sergeant? Specialist Harris asked. A week, I suppose, Dahlhover answered. Were you guys over at Camp Maybury? I asked. Yes, sir. No need to call me sir, I told him. I'm not in the military. I'm just some dude. Habit, Specialist Harris responded. We were at Maybury from the beginning, at least my unit was. You didn't get deployed? Dahlhover asked. No, First Sergeant. Dahlhover and Specialist Harris wrestled the chair down another tier. And the rest of your unit? Dahlhover asked unnecessarily. I'm the only one left. In that firefight we've been hearing since yesterday. Of course, the implied question, too uncomfortable to ask on its own, was how the rest of them died. No, sir, Specialist Harris answered. They all got infected before that. Yeah, I nodded. Apparently the virus got just about everybody. I'm guessing that since you didn't turn, you're immune. Specialist Harris turned his melon-sized head and looked at me, but didn't respond beyond that. I thought he was trying to intimidate me, maybe out of habit, with an ominous silence he'd practiced in the mirror to complement his thick arms. How did the firefight start? Dahlhover asked. That's hard to say, First Sergeant. How's that? They were shooting from the first night, a little at first. We weren't under orders to shoot. That's not what we do, you know? Shooting civilians. Harris came to a stop on the grass and drilled us both with his flat brown eyes, maybe looking for any sign of judgment from us. There wasn't any. Dahlhover and I held our silence and looked up at him.
It's hard to say what happened. Officers were getting the virus. Guys were getting the virus and falling out. For a week or so, it seemed like we had a new CO every couple of hours. Dahlhover nodded knowingly. Perhaps it wasn't unlike his experience at the hospital. Harris stroked his fingers across a thick black stubble of beard. Somewhere in the first few days, more guys just took it upon themselves to preemptively shoot the infected. There were orders or rumors of orders to shoot, but nobody seemed to know for sure.
We were designated as a rally point for the refugees and survivors. The survivors. Can you believe it? Man, we were only a couple of days in when word came down. I guess that's when I knew things were bad. By that time, half my unit had the virus. Most of the rest went in the next couple of days. I asked, "Did a lot of civilians come in?" Harris nodded. "Yes, sir. At first, yes. It slowed to a trickle by the end of the first week, and then nobody." "How many of you were there?" Dahlhover asked. "Hard to say, Top. The number was always changing. We had partial units coming in and single guys from units that got wiped out. We had civilians coming, and people kept getting infected. There was a time there when we were in control of a couple of buildings, and the infected were outside trying to get in, coming at us at all hours of the night and day. I remembered feeling like a siege. There were maybe 100 or 150 of us at that point. I thought it stabilized there. At least it seemed like it did for a while." Dahlhover sat down on the lounger, removed his crumpled cigarette package from his pocket, looked into it through the hole in the top of the pack, and made a sadder face than usual. He took one of the last few out and lit it. "We were making runs to the ammo bunkers a couple of days ago." Dahlhover interrupted. "The ammo bunkers? There are 2 there, right? How full are they?" "Mostly," Harris confirmed. "They're secure and mostly full." Dahlhover nodded. The gears in his head were turning. "Our CO pieced together a unit from 6 of us and sent us out in 2 armored Humvees to ferry as much of the ammo and weapons back to our 2 buildings as we could. We were on a run when we saw them." "Them?" I asked. "Naked and bald, a whole shitload of them?" Specialist Harris crinkled his brow and nodded. "How did you know?" "A guess." I looked over at Dahlhover. "The ones we saw out by Dr. Evans' farm, you think?" "They're the only naked ones we've seen," Dahlhover answered. I recalled that Mandy said that she'd seen one out at Dr. Evans's farm with a knife. I asked Harris, "Did you see any of them with weapons?" "Some." Specialist Harris nodded as his eyes fell to the ground. "What kind of weapons?" Dahlhover asked. "Knives. Things they could use for clubs." Looking for more information, Dahlhover continued, "How many had weapons, do you think?" "Not many," Specialist Harris answered. "Maybe 10 or 20. I added, "I'm guessing there were thousands of them." "Yes, sir," answered Specialist Harris. "From over here, it sounded like you killed a lot of them," I observed. "Yes, sir." "Did you run out of ammunition or get overrun?" "We didn't run out," Specialist Harris shook his head. "There were too many of them. We were overwhelmed." "How many do you think you killed?" Dahlhover asked. "Top, I want to say thousands, but there were so many, it didn't seem like we killed any." Sorry, that sounds like a contradiction. "Not really," I offered up the small comfort. "If it was that horde we saw out east of town, there were tens of thousands of them." "More." Dahlhover leaned down to pick up the chair. Harris followed his lead, and the 2 of them carried the deck lounger the remaining distance to the wall in silence. Once there, they laid the chair flat and then propped it on its end against the wall. I stepped up onto the makeshift ladder and climbed halfway up. It was solid enough, and it was tall enough. Dahlhover turned to Specialist Harris.
Go back into the house. On the first floor, not the basement, at the far end of the living room is a laundry room. There's a linen closet there. Get 4 or 5 sheets and bring them back here." "Yes, First Sergeant." Harris turned and hurried back up to the house. "My rope?" Dahlhover nodded. "That's cool." I continued my climb to the top of the ladder.
Throw it over when I get back, okay? Are those your balls talking? Dahlhover commented. What? Stop thinking with your balls. Use your brains. What, you want me to wait for you guys to make a rope out of the sheets and then climb down that?
Dahlhover, his face serious, nodded. "I made the jump when we broke in here." I tried not to let my disdain show. "That's a 12-foot drop. With the curved coppice, there's nothing to grab onto to slow your fall. In the dark, you won't be able to see what's on the ground outside. You could drop over the wall and sprain your ankle on a stump, or worse. You're not going to bounce on your balls, that's for sure. Use your head, Zane. Wait for the rope." I hated being schooled, but Dahlhover was right. To jump off of the wall again had all the hallmarks of a mistake in the making, a mistake I didn't have the extra blood to pay for. I climbed down the chair ladder and sat myself in the grass and waited for Specialist Harris to return.
What do you think of those two?
Dahlhover chose that moment to go back on word rations and pointed his expressionless face at me instead. "This isn't the army anymore. You can talk to me about the other grunts, you know." The same look from Dahlhover. I waited, but after a moment it seemed pointless, so I said, "I think Freitag hates me." Dahlhover looked up toward the house, then back at me. Every time she had the chance, when they were taking care of Birdman, I mean that guy I injured, she kept giving me hateful looks. Dahlhover looked down at his watch, then back up at the house. Whatever. I huffed and ran my hands across my vest, belt, and pockets. Another check wouldn't hurt. Mistakes are paid for with blood. After several long, silent minutes, Specialist Harris returned with the sheets. We worked together, tying knots in the sheets every couple of feet, and then attaching them end to end. When it was done, Dahlhover looked at me and nodded.
Good. I made a show of yanking on 2 of the tied sheets to test the strength, and said, "Yep. We won't stay out here to wait for you. I'll be keeping an eye out for you on the monitors. We'll come out and throw the sheets back over the wall when you're getting close," Dahlhover told me. I nodded and said, "But I may be in a hurry," and Dahlhover looked up at the wall. "You don't worry about me. If I see you running, I'll have those sheets over the wall when you get here." "But..." Dahlhover looked me hard in the eyes. "Don't worry about that. You take care of what you need to take care of. You be careful. Don't take more risks than you need to. Don't do anything stupid. And don't worry about the sheet. It'll be there when you get to this end of the wall." Okay. Dahlhover had a way of erasing doubts with his certainty. "Now get up there and use the sheets when you go down the other side. We'll hold it here." I glanced at Specialist Harris. He said, "We've got you." I gave them a nod. That was enough. Time to get to work. Time to kill. With no pain and no noise, my feet gently touched the ground. I let go of the rope, and feeling the slack, Dahlhover and Harris pulled it quickly back up over the wall. I was back in Indian territory. Silent in the darkness, I looked around and listened. Just like at the front wall, the cedar forest was set back from the side wall by a 15-foot wide clear-cut buffer. The moonlight revealed no infected along its length. Out in the night, pops of gunfire mixed with sounds of coyotes, monkeys, and crows. The infected. White fists beating on our gate would draw all of those infected in if I didn't solve that problem. Nervousness sweated my palms. Stop thinking. Start moving. I crossed the clear-cut band and stepped into the inky darkness among the cedars. My boots crunched too loudly across limestone gravel, and I froze.
Stealth was important, but the forest floor was mottled with shadows and pads of brown cedar needles that had accumulated in the low spots. Among the dark blotches, my feet needed to find those that were the rotting cedar needles. Those spots would be soft and silent. Slowly, I made my way through the trees, careful to avoid prickly pears and thorny vines, careful to keep close enough to the edge of the trees so that I could see the compound walls and maintain my bearings. Nervousness melted away as I sank into the task. Upon reaching the corner of the compound, I peered through the trees down to the front gate at the far end and made out the gray shapes of the raucous mob. The sound of their pounding fists and wails carried easily to me up the Caliche Road. I thought for a second about taking a direct approach down along the wall, but thought better of it. I didn't want that smart one on the rock to see me coming.
But with at least a half-dozen thorns of one type or another already sticking through my pants and irritating my skin, I decided that the stealthy approach through the woods was more trouble than it was worth. Instead of continuing through the woods, I followed the Caliche Road back out to the street and made a right onto the asphalt. That put me on a path parallel to the compound's front wall. Once down the street, a short traipse through trees would bring me up behind the smart one and the mob. Sticking close to the edge of the road, I moved. There were 7 or 8 whites far down the street who caught my attention. Movement in the trees across the street gave away the presence of at least 10 more. Up the street behind me, I spotted a group of 3, very interested in something moving amongst the cedars. My machete found its way into my right hand, and I cradled my pistol comfortably in my left. Quick, deliberate steps moved me toward my goal. The whites gave me little more than a passing glance. As far as they could tell, I was one of them. But what they couldn't know was that I was walking death, hidden in plain sight among them. That thought brought with it a feeling of power. Nervousness, fear, and that sense of power made for a heady mix of emotions, and I had to suppress a laugh. I was a wicked pirate assassin on my way to kill. Arg. My chosen spot in the cedars came up on the right. The sound of the infected beating on the gate and yelping made it clear that I was close enough. Off of the asphalt and into the trees I went, back to looking for dark spots on the ground between the trees and avoiding the prickly pears. Far off to my left, I heard the sound of at least a couple of whites crashing through the trees as well, chasing the sound at the gate. The moonlight ahead of me grew brighter. The light tan color of the Caliche Road that ran along the outside of the wall became visible. The wall itself looked black and ominous. I spotted white arms, legs, and heads as I came to a stop at the edge of trees. I was at the point where the road widened out to form the circular turning area in front of the gate. Not 10 feet to my left, the smart one still sat on her rectangular slab of limestone, scrutinizing. She was a small woman, just a hair over 5 feet tall, with the athletic look of an Olympic gymnast. She sat on the edge of the stone and dangled her feet, occasionally dragging her toes in the gravel. Her hands busied themselves in slow movements, fondling her fingers first on one hand and then the other, then starting over again. She was concentrating on the obstacle of the gate. Unlike the mob, she was silent. She was thinking. That was simply not acceptable. Death had arrived to reconcile that transgression. I stepped out of the woods and meandered toward her, feigning attention on the mob. She looked at me, but I didn't look back. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw her facial expression change. I froze, but after a few moments, she looked back at the wall. I pretended to keep my attention on the mob as I slowly sidled to my left. She looked at me again, but this time didn't look away. I focused on the whites in front of me. Still,
She stared and stared. 3 or 4 minutes passed until I couldn't take the staring anymore. I looked back at her. Her concentration was gone, replaced by blank curiosity. But those eyes, deep brown and indecipherable, were almost human. How much was going on inside that diseased brain? I tried my best to mirror her blank expression, to no effect. Still, she stared. I looked back toward the mob, hoping she might do the same. After a minute, she did. She looked at the mob, the gate, the wall. Whether it was my imagination or not, her expression didn't go back to the concentrated look she had before. Only curiosity was left.
She was about 4 feet to my left, just beyond arm's reach. With my machete, I knew I could spin and bring the blade around with enough force to cleave a mortal wound in her small body. She wouldn't have a chance. By the time she realized what was happening, her flesh would be tearing open. The thought of it gave me pause, but she had to die. If she didn't, Steph, Murphy, Mandy, all of us were at risk. Pirate assassin. Arg! Like a striking cobra, at least in my mind. I made my move. The blade came up and out. My arm pulled it down over my head as I stepped and spun with all the fury and speed that virus-infected muscles could deliver. But in those microseconds it took for my blade to reach the diminutive woman. She not only saw me move, but reacted fast enough to jump to her left in a blink. My blade hit rock, ringing loudly and throwing sparks. Surprised by her speed and my failure, I found my eyes glued in disbelief to the sight of the blade's edge grating against stone, not buried in flesh. But the mob, at least those in the back, were moving, turning their attention to me. Things were going to get very interesting very fast. I looked down the length of my blade and followed it up toward the gymnast. Her momentum was still carrying her to her left, and she was trying to catch her balance in a weird bit of awkwardness that seemed out of place for her apparent athleticism. Then I spotted it. Blood. She teetered 2 steps further from me, then another. The blood was on her arm, halfway between the shoulder and elbow. Lots of blood. And her shirt was cut across the ribs. There was blood there, too. When she came to a stop 10 feet away, she stared at me with a look of horror that told me she understood, with every bit of imagination and intellectual abstraction, exactly what was coming next in all of its gory, painful finality. A white from the mob on my right screamed and started to move. Another scream of jubilation followed and was joined by more. For an impossibly long time, the gymnast eyed me, accusing, hating. Then she ran. 8 or 9 whites with blood in their eyes chased her into the dark cedars, hounds on the hunt. Full of ambivalence and remorse, I ran after. Finish what you start. She has to die, right? On the heels of the other white chimps on the hunt, we screamed with one voice. We were a pack. Branches snapped, grunts, breathing. Underbrush mashed underfoot. The girl stayed in the trees and veered to her right, away from the road. She was prey. All she thought was escape, survive. Something in the sound changed up ahead. Struggle in the trees. That was quick. The girl was caught, screaming. Not the pursuing whites, but the girl. The hair on my neck stood. My blood flowed ice cold. It sounded like murder. The wolves had caught Little Red Riding Hood and were eating her alive. I stopped and watched the last whites ahead of me disappear into the darkness. The girl's voice didn't sound like that of an animal. It sounded human. She sounded human. No! A voice ripped through the black forest in a bloody gurgle, then squelched down to nothing. Only the sounds of the beasts remained, triumphal,
snarling at one another, staking their claim at the kill. No! Is that what I heard? Like a jackboot kicking me in the head, a pariah of a thought hit my brain. What if she wasn't a smart one? What if she was a slow burn, just like me? What if she had simply been wondering how she could get inside and join us? What if? She screamed just like a normal human. What if? No. Fuck! In the blackest of moods, I marched down the center of the street, the tip of my blade still red with the gymnast's blood. A long helix of whites was rounding a corner far ahead, but my thoughts were elsewhere. Some thoughts should never be conceived.
Some questions should never be asked, because they have no answer, and the questions themselves serve only to haunt with grinding guilt and second-guessing. No, that's what she screamed, but it couldn't have been. I simply had to remember it differently. Repression is your friend. I had black holes aplenty in my heart for tossing in such memories. I just needed to keep shoving until this fucking memory let go and fell. I angled toward a pair of whites squatting beside a bed full of dead brown flowers beneath 3 enormous oaks in the front yard of an oversized, overpriced house, with ridiculously oversized white columns holding up a stupid little roof over a just-pissed-me-off-for-being-there front porch. When I stepped off of the asphalt and into the grass, I had their complete attention. They were both disheveled, with blood on their shirts and smears on their faces, indisputable evidence of what they were: mindless, murderous monsters. Their death would cleanse the guilt I felt over the gymnast. But she had to be a monster, too. She had to be. I raised my machete to do the bloody work that was only necessary to rip the memory of that gymnast's screams from my mind and push the whole episode into a forgettable, black hell. But the pair wasn't mindless enough. I don't know what they saw or what they deduced, but just before I got within machete range, they both jumped to their feet, ran across the yard and around the corner, casting furtive glances behind. I didn't chase. Fuck. I squatted down beside the bed of dead flowers and stared at the grass. Did she really scream no? Should I have maybe made a sign with my hands? I didn't know sign language. A thumbs up, an okay sign? How do you communicate without talking? Repression skills don't fail me now. I looked around. The next house over had an SUV sitting in the driveway. My plan was to blow it up. Well, not that one in particular, just the first one I came to. And that one was first. I'd need to break into the house and get a towel or a pillowcase or something to stuff into the gas tank. I could light it and run off. The explosion would draw the mob away from our gate, hopefully. It was a simple plan. But as I sat there looking at the SUV, I started to ask myself some questions. Does it really work when you blow up a car like that? In all honesty, I didn't know. It always worked in the movies. But in the movies, machine guns never ran out of bullets when 1,000 monsters were running at you on the top of a parking garage. I realized that I seriously needed to disabuse myself of any truisms that I'd learned from my favorite action heroes. I didn't have any experience with blowing up cars. It made no sense to bet my life on getting it right on the first try. What else then? Could I puncture that tank and then torch the leaking gasoline? Sure. But then there was the noise of puncturing the tank. Noise that would be loudest when I was lying on my back, halfway under a car. A very vulnerable position when making appetizing sounds among the ravenous predators. No, that was a bad idea. Kick it to the curb. What else? I could start the engine, put the car in gear and let it roll out into the street. There was little doubt that would attract the attention of every white in sight. But would it make enough of a commotion that the mob would be drawn away from the gate? I looked up the street and tried to gauge the distance to the gate, hidden among the cedars. It was at least 100 yards, maybe a couple of hundred. The risk-to-reward ratio on that plan was too high. What about the horn? Noisy? Yes. Easy getaway? Yes. Well, probably. But could I wedge something in the horn button to make it sound? I thought about the way that car horns were constructed. Sure, in an older car where there was a horn button of some sort, that idea might work. But how many modern cars had the horn button embedded with the airbag beneath the vinyl in the center of the steering wheel? Damn near all of them. So, wedging something in the horn was a crap plan. I looked down the street. The helix of whites had filled the road. If they kept coming, they'd soon join those at the gates. I looked at the SUV for a moment longer, and then something obvious occurred to me. Duh! I looked around to see where the closest whites were. There were many more around than I felt comfortable with, but the nearest was far enough away that my inspiration might bear riskless fruit. I pushed my pistol into its holster and put the machete into the scabbard I had rigged on my back. A hunk of limestone the size of a soccer ball, decorative, I guess, lay among the brown stalks in the flower bed. I walked over and squatted down to it. "Lift with your legs," the voice in my head told me. So I did, with a grunt. With another grunt, I pushed it up to rest on my shoulder, with both hands holding it steady. Here goes nothing. A few slow steps, and then 3 quick ones toward the SUV gave me all the momentum I needed. With another grunt, I launched the stone toward the driver's side window. The glass shattered, rocking the SUV back and forth. A siren under the hood bleated overbearingly. Without slowing, I ran past the SUV and around the corner of the garage to get myself out of sight. Best not to be associated with the noisy car. In the infected mind, noisy meant tasty. I had no plans to be tasted. Once past the house and out of sight behind a large shrub, I looked back. The whites I could see were running toward the car. At least 6, then 9, then a bunch. The car very cooperatively switched to a different, but just as obnoxious, noise. Ha! Bitch. I skirted around the back of the house to put some distance between me and the car, then made my way through the cedars again until I came to another yard of mowed, dead grass. My machete and pistol were back in my hands. They felt comfortable there, necessary extensions of the new me. The yard contained a big wooden playscape and a big stone-covered patio with lots of outdoor furniture, but thankfully nothing that moved. I made my way out to the front yard, and as I rounded the house, the long helix of whites that had been down at the end of the street were winding their way past, heading for the squawking SUV. There were at least 20 whites already on the car, doing what they could to expose the tasty morsels that just had to be inside. I stepped up onto a big terracotta flower pot to get a view up the street. A steady trickle of infected were coming out of the cedars up around where the gate to Sarah Mansfield's compound stood. The plan appeared to be working. A short distance down the road, I spotted another car, much newer and much smaller. If my luck held, it also had an obnoxious alarm. And that was the updated plan. Smash, wail, repeat. Work my way down the street. To my surprise, the plan worked without incident. I tripped the alarms on 5 cars, the furthest a mile down Mount Bonnell Road and around a sharp bend. At that point, the street behind me was overrun with whites, manic in their search for edible people in and around the bleating cars. It was time to head home. As promised, Dahlhover and Specialist Harris were waiting for me when I arrived back at the wall.
The knotted sheet rope hung down from the top of the wall, and I barely had to expend any effort as they dragged me up. The wide arc of the coppice worked in our favor for that. Leaving our makeshift ladder in place, we headed back inside. "I didn't check the front gate," I said. "Did it work?" Dahlhover gave me a nod and the faintest of smiles. High praise from him.
"Any trouble?" Specialist Harris asked. I shrugged. What was there to say about that? We climbed up a wall at the back of one of the tiers. I checked my watch, then looked up at the sky. It was just starting to turn gray in the east. Finally, the end of a long, fucked up night. Sleep came easier and deeper than I ever would have guessed possible. I didn't dream. I didn't stir. When I woke again, laying flat in a recliner in the theater, the only sounds were those of Murphy's deep breathing and Mandy's light snoring. I checked my watch. It was after 9, and I was starved. Quietly, so as not to disturb the sleepers, I got up and exited the theater, visited the restroom to take care of necessary business, and threw some water on my face. In the mirror, I looked thinner and couldn't help but run a hand over the hollows in my cheeks. My hair wasn't to the unruly stage yet, though I'd need a haircut soon. Well, I'd want a haircut soon. Wants and needs were different now. At least living in the Mansfield mansion afforded me the luxury of washing my hair and shaving every day. Electricity and water made personal hygiene so easy. Feeling rested, but a touch groggy, I was wondering what troubles the new day would bring when I came out of the restroom and walked up to the theater-style snack bar, behind which Sergeant Dahlhover had positioned himself with one foot propped up on a shelf, savoring a cigarette. He was watching across the foyer, where Freitag was having a tense but hushed conversation with Steph. Steph was inside the video room. Freitag was in the doorway. I leaned on the snack bar counter and gave Dahlhover a nod. I asked, "Any update on Murphy?" Dahlhover shook his head. "Is he still unconscious?" "Yeah." Dahlhover shook his head again. "It would be better if he was awake." "Of course," I nodded. "What does Steph think?" "She says we won't know until he wakes up." I looked at my watch. It's only been, 9 or 10 hours? That's not abnormal, right? Dahlhover's eyebrows knit. More like 24, Rip Van Winkle. What? Dahlhover tapped a finger on the face of my watch. PM, not AM. I looked at him like he'd lost his senses. You slept all day. Wow. I rubbed my hands over my face and shook my head. I looked back at Dahlhover, still not sure whether to believe him. Go up top and look outside. It's dark again. I guess I must have needed the sleep. Dahlhover nodded and reached under the counter. He pulled out a box of chocolate candies from inside the glass display case and laid them in front of me. You should eat something. Chocolate candies for breakfast late in the evening. Dahlhover read the look on my face and said, "Specialist Harris is in the kitchen making dinner for everyone. He says he was trained as a chef. I think I'll wait for that then. He just went upstairs. We were waiting for you and Mandy to get up before we ate dinner, but we're all hungry. Nevertheless, it'll probably be a bit before it's done. Eat the candy." He was right. Could you give me a Coke too? Dahlhover scooped up a cupful of ice and drew me a soda out of the fountain while I opened up the box of chocolate-covered nuts. Over my shoulder, Freitag was getting animated with her irritation, and I turned to look, a little curious about what kind of bug she had up her ass. I was starting to think she probably had a whole crop of cultivated ass bugs. I thanked Dahlhover for the snack, and then he fell silent, watching the exchange between Freitag and Steph. I took my hors d'oeuvres, crossed the foyer,
and planted myself on the floor with my back against the glass wall of the wine cellar. Using one of Sarah Mansfield's expensive, organically grown, hand-picked by a happy farmer on a sustainable farm Egyptian cotton towels, I started to clean the crud off of my machete blade.
After that, I planned to spend some time cleaning up everything in my kit, at least until dinner was ready. I thought about asking Dahlhover to give me some training on how to care for my rifle and my pistol, but as I sat there wiping and re-wiping the nicked blade, I couldn't help but see that Birdman's body was still lying next to the wall across the foyer, and in spite of the sugar and caffeine working their way into my bloodstream, that dragged my mood down. Becoming transfixed on the amorphous, blanketed lump, I slowly wiped back and forth on the blade that had killed the man inside. I tried hard to put the memory of that clusterfuck out of my mind. I tried to think of something good to replace it with. My success at getting the whites away from the gates the night before felt good to think about for nearly a whole second. But that led, of course, to memories of the no-screaming gymnast who'd paid for our safety with her life. Why were those memories even back? Repress, repress. I gave nothingness a shot. The oblivious serenity of an empty mind, that's what I longed for. How good would it be to shed all of my messy memories and live for a day in Russell's blank mind? A gray void swallowed my thoughts, and for a little while, all that existed in my world was the zen of a clean blade. There was no dead bird man. There were no harsh, hushed arguments across the room. There were no cannibals with virus-laden brains. Somewhere in my nothingness, I started to feel okay. Dahlhover kicking a booted foot that was splayed out in front of me brought it all to an end. Awareness of reality was back. I looked up at him, too disappointed to be startled. I didn't ask why he was getting my attention. I simply let the question hang in the expression on my face. Yes? Dahlhover squatted down and leaned in close, his tobacco breath assaulting my senses again. Good Lord. There had to be something going on in his mouth besides just poor dental hygiene. I looked past him. I no longer saw Freitag in the door of the video room. I didn't see anyone in the foyer. We need to get rid of the body. Dahlhover tilted his head slightly in the direction of the Birdman. Okay. I quickly deduced that I was going to have a role in that chore. Freitag wants to bury him outside. Dahlhover shook his head. His gesture made that idea seem like the stupidest thing he'd heard in a while. The noise of digging might bring more infected in, I guessed. Dahlhover nodded. What did you do with the other bodies? I asked. Dahlhover knew I was talking about Sarah Mansfield, her son, and the security guards. Dahlhover, Murphy, and Mandy had gotten rid of those when I was passed out on the couch in the first few days of our residence in Sarah's house. He answered, "The river." You pitched them in the river? The tone of my voice maybe contained a little antipathy for the idea. What about the water supply for those downriver? Dahlhover looked at me expressionlessly. Of course, it was the only idea that made sense. The bodies needed to go. It was the least bad of several options. I nodded toward the dead man. Is that what we're going to do with him? Dahlhover nodded. Me? I asked. You want me to do it? You and Freitag, Dahlhover confirmed. Good. She could at least help me with her dead brother-in-law, or whatever the fuck he was to her. What about Specialist Harris? Dahlhover's face went expressionless again. He shook his head. It occurred to me why. I was a little slow of late. I wondered if the virus was starting its grisly work on my synapses. You don't want them both down in the boathouse alone, do you? Dahlhover didn't respond, but his lack of response was enough to confirm it. You don't trust them not to run off with our boat, do you? I figured I'd push it.
I already had a strong distaste for Freitag, but I still wanted to hear Dahlhover's reasons. Why? Dahlhover played the blank face on me again. I persisted. Why?
I'm not saying I won't do it, but I need to know why you don't trust Specialist Harris and Freitag.
Dahlhover looked over each of his shoulders and seemed to have some difficulty dredging up a voice. It's her. Something's not right about her. I raised my eyebrows in question. Dahlhover just looked at me. He knew what I was asking, but he just didn't like to offer up anything voluntarily. What exactly is not right about her? Dahlhover's lips creased shut for a moment before he said, I don't think she's military. What? I sat up straight. Why? Just things. Like? She doesn't speak like she's in the army. She doesn't stand like it. Dahlhover shook his head. She doesn't act like it. What the fuck? Why would she lie about that? I wondered aloud. And Harris? Dahlhover nodded, but his face looked troubled. You think he is military, but you don't trust him, do you? I thought about that for a second. That's why you want me to go down with Freitag.
In case something bad happens, you think I can handle the chick, but you can handle Harris.
Dahlhover gave me a nearly imperceptible nod. He's twice your size. Dahlhover's blank facial expression made it clear that that wasn't a problem. Can you handle the girl? Fuck you. Yes. Take the body down. Let her say whatever she needs to say. Put it in the river. Then come back up. Don't dick around. Got it? Yes. Are you going to confront Freitag about the military thing? Dahlhover shook his head. Not yet. Why? Captain Leonard chose not to. Why? I was a little miffed about that. Dahlhover looked a tad angry. He was miffed because I'd questioned a decision that came down the chain of command. Then it occurred to me. Steph wants to wait until Freitag has time to get over the death of what's-his-name. I nodded toward the dead guy. Can we have dinner first? It's not ready yet. Freitag had his feet.
I had the other end as we carried Birdman down the tunnel to the boathouse. It was tense, nearly silent work, with Freitag spitting just enough words to facilitate the task. At least the guy wasn't heavy. Once in the boathouse, with the dim moonlight reflecting through the open door, Freitag stared at sparkles on the surface of the water and scrutinized the dark cedar forests covering the hills on the far bank. Somewhere in that reverie, her face changed. What had been a bronze-faced Medusa morphed into a young, friendless girl. "We can't leave him in the river," she said, softly, almost to herself. The change was disarming. Sure, she'd shown me nothing but repugnance since entering the compound, but she also had to watch somebody close to her slowly die a grisly death. How would that kind of thing affect me, I wondered. Somewhere in that thought process, I concluded that only thing that made sense was that Dahlhover's mistrust had been misplaced. He was just a sour old man who saw in others the empty disappointments of his own life. That was something to remember for the future. Still, I didn't see any ready alternative to ditching the Birdman's body in the cold, black water. I bent my knees slowly, and Freitag picked up on the body language, and we lay Birdman on the pier beside the ski boat. I looked around the boathouse, as though a solution to the dilemma might be hanging on the walls among the skis and water toys. Ropes. We had ski rope hanging on the walls. Good to know. Good to remember that they were there. How handy would rope become in our future? But back to the task at hand. I cast an exploratory glance at Freitag, and she was looking at me. She didn't appear ready to cry, but she was sad, and looking like she had something to say. I ventured a question. "What are you thinking?"
I can't put him in the water. I nodded, but still had no alternative. So I listened. Tentatively, Freitag asked, "Can we take the boat out and maybe bury him in somebody's yard?" "Absolutely not." Conciliatorily, I said, We can't risk being out there digging a hole. It would attract attention." She knew exactly what kind of attention that would be. She looked down at the body, then squatted and lay her hands on the legs. She looked up at me, and I felt her pain. "Please." I looked out into the darkness and thought about it. Was there something I could do to assuage the guilt that was moldering on my soul? Maybe. Look, we can't bury him, but you know what? Maybe we can take him down the river a bit and find a peaceful place to leave his body. "Not in the water," she pleaded. "A peaceful place on the shore somewhere," I offered. She nodded, and I felt a little better about the situation. Dahlhover wouldn't be pleased, but fuck him. He wasn't my dad and sure wasn't my fucking boss.
Let's get him in the boat. We worked together quietly to lay Birdman on the couch across the stern of the boat. I didn't resent the silence anymore. I understood, I thought, and respected it. Time for logistics. When we get where we're going, it'll be better if I take him ashore. There's less risk that way. Thank you. Freitag gave me a doleful look. I was afraid of running from those. They don't generally bother me. I'll take care of him. Have you driven a ski boat before? Freitag looked at the controls, a steering wheel, a throttle, and a couple of gauges. It doesn't look hard. It's not. The two big things to keep in mind are first, that the boat doesn't stop on a dime. In that way, it's not like driving a car. Secondly, the engine is noisy, like a hot rod. Don't rev it, or every white on the river will come out to see what's up. Okay. Take the helm. I'll loose the lines and push her out. We'll drift down a bit before we start the engine. Freitag looked at me with a question on her face. It reduces the chance that anybody will see us coming and going from the boathouse. If they don't know we're here, then we have a better chance of keeping our presence here hidden, and we'll have better chance of staying alive. Know what I mean? Freitag gave me a nod and took her seat. I took the ropes off of the cleats, pushed the boat, and then jumped onto the deck. With an oar, I pushed the boat out into the river. Moments later, the boathouse door was closed again, and we were drifting down the green-black river, listening to the night sounds. I made myself comfortable in the passenger seat and stared up at the stars. Clouds passed in front of the moon, catching a glowing sliver lining as they went by. Freitag wasn't able to appreciate the calm as we drifted down the center of the river. She kept staring back at the body, playing what-if games in her head and grieving. I checked my watch for no other reason than new habit. I looked around at both shorelines. What was his name? Softly, Freitag answered, Javi Marin. You said he was a painter. Freitag nodded. What kinds of things did he paint? She thought about that for a moment. Do you know what Dia de los Muertos is? The Day of the Dead, right? Freitag nodded, but didn't take her eyes off of Harvey. He painted Dia de los Muertos art. Big, flowery pieces. He sold them at festivals and a couple of shops downtown. He didn't make a lot of money, but he made my aunt happy. I looked down at the deck of the boat. I thought an apology, no matter how sincerely expressed, would sound more insulting than remorseful. I stayed silent. Some houses drifted past on the south shore, and I let the silence smooth the abrasive edges off of my guilt. Harvey was dead because he fucked up and paid the price for that. I thought about Murphy and wondered if he was going to make it. I absently wondered how Russell would handle it if Murphy died. As my mind wandered, I thought about that day in the living room when I came to on the couch, the day after the giant security guard nearly smashed my skull.
I thought about how lovely Steph looked as she was walking toward the kitchen to make me breakfast. Shiny red hair and clean clothes. A normal woman in a normal world. I wondered if Murphy was right about her and me. There was something there, I felt certain about that. But that something was hard to define. Freitag interrupted my thoughts when she asked, "They call you Zed?" I nodded. "Is that what you want to be called?" I shrugged. I'd never really thought about it. It's just what my friends have called me since forever ago. It fit well enough. "And you?" "Specialist Freitag," she answered. "Do you have a first name?" "Diana." "What's your real name?" "It doesn't matter. It sucks anyway." Freitag looked over at me. "I don't like my name either. I prefer Specialist Freitag." "Diana is a good name. Can I just call you Freitag?" "If you want." It seemed like as good a time as any, and something needed to be said. I didn't mean to kill Harvey. Like Sergeant Dahlhover said, it was a bad situation. Things got out of control. Bad things happened. I nodded. We were all under a lot of stress. It was... Freitag couldn't find the words. I helped her out. We've all been there. It's intense. We're all fighting for our lives. None of us are used to it. "No," Freitag agreed. I pointed to a covered dock on the other side of the river. "We shouldn't go much further. How about that place over there?" Freitag stood up in the boat and looked around, taking her time to see every detail. "Can we go a little further?" I nodded, thinking that she might have to reset her expectations. She wasn't going to find the perfect spot.
Nevertheless, I did want to smooth things over, and I thought I could afford a little extra time and risk to do so. Freitag sat up on the back of the skipper's seat with her feet on the seat cushion and watched the shoreline, scrutinizing every house that passed. I looked back and forth from shore to shore, focusing for movement in the black shadows under the trees. Movement that seemed to be getting more and more frequent. Or perhaps my imagination was starting to see things in the blackness, simply because I was looking so intently at it. Finally, Freitag pointed to a particular house on the south bank and said, "There." We'd been drifting the whole time, and there was no good reason to start the boat now. So, together, Freitag and I paddled over to the almost boathouse and up next to the dock. I hopped out and looped the bow line around a cleat on the dock and handed the rope to Freitag. "Here's the deal. Don't tie the rope. If you need to make a break, just drop the rope and push the boat out into the water. The whites don't swim. Start the engine once you're out in the water. Go past our boathouse, then drift back down in silence. Got it?"
"I won't leave you here," Freitag told me perfunctorily.
"No heroics are necessary. If you see me running this way with them after me, then yeah, it'd be cool if you waited. But if you're out here alone and they come, just go. I'll be okay. They generally leave me alone unless I do something that identifies me as normal, like talk or shoot a gun or start up a car. They get really excited about that kind of shit." Freitag gave me a nod. "Because you look just like them?" "Yeah," I answered. "If you have to bail out, I'll just steal another boat and head upriver when things calm down. Like I said, they'll probably leave me alone. I'll probably be fine. There's no point in endangering yourself for nothing." "You're the boss." "No, Steph is the boss. Sometimes my urge to be contrary just can't be contained. I'll leave Harvey up there in that flower garden by the house. It looks like a nice, peaceful place. Cool?" "Yes," Freitag agreed. "That's a nice place, thank you." I nodded. After I take care of Harvey, if the house looks empty, I may do a quick check in the pantry. I mean, we're here already, and we have more mouths to feed.
How long will you be inside? Freitag was looking up and down the river. I looked up at the house. 10 minutes at most. And if there are infected inside? I shrugged. I'll skip it. Or we can skip it altogether and go back and get some dinner while it's still warm. No, Freitag told me. We're here. Like you said, we'll need the food. Are we cool? Yes. I turned to look at the property and gave it one slow scan. Satisfied that we were safe, I worked with Freitag to get Harvey out of the boat.
Thankfully, his body was light enough that I was able to carry it awkwardly over my shoulder. Leaving Freitag behind with the boat, I walked quietly up the pier and onto a thick green lawn that sloped gently down to the river's edge. Giant oaks supported a dappled canopy of dark green leaves scattered above like clouds. 20-foot crepe myrtles bloomed brilliant pink even in the darkness. A meandering stone path edged with monkey grass led to a lush flower garden, still alive in moist soil so close to the river. I kneeled, and as gently as I could, I laid Harvey on his back amongst the brightly colored blooms. I stood up straight and took a long look down at Harvey's blanket-wrapped corpse among the flowers. I felt a pang of envy. In the comforting darkness, in a fragrant bed of rich color, Harvey was at peace. Freitag was right. This spot was better than the river. There were no words to be said for Harvey's impromptu disposal, not by me anyway. So I said none. I waited a silent moment longer. Whether to make myself a Freitag feel better, I didn't know. Such was Harvey Moran's funeral. I could risk no more time. There were monsters about. I looked around the grounds to see what I could see in the darkness. I heard noises. The infected were near, but nothing moved save the sway of branches in the light breeze. I glanced back to Freitag. She stood as I'd left her, a Hispanic Barbie in frumpy fatigues, holding a rope, waiting in the boat. The risk of running a quick pantry raid seemed small. We had the time for it. Why not? I followed a meandering stone path around the edge of the garden. The house was old, probably built in the 50s or 60s, on a middle-class income before Austin had sprawled out into the western hills and drove the value of even modest lakefront properties into the millions of dollars. It was a single-story structure with clapboard siding, a shingle roof, and one of those enormous single-pane living room windows that had been so popular back in those days. It was a security nightmare. I tried the knob on the back door, but it was locked. I crept down near the end of the house to a sliding glass door. It didn't fit with the architectural style and had probably been installed in later years. Good for me. I could break in through one of those with ease, something I'd learned as a kid when I'd broken into the house of a kid from school through just such a door to steal all of his Nintendo games. It's easy to guess how that turned out. The sliding door was locked, so I jimmied my machete into a tiny gap near the door's handle and jiggled as I wedged the blade through. It didn't take much time and didn't make much noise. The lock compliantly popped loose. Before sliding it open, I took a moment to look and listen. Still and quiet, my new favorite state of things. I slowly moved the door on its track, opening up the house and allowing stale, hot air, damp with the sticky smell of death, to flow over me. I felt my gorge rise. The sliding door had opened to a bedroom. A corpse lay rotting, tangled in blood-stained sheets, horrid black bite wounds on its arms and neck. Maggots crawled through wounds and across the skin, giving the impression of movement, a grotesque living being. My grip tightened on my pistol. At the foot of the bed lay another body, with a good portion of its skull gone. A brownish splatter of drips and lumps decorated the far wall. It was easy to see what had happened. A couple, one infected, one not.
The white attacked the one on the bed, who'd waited a few bites too long before using the gun on her lover. I stepped around a blackish spot on the floor and tried not to taste the fetid air. Leaning over the bed, I pried at the rigor mortis grip of the decaying fingers on the revolver.
There was a disgusting sound as I yanked it free. I scooted away from the bed as quickly as 3 steps would take me. In a dresser, I found a flimsy shirt in the top drawer. I wrapped the shirt around the pistol before dropping it into my backpack. I had no desire to get that repulsive stink in my bag. I wiped my hands on another shirt and tossed it on the corpse. Looking up from that task, it occurred to me that the bedroom door was open. And it occurred to me that I'd been in the house less than 5 minutes, and I'd already fucked up. I should have cleared the house before I went to work scavenging the revolver. Once again, luck had carried me through a mistake. I went to the bedroom door and banged on the wall with the butt of my pistol and said, "Hey!" I waited and listened, but heard no other sounds from inside the house. I repeated the exercise and waited. No whites came. "Anyone in here? If there's anyone in here, just say so and I'll leave. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to raid your pantry. That is, unless you're using it." I felt stupid for saying all that. Was there a protocol for breaking into someone's house if they were inside, hiding from people that looked just like me? I'd have to give that some thought. After waiting for what seemed like a long enough time, I went back to search through the bedroom with the 2 corpses. In spite of the time I spent killing brain cells and memories as I wasted away the last years of my youth, I did read a lot. I did listen, and I learned. The world was a fountain of trivia, and one bit of trivia that found a home in my brain was that though the number of guns per capita in America was on a steady rise, the number of gun owners wasn't. Simple math led to the conclusion. If the 2 corpses had 1 gun, they might very well have had another, and they'd likely have bullets stashed somewhere nearby. I checked the nightstand. Nothing there but some lubricating gels and adult toys. I avoided touching any of that as I rummaged. I went back over to the dresser and went through it drawer by drawer. Again, nothing of real value to me, though I did nick a couple pairs of socks. I held up a lacy black thong to the light coming through the back door and imagined what they would look like wrapped tightly over Steph's hips. But one glance at the body by my feet turned my stomach and reminded me that I didn't have time to indulge those kinds of fantasies. In the guy's underwear drawer, I paused. The size was right, but I felt really creeped out at the thought of wearing a dead man's skivvies. I left them. A trip to Walmart was in my future. The closet was next, so I stepped over and slid the door to the side. The hanger rack was packed with clothes, and the floor was covered with shoes, mostly women's. The shelf above the hanger bar held a dozen boxes, and I started pulling those down one by one and checking the contents as quietly as I could.
A box of photographs, keepsakes, more photos, ski goggles, gloves. Bingo. One of the boxes contained a cleaning kit and 3 smaller boxes of ammunition. I couldn't imagine anything else of value that might be in the other boxes, so I stashed the goodies in my bag, slipped the only clean pillowcase off of its pillow, and headed for the hallway. Another small bedroom proved empty, though I did take 2 pillowcases from the bed in there. Pillowcases, it turned out, were awfully handy to have around. The end of the hall opened up to a living room, stylishly done, with black lacquer furniture over natural wood flooring. The front door was open, though. Splinters of wood from the mangled door jamb lay on the floor. I was immediately back on alert and stared into the shadows, looking, listening. It took several long moments of waiting there at the end of the hall, convincing myself that I was alone in the house, before I crossed over the creaky floor.
The kitchen had a window that opened to the front of the house, and I leaned over the sink to get a good look out. No dangers. Nothing of immediate interest.
There was movement just down and across the street. Several whites were at the side of the road, in the deep shadows under the oaks, squatting and tearing at something. It didn't take a lot of imagination to guess what. I turned my attention to an open door in the wall at the end of the cupboard, and was dismayed. Spilling out of it and covering the floor were packages of cereal and crackers, torn open and empty, as though wild animals had been here already. That was the pantry. Careful to push the crunchy wrappers out of the way rather than step on them with my boots, I moved across the kitchen. It was messy. Every single box of any kind of food was ripped open. Every jar was broken. At least the canned goods were spared. That was something positive.
I started filling one of the pillowcases with cans and had it nearly half full when a loud rumble from outside startled me.
I dropped the pillowcase, jumped to my feet, and pulled my weapons out, ready for a fight. In the moment it took to do that, I realized that the rumble was the ski boat's engine. I raced through the house, across the living room, down the hall, and over the corpse on the floor of the bedroom. I bounded out through the sliding glass door. The sound of the boat's engine revved loudly. What the fuck? Freitag had the boat in the center of the river, throttled all the way forward as she circled, bouncing over waves, and making a noisy, tempting spectacle for every white within a mile. Is she trying to warn me? I looked left. I looked right. There were no whites in the yard, none on the dock. I heard them, though. They were yelping, they were running. They were excited, and they were coming toward the sound of the boat in the river right in front of me.
I ran at a full sprint toward the dock and waved. What had frightened her off?
My boots stomped noisily across the boards over the water, and I stopped as I got to the edge, waving and yelling, "Hey! Hey!" She still had plenty of time to pick me up. As I came to a stop, she looked at me with an unreadable expression. She made one more full-throttle circle, and as she straightened the boat out, extended her arm toward me, flipped a middle finger, and let it stand brazenly as she headed up the river. Then it occurred to me that she was calling the infected down to my location, and she was abandoning me. Fucking Dahlhover was right. I screamed across the water at the top of my lungs, "Vindictive cunt!" And as the reverberation of my scream faded from my ears with the receding sound of the motor, the clomping of running feet on wooden planks told me that I'd just fucked up in royal fashion.
But that's as far as that thought went, because a body slammed me from behind, knocking the wind out of me as I splashed into the cold green water with a hysterical, hairless monkey on my back. Bodies pressed me down through the cold water and into the muddy bottom. Hands tore at my clothes and grasped for my throat. Panicked arms and legs flailed. There were more than two of us in the water. My face was being pressed into the mud. My feet were above me. I squirmed. Air. I needed air so desperately. I spun, wrestled, and lost my sense of which way was up. All reason was gone. Only mindless panic and my need for air were left. My feet hit something solid and I kicked out hard. My head broke the surface for half a second, and I gasped as hands clawed at my face to drag me back down and lift themselves out. I was back under. Elbows, knees, fingers, and teeth. However many of us there were, we were all struggling at a primal level to use one another's bodies to get our own heads above the water. Escape or die. I caught a second half-breath, and then I was under again. With some oxygen in my blood, I was able to form a thought. I pulled a knee to my chest and kicked out hard against a body as hands held firmly to my ankle. Paddling mightily with my hands, I got my head above water for another breath. The hands on my ankle wouldn't release, so I kicked and kicked and kicked with my free leg, hitting flesh and bone. Then I was away from the grasping hands. Underwater, I swam hard for a few strokes, and got another face full of mud as my teeth ground against a stone buried in the muck. I pulled my feet under and pushed to shoot my head above water again, just barely. I sucked as much air as I could before the weight of my equipment dragged me back down. Once under, I danced my feet around to find the bottom as I sank.
It took several long seconds of sinking. The water was way too deep to stand. I didn't know where the shore was. I needed to get several long breaths, or I was going to drown. In desperation, I shed my rifle, my pistol, and my machete, and pushed off of the bottom again to get my head above water. With most of the weight off, I was able to get a good breath, but my vest, still full of magazines, dragged me back under. It was harder to get rid of. I bounced off the bottom again, breathed, and saw that I was 20 feet off the end of the pier and drifting slowly downstream. A dozen whites were on the shore, focused on me and following me down. Dragged under again by the weight of my vest, I struggled to peel it away. I pushed to the surface for another breath. It took longer to get up through the column of water above me. The river was getting deeper. If I didn't shed the vest on this breath, I might not get another chance. Back underwater, I tore at the vest with frantic hands until finally it fell away. I kicked and struggled back up again until my head broke the surface. Just barely able to keep my face out of the water, I gulped precious air. The boots felt like weights on my feet. I caught a deep breath and floated for a moment on my belly as I ran my hands over my body, looking for anything I could shed. My belt and holster went next. All I had left were t-shirt, pants, and boots. I'd have to suffer with the boots. Laced halfway up to my knees, there'd be no way to shed those and not drown in the attempt. But with all the other weight off, I was able to swim. A good 50 feet away from the last white, still struggling, barely, in the water off of the end of the dock, I treaded water and floated with the current. Those on the shore still followed. A scream from the other shore caught my attention, and I saw that I had at least a dozen fans over there as well. Shit. Getting out of the river would prove difficult. Sure, I was just as much of a white as all those on shore, but they couldn't see enough of me to know that. All they did know was that I sounded like food when I went into the river. Most of those on shore didn't see that part, though. Most of them knew only that the other infected were very interested in having me for a meal, and that was a good enough recommendation for them. Spinning myself in a slow circle as I treaded water and drifted with the current, I looked for boathouses or docks with boats attached. Unfortunately, every dock in sight was empty. It occurred to me then that Freitag was a lot sneakier than I'd given her credit for. She wasn't being picky about finding the most peaceful place to lay Harvey Marin to rest. She was looking for the most promising place to lay me to rest. She'd been looking for the most whites, all those shadows I thought I'd see moving under the trees on the banks, and the absence of nearby boats that I might escape with. Bitch! I continued kicking my legs to keep my head out of the water. Was Freitag punishing me for what I did to Harvey? Or was it that she just hated whites? But the question of whether her motive was hate or revenge was moot at the moment. All of that would come later. At the moment, it promised to be another long night. At least I was well rested. I needed to find a way to elude my pursuers and round up a boat to take me back up the river. Before the sun set again, I'd give Freitag a harsh lesson in what hate and revenge looked like, all wrapped up in the black heart of somebody who knew more about rage and hate than she ever would. The water didn't seem cold anymore. An expanse of smooth, grass-covered acres flowed down from a plantation-style house on the south bank to the edge of the water. An 8-foot black metal fence bordered the estate and presented an opportunity for me to get my feet back on dry land without having to fight off a bunch of hungry brutes while I did so. Dog paddling silently in the direction of the empty dock, I'd soon be fading back into the anonymity of my whiteness while I sought out a boat. When I got within a dozen feet of the dock, my feet got tangled in the ubiquitous duck grass growing up from the shallow parts of the river bottom. It wrapped around my feet like grasping hands, forcing me to yank, tear, and struggle to get within reach of a ladder attached to the dock. But once one hand grasped solidly onto a rung, I relaxed, floated, and breathed. The hardest part was done. 20 or 30 infected were at the fence a few hundred feet up the bank, straining to push their arms and legs through the narrow gaps between the metal bars. But their heads and shoulders just wouldn't follow. In their frustration, they hollered, yelped, and growled. I crawled up the ladder and stood on the dock's wide boards, letting the river water drain out of my clothes. Across the wide lawn, in the bushes, and under the trees, I didn't see anything moving except for swaying branches. The place looked safe, for the moment at least. No safety could be counted on to last for long. The house sat on the inside bank of a bend in the river, a spectacular piece of property with a beautiful view, but a view of water, trees, and a mountain, few houses, and no boat docks, aside from the one I stood on. What to do? Go through the house and possibly confront ravenously hungry whites trapped inside, and me with no weapon in hand with which to dispose of them? But there'd most certainly be something I could use for a weapon inside. No. Best to avoid the infected altogether. I'd need to find a gate and go out to the street and work my way down, find that boat, and get my ass back upriver to Sarah Mansfield's house.
Suspicious when Freitag returned without me. Dahlhover would still be awake, and probably in the video room. He'd see me out on the river, and open the door for me to come in through the boathouse. That was the solution that would most expeditiously put me back within the safety of Miss Mansfield's walls. No need to go all Rambo on any whites in the house, only to find a butter knife as a weapon. No, I'd pushed my luck too far already. I needed to get home. My anger about what Freitag did to me had boiled down to a simmer by then. I didn't plan to kill her. Not anymore. I would evict her and her buddy, Harris, though, and fuck 'em both anyway. The whites, who were still trying to figure out how to squeeze themselves through the fence, howled louder when I started out across the lawn toward the far side of the house. They'd forget me soon enough. I didn't pass too close to the house when I came around the corner. No need to let myself get ambushed by anything that might be lurking there. Luckily, there was nothing, only a gate near where the fence abutted the side of the house. A tug on a pull-down latch was enough to free me back out into the world. White, silent, and anonymous. But weaponless, too. I looked back at the big house. No, just get a boat, go home. No need to be macho about it. The house's front yard was as large as the back, and was bordered with stands of wild oaks, cedar, and thorny vines. Going through the woods to get to the neighbor's house would prove noisy, messy, and slow. It would be better to walk out to the end of the property and follow the street down to the next house on the street. So I walked over an expanse of grass. The sound of the river frogs faded as I got further and further from the water, leaving the cicadas, crickets, and grackles to mask most other sounds. Distant gunshots and the simian vocalizations of the infected found their way through the nighttime cacophony. There were plenty nearby. The topography on this shore of the river was more conducive to development. Pricey houses were built on expensive lots amongst the trees for miles in every direction. Lots of houses meant lots of people. Lots of people meant lots of infected. At the edge of the crumbly asphalt, I looked up the street. It roughly followed the curve of the river that flowed past on the opposite side of the estate-sized lots. Just a short distance down the street, I saw mailboxes in the darkness, most on the far side of the street, but at least two on the riverside of the road. I walked toward them. The first house I passed on the far side of the street looked to have been ransacked. The front door was open. Various items normally found inside the house littered the front porch and yard.
There were empty food packages, couch cushions, and a couple of chairs from a dining room set. Slowing my gait, I looked over the mess. It wasn't right.
At least it wasn't right for a mess left by normal human scavengers. The food packaging shouldn't have been torn open and scattered. Not to say that all people are naturally tidy, they aren't. But with the danger presented by all the lingering infected, sitting outside on the front lawn of any house was a fatally bad idea for any hungry looter. The alternative explanation made frightening sense. The infected had figured out how to raid pantries. That jibed well with what I'd seen in the house where I'd left Harvey. The infected had found and were eating up our food supply. That dramatically changed the situation for the survivors. Simply hiding and running was not a sustainable strategy by itself. We'd need to get very busy hoarding every container of preserved food we could find. With extra urgency, I hustled down the street toward the first mailbox and driveway on the riverside of the street. Once there, I jogged down and around the house, across a large stone pool deck, and then over the grass. As I arrived at the boathouse, my heart sank. It was empty. I couldn't see a dock at the next house over because of the river's curve, but the dock attached to the boathouse allowed for me to walk out over the river and get a better look. Thank God. 2 houses down, I spotted a ski boat tied to a neighbor's dock. It took a few minutes to jog back across the property and get back onto the street. Without slowing, I turned left and started around the curve looking for the mailbox that would mark the driveway to the property I sought. The sound of whites close by gave me pause. I slowed to a walk to hide the sound of my footfalls. I slowed my breathing to make it easier to hear what was going on around me. The road revealed itself by degrees as I made my way around the curve. I stopped. What the fuck is that? Chapter 10. Up ahead, on the right, tethered to a tree by a chain, was a string of 6 whites, burdened with backpacks and a few shopping bags. Each had a loop of chain around the neck. Each loop was linked to a longer chain that had one end wrapped around a tree. I crept up beside a stacked white limestone mailbox and used it as cover while I stared, wondering what it was that I was seeing. From behind the mailbox, I saw a familiar-looking female white, with skin of wrinkled leather and thin, dirty, artificial hair. Around her neck hung drapes of gold and silver chains. Her bony wrists were lost under glittery bangles. She came out of a yard on the far side of the street and made a show of scratching rudely at her crotch, before making her way down the line of chained whites, inspecting each as she passed. In a bag here or a backpack there, she'd drop a piece of metal. Beside one of the chained whites, she stopped and rummaged through the backpack. Metal in the bag jingled, and the woman's fairy tale witch cackle crinkled through the air. An enormously obese woman, as white as snow, bounded out of the same front yard, prancing happily on her toes, with handfuls of sparkling jewelry. She also came to a stop at the line of docile whites and began depositing her treasures in the bags, while at the same time taking out bracelets that she'd slip on and off of her plump wrists, looking for some particularly pleasing combination. A big man followed the obese woman, keeping subserviently a few steps behind. He didn't look around with any curiosity. He hurried when she hurried. He slowed when she slowed. He didn't seem to have effort for anything besides maintaining a Russell-like position near the big woman. I felt like Jane Goodall after stumbling upon a new troop of apes. I couldn't help but be fascinated by the previously unseen behaviors and unexpectedly complex social structure. Another white came running from across the street toward the leathery woman, making me think he was attacking. But he stopped very suddenly in front of her and dropped to a knee, holding out his palms. They appeared to be full of forks, spoons, and knives. The leathery one screeched and swatted the offering away, sending the silverware jangling across the asphalt.
She wailed in anger and windmilled her spider-fingered hands at the kneeling White, who passively accepted the beating. After a minute, she came to a stop and glared crossly down at him before leaning over and cupping her bony fingers over one of his ears. She then pressed her mouth to her hands. Her jaw moved up and down as though speaking, but the pair was too far away for me to hear. Communication. What were these Whites? Were they slow burns like me? If they were smart ones, then the communication was an ominous sign. They were obviously coordinated in a communal activity, hierarchical in nature without a doubt.
The collecting of shiny trinkets didn't make any sense to me until I thought about Beanie Babies, baseball cards, and Franklin Mint collector plates. There was something weird hardwired into the human psyche that drove people to hoard too many of useless somethings. I mean, to collect things with no intrinsic value, seemingly, for the sake of collecting it, of possessing it. Maybe the troop was a bunch of hoarders turned slow burn. But the ones on the chains, that was frightening by itself. They were slaves. What did that have to say about my fellow humans? Hell, about all of us. Once a few layers of empathy and humility were peeled away, was slavery such an easy vice to embrace? I checked my watch. It was getting late. I prepared to sneak off in the darkness toward the boat I'd seen tied to a dock nearby. But surprise interrupted that when something big and heavy hit me from behind, knocking the wind out of me and banging my head into the limestone mailbox. I saw stars and tried to catch my breath. Legs wrapped around my torso, an arm locked around my throat. I fell to the asphalt, very suddenly in a struggle for my life. I threw an elbow back and hit my attacker. I rolled, I flailed, but the monkey was locked onto my back, and no matter how much I squirmed, the clamp of the forearm on my neck grew tighter. A circle of blackness grew at the edges of my vision, compressing what I could see down to a narrow tunnel. I was caught. My brain cells started to malfunction as they waited for oxygen that was no longer being delivered in sufficient quantities. It occurred to me that I had finally used the last of my luck. In focusing so completely on the grotesquerie of the gold-collecting wenches, I'd not maintained awareness of my surroundings. My guard was down, and I was about to pay the bloody price for that mistake. As I floated into unconsciousness, I pictured the leathery old woman and thought how much she looked like my Aunt Nancy, my mother's fraternal twin. Aunt Nancy and the harpy looked enough alike, twiggy and wrinkly, with harsh eyes and insufficient hair. But where my mother had tiny, misshapen breasts, Nancy's were too large for her chest and always seemed on the verge of spilling out of her blouse, a blouse that was always cut too low or fastened a few too many buttons down from the top. I often suspected that those breasts were at the root of my mother's antipathy toward her. Nancy never married and never had any children. Dan always said she was too butch for any man in Texas. As a little kid, I had no idea what that meant. I did know that while my mother's attitude toward me lived in that spectrum of emotion between resentment and irritation, Nancy's fell somewhere between negligence and kindness. Whereas the harpy's jaws always seemed clenched in anger, Nancy's big yellow teeth clenched an ever-present cigarette and shone in a half-drunk grin against her dark, tanning bed skin. When I was young, I'd often get dumped at her house for a weekend or a week while my parents traveled. Once I was dropped on her doorstep, she would invariably lean down for a hug. As she bent over, I'd get an unwanted glimpse into her blouse. She wore bras less often than she should have, and as a result, I saw her swaying breasts and big brown nipples more times than probably anyone else ever did. I came to welcome the smell of her smoky alcohol breath because it would hit me just as we got close enough so that I could no longer see inside her shirt. But her hugs were long and she squeezed hard. They felt like an advertisement of maternal love. On those visits, she seemed always to be on the phone,
arranging some date with friends or gossiping about somebody or other.
She'd plant me in front of a television and feed me fish sticks, French fries, or any other deep-fried, microwavable meal that needed ketchup. All the food in Nancy's house needed ketchup. In a lot of ways, Nancy's house was an ephemeral refuge, paid for with glimpses of tits and uncomfortably lingering pinches on my butt. That was a price I could afford. I told myself in those days that I only needed to stay on my best behavior and not fuck it up to make it all last. On one of my last visits to her house, Nancy was on the couch, cigarette in her lips, a sweating long neck perilously dangling between her fingers as we watched some game show around dinner time. I'd already microwaved our tater tots and chicken fingers and left our paper plates between the empty bottles on the coffee table. It was when I went back to the kitchen to retrieve the 32-ounce bottle of ketchup that it happened. In my rush to get back to the living room, I'd snatched the glass bottle from the fridge too carelessly, and as I turned, it slipped from my small hand and shattered on the floor at my toes, covering my feet in a brilliantly red, cold, and viscous blob, slowly spreading shards of glass large and small across the linoleum. I went catatonic with fear. How fast could I clean it up? Had my toes, obscured in red, already numbing in the cold, been cut or severed by the glass? Did Nancy hear the noise? Was there a way to hide it? Could I run? Could I get out the back door fast enough? All those questions were moot. I only really knew one thing. Through my haste, I'd unleashed the harpy that surely lived within Nancy, and I was only moments from getting the shit beaten out of me. I stared at the red, like blood, spreading so slowly on the floor, soon to be joined by my own blood, the price I'd pay for dropping the ketchup. I didn't breathe. I didn't dare. Tears were in my eyes, and I wished myself to another place and time. In all those visits to Nancy's house, I'd never fucked up enough for her to beat me. Not once. Sure, she'd yell from time to time, when the beer shortened her temper, and I'd eaten all the tater tots before she'd gotten any. But all of that was at an end. A noise in the kitchen door told me that she was standing there behind me. From the living room she'd heard. There was no getting away with it. I braced myself for what was to come. A fist to my head, a slap on the mouth, a belt on my back or across my legs. Maybe a spatula or wooden mixing spoon. It could have been anything. In waiting, I grasped tightly to my self-control, but my lip quivered, my eyes filled with tears, and I tried so hard to put those emotions somewhere where they couldn't hurt me. There was always such a steep price to pay when my tears came too soon. But they did anyway. The fiction of my refuge was nearing obliteration, and its end was more than I could bear. I sobbed, and then jumped when Nancy's hand touched my shoulder. But it didn't hurt. Her touch was gentle. Nancy wrapped her bony arms around me and pulled into a hug, burying my face between her pillowy tits. I cried. She cooed, "It's all right, sweetie. It's all right. We don't need ketchup." I guess in the most important ways, my Aunt Nancy wasn't anything like my mother. Nancy and my mother were the only two children of an oil field worker who owned a shack of a house near Houston. He was a kind, indulgent man with no ambition, but he was a compulsive saver. And when he died, when I was 9 or 10, he left $97,000 to Nancy. To my mom, he left nothing. There was no grandma to consider in the will. She'd died of meanness before I was born. I was too young to understand much beyond the harpy's anger and her sense of being cheated. But I never saw Aunt Nancy again after that. At least, not until her funeral when I was in high school. My mom didn't go. Dan took me, clearly not because he wanted to. He did it out of some kind of obligation that he very reluctantly fulfilled.
The funeral was held on one of those seething, humid Houston afternoons. Beads of perspiration rolled down foreheads and dampened shirts. Dresses clung to skin in unflattering places. I was wearing a shirt buttoned to the top with a collar that was too tight, and wearing one of Dan's ties so long that I had a portion of its length tucked between the buttons of my shirt. It was some kind of cancer with a long and unfamiliar name that had killed Nancy off. I could never remember what it was. As I watched the shiny box full of Nancy's skin and bones, there really wasn't much more left. Lower into the ground, amidst the tearless perspirers, I noticed with a boy's attention to trivial details that the coffin's boards didn't stack smoothly on the sides. The corners didn't look square. The hardware had flecks of rust and peeling chrome. Had the Harpy, Nancy's only living family, somehow managed to find a hand-me-down coffin for her? In retrospect, I knew it had to have been some sort of shoddily constructed discount coffin. But that was just as bad. Maybe if I had ever been to see a psychiatrist and they had asked me that ever-so-trite question as to when I started hating my mother, I would have told them about that day. That was the day when all of my loathing and years of fear solidified into a core of stony hate. Chapter 11. When I came to, I was disoriented and laying on a grassy lawn, looking up through a canopy of oaks at a sky that was changing color from an early dawn gray to cloudless blue. My head hurt. My arms were rolled over behind me, and I was damned uncomfortable. As I tried to part the clouds inside my head, I felt pretty sure that I hadn't gone to sleep on the grass. I couldn't remember doing so. I remembered getting ditched by Freitag. I'd nearly been drowned afterwards. I remembered the big, bouncing woman and her leathery partner. Then I remembered getting jumped while I hid behind that mailbox. My arms wouldn't readily come out from behind my back. The position in which I'd lain, with my arms pinned behind me, had cut the circulation and left them numb. Looking to my right, I saw the dying grass of someone's front lawn on which I was lying. To my left, my eyes followed a length of chain for 3 feet to where it was connected by a padlock to another loop of chain wrapped around the throat of a sleeping white. The white had a backpack strapped over his shoulder and a bulging canvas shopping bag at his side. I raised my head to get a better look around and realized that I too had a heavy chain around my neck. I was attached to the string of whites that I'd seen in the wee hours of the night. Shit. Anger started to simmer. Did I really get captured by a stupid fucking white and get harnessed like some kind of dray horse? I managed to pull my arms out and wiggle them about until feeling returned. The white that lay next to me snored through all of my efforts. With hands I could use again, I went to work on the chain around my throat. It wasn't choking me, but it was too goddamned tight to pull over my head. The only way out was to open the padlock that held it all together. My anger passed through the simmer stage and reached the boiling point. My frustration with my situation targeted smack dab on Freitag. No. Breathe. Be cool. Anger makes you stupid. Think it through. Solve the problem. Escape, obviously, was my top priority. But how? What was my fate if I didn't escape? Pack mule for a couple of peculiarly greedy whites? More anger. I wanted to scream out and beat something with my fists. Get it under control, goddammit. Breathe. Put it in the hole. Deal with it later. I lay my head back on the grass and stared up between the leaves and tried to slow my breathing, calm my anger, and get back under control. Chained. Nothing made any sense whatsoever. But that didn't matter. It didn't need to make sense. It only needed to have a solution. Productive thought started to flow. I had no advantage save one. My brain still functioned at full capacity, so I knew I was the smartest motherfucker in my new little band of stupid whites and crazy bitches.
And none of them knew that. Intellect and surprise. That had been enough of an advantage for slow, weak, hairless monkeys to evolve into the dominant species on a planet full of big-toothed predators. It would be enough for me. Over the next few hours, the sun heated up the morning and my chain gang comrades slowly woke. Each one sat up and remained still and quiet. So that's what I did. I sat still and quiet. It would be best to fit in while I watched and learned. The 7 of us sat there waiting for something to happen, tethered to a front porch support pole at one end and with me at the other. All of my comrades were male in varying stages of health. The weaker among us seemed to be near the front, the healthier in the rear. I made the very easy deduction, assuming new guys were added to the end of the chain, that staying on the chain gang was detrimental to one's health. It was late in the morning when the leathery woman came out through the house's open front door, followed closely by the animated obese one. Behind them came the obese woman's pet, the big man, and 4 other infected men. They squatted on the porch or in shady spots in the grass. The women sat down next to one another on the porch steps and had what I guessed was a lengthy conversation in whispers through cupped hands over each other's ears. All the men watched obliviously, patiently. When the 2 women reached an apparent decision, the leathery woman waved each man over to her individually and spent a moment whispering in his ear. It was a curious thing, watching the communication, trying to understand which ones were intelligent and which ones weren't. Certainly, they all understood speech, and the 2 women still possessed the ability to use it. They all had the stark white skin of the infected. Like me, they were all slow burns, at least to some degree. How had they managed to band together under the direction of these 2 women? That would make for an interesting academic question, but it was irrelevant to me at the moment. With all of the individual communicating done, the leathery woman waved her arm and wrangled all of the free men over to her as she got up off of the porch and went over toward the gaunt man at the head of the chain gang. All of us in the gang were on our feet at that point. The leathery woman started jingling through a set of keys on a wire bracelet she wore around her wrist. On the lock that attached the lead man's collar to the long chain, she tried each key in turn until the hasp sprung open. Hands were immediately on the gaunt man, pushing and guiding him out into the center of the lawn. His backpack came off and fell to the grass. His shopping bag dropped as well. Still tethered to the post, the rest of us on the chain gang watched. The obese woman on the porch started to giggle and play with her fingers. The free men surrounded the gaunt man in a tight huddle. By some silent cue, the free whites started beating the gaunt man with their fists and tearing at him with their teeth. His scream ripped the morning air, and he fell under the assault, his brilliant red blood splattering into the air. His last shriek stopped abruptly as the free men fell to the ground to bury their faces in his entrails. It was time to feast. The chain gang surged toward the warm flesh. They wanted to join, but the chain looped around the porch post held fast. A week before, I was Null Spot the Destroyer, rider of the storm, slayer of whites, living on the edge of my luck. But the luck was gone, and I'd become a pack mule and feedstock. It took nearly an hour for the whites to fill their bellies, and the rule I derived from the al fresco brunch was that those of us on the chain gang were going to get worked until near death, and then we'd be eaten. The alternative, that I hoped wasn't true, was that they ate whomever was on an end of the chain, which meant my chances were just 50-50 at the next mealtime. When brunch was over, the whites each emptied their bowels nearby in the grass. 3 of the men had diarrhea. 2 of those were bloody. Either their bodies weren't adjusting well to their new diet,
or the unsanitary conditions under which they were eating and drinking were taking a toll. I suspected that diseases could be transmitted through the consumption of raw human flesh, especially viruses like HIV and herpes. I wondered about more immediately deadly diseases, though never having paid much attention in my biology class, I couldn't think of one. I did know that deadly disease could spread through unsanitary drinking water, and I wondered how the infected were handling the acquisition of that. The drought had left most sources of groundwater dry.
There were few running creeks, and I'd heard news stories over the previous summer about many Texas springs drying up. Where could an infected mind be smart enough to find water? Perhaps in a toilet tank, a freshwater aquarium. I didn't think they'd be smart enough to drain a water heater. They might figure out how to open plastic bottles, but sodas and sports drinks on convenience store shelves were a finite supply. That left the rivers, lakes, and larger springs. I'm sure Jeff Aubrey's math didn't take water into account. How many infected would just die of dehydration? Maybe most of them in Texas would. At least all of the ones either too far from a river to find one, or too dumb to remember where the closest river was, would die. That, of course, led to the conclusion that the infected would tend to be much more numerous near the natural water sources. So the further that normal people could find a defensible place away from a natural water source, the lower their chance of coming into contact with the whites. Eventually. That led to another possibility, a way to kill them off en masse. Perhaps dumping bodies in the river would lead to polluting the water with so many diseases that the whites who drank from it would die. But dead bodies contaminating a water source was a truism I'd learned from watching movies. Best not to put too much stock in that solution until I talked it over with Steph. The sated whites found comfortable spots to squat in the shade or lie on the porch. Some napped. We empty-stomached pack mules squatted where we were in the dappled sunlight and grew thirsty. With the shredded remains of the gaunt man buzzing with a black layer of flies, hunger didn't cross my mind. At some point, boredom and my own lack of sleep over the past weeks took its toll, and I nodded off. When I woke again, it was late in the afternoon. My stomach was rumbling, and the chain around my neck was being yanked. The free whites were loitering, and the leathery woman, Nancy, or so I unfairly labeled her, was wrangling her mules. Once we were all on our feet, Nancy came around behind me with the gaunt man's backpack, and in very much the same way I dealt with Russell, she dressed me in it, leaving 40 pounds of weight on my shoulders. She next retrieved the dead man's canvas bag, which she placed in my right hand. It weighed 20 or 30 pounds, and was filled with every shiny-looking piece of jewelry that could be imagined. Most of it was costume junk, but it was weighty nonetheless. There was more whispering in ears between Nancy and the obese one. Bubbles was her new name, before anything else happened. But once we were organized, Nancy took hold of the long length of chain left where the gaunt man had been, and led us across the street and down toward the river.
We pack mules followed, of course. Obese Bubbles pranced along beside leathery Nancy. The free whites who filled out the entourage came along. We crossed over the front yard of one of the houses that I'd checked for a boat the night before. We weaved our way around the landscaping and then out across the backyard. Once at the river, all either squatted or lay on the bank and drank. I was more than reluctant at first, but I knew I wouldn't last through a blazing hot day under a burden of 70 pounds without water. So, contaminated or not, I dropped to the grass and put my face to the river's surface, sucking in as much water as my empty belly would hold. Once full, I sat back and observed the others. I was a captive, but determined not to let despair eke its way in and make my situation anything but temporary. I was going to free myself. Of that, there was no doubt. I also decided that it was not captivation that I was suffering. Rather, tuition that I was paying.
It was a chance to learn not only what I needed to know to get myself free, but to learn about my enemy. And that's what the whites were, my enemy. They were not sick people, nor were they unfortunate people. What they were in the past had little to do with what they were now. They were semi-brain-dead, infected white monsters who would feed on my innards at the first chance. They did not deserve my empathy, nor my mercy. But the more I knew about them, the longer I was likely to live. The whites around me were all still nervously drinking. For them, it was a slow, difficult process. They'd each inch down to the water's edge. Lips would touch the surface, or a single hand would reach in and scoop out handfuls, while the other gripped the sod in white-knuckled fear. No feet, not even toes, ever touched the water. They were all afraid of it. At least it seemed so. That was good information to have, or at least good information to confirm. The girls on the riverboat had said as much to Murphy and me a few days before. And what of Murphy? Was he still alive? Had the bullet bruised his brain, swelling it into bodily paralysis? Or was he awake and joking with Mandy? Thoughts for another hour, perhaps. Once communal refreshment time was over, Nancy led us back across the lawn and over to the house's wide and thankfully shaded back porch. Bubbles bounced along with us with her big white pet, Bluto, close behind. We came to a stop at the back of the house, and Bubbles pulled Bluto close and whispered instructions into his ear. After, he stood up straight and looked at her with his blank face and dead eyes. Was he choosing to obey, or trying to interpret the instructions with his weak brain? Either way, after a few moments, he turned his attention to the back door, then ran toward it and slammed it with his massive shoulder. The door flew off of its hinges. Bluto stepped back from the open doorway, and Nancy pointed one of her long crab-leg fingers into the house. Without hesitation, the free whites ran inside, and the sounds of rummaging and breaking echoed out. We pack mules stood in the shade and waited. None in the train seemed the least bit curious about what was going on in the house, or even curious about anything going on anywhere around them. They all stood and stared, awaiting instructions with empty eyes and closed mouths. Mimicking them, I tried to appear just as mentally passive and disinterested. The first of the free whites to come back out of the house was the one that I'd seen Nancy beating the night before for bringing back handfuls of silverware. He dropped to his knees in front of her, and, unfortunately for him, raised 2 more handfuls of silverware. Oops. Bubbles giggled like a warbling turkey. Nancy's furious, bony hands slapped at the silverware and sent it clinking across the patio, before going to work at slapping the white in the face 5 or 6 times. Once her anger was vented, she leaned over, spent a good while whispering through cupped hands into White's ear, before pointing back into the house. He hurried inside. For a moment of personal entertainment, I speculated about what he might come back with next. While the whites rummaged for no reason that I could see, Bubbles started to prance around the patio floor on her toes. Unfazed by the dancing, Nancy glared through the back door and into the dimness inside. Bluto watched Bubbles. As discreetly as I could, I looked over the scattered flatware. Forks, spoons, butter knives, standard dinner sets, nothing that would serve as a practical weapon. Still, anything was better than nothing, or so I told myself, not considering what consequences might attach themselves to a weapon found on my person. The nearest butter knife was 8 or 9 feet away. I'd likely not get a chance to sneak it into my bag, but patience could work in my favor. Another white came out of the house. This one had handfuls of blue glass beads, the kind that might be at the bottom of a clear glass vase with fake flowers. Nancy recognized the shiny beads for what they were,
and was none too shy to express her displeasure in the usual way. After his beating, the white hurried back into the house. The third white came out with the good stuff. Nancy made a frighteningly joyous shriek. Bubbles giggled her way over, and the two of them squatted on the patio with animated fingers. The white dropped the booty at their feet, and Nancy pulled his head close to her mouth and whispered into his ear. He hustled back inside. Nancy and Bubbles set themselves to work, sorting with meticulous attention through the necklaces, earrings, watches, and rings, tossing some aside, trying on others, but building a little pile of keepers between them. After the free whites had ransacked the house to Nancy's satisfaction, they squatted near the back wall of the patio and squabbled over a box of baking powder, a half can of Crisco, and some saltines, all of which was disappearing bite by bite into their mouths. When it was all done, Nancy took her time in distributing the pieces between the backpacks and shopping bags that we pack mules carried. When it was all done, we moved to the next house down the street and repeated the process. And that was the whole of my existence for the coming days, as my energy level drained away in the incessant heat, and my body withered from lack of food. I struggled each day to carry my growing load. I daydreamed about a chance to eat. I glared hatred at Nancy and Bubbles when they weren't looking. Once, as I was glaring, I got caught. My reward for that was few bony-handed slaps from Nancy. No matter what I observed, no matter what I imagined, I couldn't find a way to escape. The hopelessness of slavery started to leach away my resolve to be free. It was late in the afternoon on some day that I'd lost count of. The tuition that I was paying to learn about the infected had surpassed what I could afford. Having successfully dehumanized my captors in my mind, I was having a little trouble accepting that the brain-dead bunch of them still had me in their control. I was slipping into dark anger at myself, a state of mind that wouldn't help me get free. We were working our way up a gently sloping street away from the river. Wrinkly Nancy was leading us across an intersection with a four-way stop when the sound of a nearby gunshot to our left locked all of us in our tracks and turned every head.
All sounds were stifled in our throats. Ever-busy fingers froze in anticipation. All eyes were wide. All faces pointed in one direction. These infected knew exactly what food sounded like. A second gunshot sent two of the free whites running up the street and started a third's feet to shuffling like a toddler's pee-pee dance. Only Bluto and the stupid one with the silverware fixation stayed put, eyes on Nancy and Bubbles, waiting for instructions. Bubbles pranced up to Nancy and leaned her ear close to Nancy's mouth. Nancy cupped her hands and whispered. Bubbles whispered back. Nancy told her one more thing, and then threw a bony finger into the direction from which the gunshots had echoed. Bluto, the dumb one, and the pee-pee dancer bolted up the street. Big round Bubbles bounded in deer leaps after them. Nancy yanked our chain and we followed at a fast walk.
We'd passed a dozen or so widely spaced houses, set back in the trees, when Nancy turned off of the asphalt and guided us toward a house where a dozen whites were dragging their hands across the brick walls, pressing their faces to the windows, tripping over the shrubs, and stomping down the dead flowers. Bluto and the dumb white were standing near the curb, looking around at the other houses, but mostly following the movement of whites around this particular house. Nancy took only a moment to assess the situation. She led us across the yard and found a suitable tree at a corner of the garage, looped the length of chain around it, and padlocked our tether in place. I was stuck, again. If the whites' instincts were right, there were normal people inside with at least one gun, a gun they shouldn't have fired. Outside, there were more than a dozen whites, 2 of those were smart ones, and 4 could follow verbal commands.
While the feral whites continued their futile activity around the house, Nancy gathered up her pets and took her time in getting in the ear of each to provide instructions. She had formulated a plan of attack, and she was capable of conveying that plan. Or so it appeared. That was not good. It was so not good. I racked my brain for a way to warn the people inside the house. They were in more trouble than they knew. I couldn't yell a warning. To do so would be certain death for me, with no guarantee that those inside would hear it, let alone heed it. Crap. I shuffled my feet and urged my chain gang buddies around to the side of the house, out of sight of Nancy, Bubbles, and the other whites who were starting to gather in a group near the front door. I looked for a window that I could tap on, but there was nothing. We were on the outer wall of the garage, but not far from a privacy fence made of vertical cedar boards, and not far from the gate in that fence. With my free hand, I gripped the chain and pulled hard, trying to take out all of the slack. The whites connected to me didn't protest. They let me have my way, apparently willing to accept anyone's rule. But in the end, the 3 and 4 foot lengths of chain between each of us didn't add up to enough chain for me to lay a hand on the latch that opened the gate into the backyard. I deflated, but immediately chastised myself. Could I just quit when normal people's lives were at stake? Giving them a warning was something that couldn't be done. Pushing the limit of my imagination in that moment produced only unworkable ideas. I turned my thoughts to escape. I put my bag down, knowing that Nancy would beat me if she saw that I had, but she was preoccupied. I put my effort back into tugging at the loop of chain around my neck and tried vainly to pull it up over my head. It was just too damned tight. I knelt down and started rummaging through my shopping bag, looking for anything that might be used to pick the lock. Not that I had any experience with that. In fact, it was likely an endeavor born from the desperation of having no other ideas. A crash at the front of the house alerted me that Bluto had busted open the front door. The whites howled. Time was up. Escape was still on the table, but helping those folks in the house was not. That option had just expired. There was a muffled scream from inside. Lots of noise, more gunfire, 1 shot, 2 shots, 3. More yelling, words I couldn't make out. A sound from the back of the house caught my attention. More gunfire from inside. Without warning, the cedar gate swung open. A girl and boy, late teens or early 20s, rushed out, eyes wide with the surprise of seeing my surprised white face right in front of them. The girl swerved to her right as she passed, keeping out of my arm's reach. The guy, slow to react, lost his balance, teetered through a few running steps as he passed me, and tripped over his own feet, landing on his face. The girl was immediately bent over beside him, tugging his shirt to get him back to his feet. With the boy suddenly lying so close, the chain gang froze, as virus-slowed brains processed the good fortune that landed so very suddenly within reach. Before they could surge toward the boy, the girl's eyes went wide with terror. Movement just past me inside the gate caught her attention. I interpreted the fear as a warning and snapped my head around to look. A white, with arms swimming in the air and mouth agape, was running through. Without a thought, I stuck a foot in front of the crazed white. He tripped and tumbled into a disoriented pile. While he was trying to figure out which way was up, I charged toward him. Too bad for him, he looked up just in time to catch my boot in a full kick right under his jaw. Bone cracked, blood gushed, and the white's face dropped to the dirt. One of the whites in the chain gang gasped loudly. I realized as I watched blood flow from every orifice of the white's head that it was one of the free whites, one of Nancy's pets. Good, 1 down. I cast a guilty look over my shoulder to be sure that neither Nancy nor Bubbles had witnessed my crime. They hadn't. The girl who'd just gotten the boy to his feet looked at me, confused and surprised. I gave her a nod, and she turned and ran into the trees between the houses with the boy right behind. A moment later, another white ran out of the backyard,
but totally missed the fact that the boy and girl had run off into the woods. The white instead ran to the corner of the garage and made a left turn into the front yard. There was another gunshot from inside and some more noise, and then the only sounds I heard were elated yowls. The whites had won. They were starting their feast on the dead.
At least none of us pack mules would be on the menu for dinner. I'd live through another night.
Chapter 13. As the sun sank behind the trees and the lights started to fade, I wondered how many people had died in the house. Neither Nancy nor Bubbles had come out to check on us. I guessed that they were still gorging themselves on uninfected flesh, or had passed out with bloated bellies into tryptophan-induced comas for the night. Maybe Nancy and Bubbles were dead. Perhaps they'd been shot in their greedy rush to feed. But that was just wishful thinking. Well, sort of. If Nancy never came out of the house with the keys, I'd die of thirst chained to a tree. Wrinkly Nancy certainly would have been smart enough to let the other whites go in first and catch the bullets. As much as it pained me to think of them that way, Nancy and Bubbles were smart ones.
They not only knew how to survive, but they were smart enough to organize other whites to do their irrational bidding and to domesticate draft animals, namely me. They were far from stupid. The free white that I'd kicked in the face never moved again. He breathed for a long time through bubbly red snot and cracked teeth, but eventually that petered out to lifelessness. Unfortunately for the whites on the chain, I was the only one able to reach the downed man, which meant that none of them could get their teeth into his cooling flesh. That pissed them off for a long time, their agitation expressed in the bloody sores on their necks from the chain that yanked each of them back whenever they lunged for a bite. But all of that had come to a stop as they eventually accepted that it was going to be another long, hungry night under a buzzing blanket of feasting mosquitoes and crawling fire ants. Through our boredom and hunger, the chain gang had slowly shifted into a semicircle of prisoners, squatting in the sandy dirt off of the corner of the garage. The one chained closest to the front of our line, closest to the tree, now the skinniest of us, had passed out and was lying with his head on the tree roots. Whether he was asleep or something worse, I couldn't tell. I just knew that my fate, if I didn't find a way to free myself soon, was down the road that he was near the end of. I thought about the people who had been inside the house. I wondered whether they'd still be alive if Nancy, Bubbles, and Bluto hadn't been drawn in by the sound of their gunshots. The whites, who were already at the house when we arrived, seemed perplexed. Walls, windows, and doors, taken for granted by normal people, were hard problems to solve for the infected mind. But for the smart ones, they were easy. Too easy. I crossed and uncrossed my legs while I looked up at the sky and watched it slowly grow dark. Little pinpricks of yellow and white sparkle grew out of the deepening blue. Several solar-powered landscape accent lights flicked on around the dead garden. Something bigger than your average bug scratched my knee. I brushed it away without looking. Thinking back to Jeff Aubrey's calculations, the thought of just staying alive for 12 months hadn't seemed like that difficult of a thing. I mean, it both did and it didn't. But I thought at the time what a hopeful thing his idea was, that just hiding out from a bunch of stupid cannibals would be enough to save at least some of humanity. It would save enough of us to start again. There was a future out there for mankind that I wanted to hope would be better than our past. But the smart ones, they were changing those equations. The very real possibility existed that they might eventually root out all of the normal people left. If that happened, mankind would go extinct when the last of the whites died of stupidity. Again, something touched my knee, and I swatted it away, irritated that some bug, fat on the carcasses of the dead, had the audacity to interrupt my thoughts. Were those thoughts an indication that I was falling into one of my black moods? Or was it a logical conclusion, inevitable given the evidence? I thought it all through a few more times, and the more I thought, the clearer it became that the infected were a big problem. But the smart ones were the problem. Stupid whites could be avoided. Smart whites, though, might kill us all. Again, the scratching on my knee. I looked down, expecting to see a fat tree roach or one of those creepy-ass fuzzy tarantulas on my knee. Instead, I saw a twig. And at the other end of the twig was a human hand. The infected man, 2 mules up in the chain gang, was poking me. "What the fuck, dude?" I glared at him, but of course said nothing. The white looked down at the dirt. I leaned my head back on my shoulders and looked back up in the sky. Scratching on my knee again, I jerked my head up and gave the white with the stick my meanest, "leave me the fuck alone" look. He looked down at the dirt in front of him. Irritating fucker. I huffed to emphasize my anger and to discourage him from bothering me again. Instead of scratching me again with his twig, though, he tapped the twig on the ground in front of him. I turned my body so that my knee would be out of his reach, looked out across the wide lawn and empty street, and tried to think of a way to get myself out of my predicament. But scratching on my arm flared my anger, and I jerked around ready to fight. The guy with the twig very slowly, very deliberately, averted his eyes. Somewhere between my angry thoughts of pummeling him with my fists, it occurred to me to follow his gaze down. Holy shit. There in the dirt at the end of his twig was written the word, "Hello." Chapter 14. Nico was his name. A man of 40 years with a 9th grader's face and slim body. Nearly emaciated and a little effeminate, Nico was definitely not masculine. He'd probably been picked on a lot when he was in school, but made up for it by earning a ton of money sitting behind a computer as an adult. Considering the circumstances, Nico didn't look bad. His short black hair wasn't out of hand yet, his jeans didn't show much dirt, and his shoes were in good shape. His shirt wasn't stained or torn. The only things that gave away anything about Nico's predicament were the shadow of a beard on his chin, the bug bites on his neck and exposed hands, and the dirt collecting around his cuticles and under his fingernails. Oh, and of course, there was his blazing white skin. He probably wasn't much for getting outdoors before the virus hit. Given all of that, I should have noticed Nico earlier. The other infected on the chain gang had the disheveled, dirty look of violent transients, months past their last shower, with a penchant for messy cannibalism along with grime-smeared mouths and blood-stained shirts to prove it. And the stench. The stupidest among the infected had forgotten their potty training when the virus had fried their brains. Through scribbling in the dirt, Nico told me that he'd been on the chain gang for 5 days. Bluto had nabbed him while he was sleeping off the fever alone in a house up near Bee Cave Road a few miles south of where we were chained to that tree. The house he'd been captured in wasn't his. His neighborhood had been overrun with the infected and gun-toting do-gooders who didn't, shortly after the outbreak. Nico, with a lot of luck, had made his way to the well-stocked Bee Cave Road house and had been waiting for things to settle down when the virus found him. Bluto found him next and pressed him into Nancy's service. On the subject of escape, the question that dominated our tediously slow dirt-based conversation, Nico was at a loss. He'd been watching and learning, just as I planned to do, but no opportunity had presented itself. The routine was much the same each day. Drink from the river in the morning and sometimes in the afternoon. Carry looted jewelry from Nancy and Bubbles while their pet whites methodically worked their way up and down the streets. They'd kill and eat normal humans, dogs, cats, squirrels, anything they could get their hands on.
They'd just discovered the magic cornucopia of stocked pantries a few days before, and that slowed the rate at which the pack mules were eaten. When Nancy and the other whites did eat one of us from the chain gang, it was always the most tenured member on the front who filled the dinner bill. New chain gang members, always males, were added to the rear.
The day before I was collected for the chain gang, Silverware Boy had come out of a house with several kitchen knives. Nancy got pissed. The knives were scattered on a driveway, and Nico managed to stash a big butcher knife in his canvas bag beneath the gold and silver jewelry. Unfortunately, the knife only stayed there for a few hours. Later that afternoon, while Bubbles was rummaging through his bag, trading out her bracelets and necklaces, she found the knife in the bag, squawked, grimaced, and threw it away. Nancy, Bubbles, and their pets slept in the house that night, among the bodies of those that they'd murdered. Nico and I slept in the dirt with the rest of the chain gang. When the sun came up the next morning, it became apparent that the guy in the lead, the one chained closest to the tree, had died. That left 4 of us, Nico, me, and 2 whites. It didn't take too long for the 2 with the rotted brains to figure that one of us was dead and start gnawing on his limbs. Near noon, Nancy waddled out of the house, still carrying a bellyful of holiday feast.
Unfazed by the dead white attached to her chain, she wrangled Bluto and gave him his whispered instructions. An hour later, 2 new whites were attached to the chain behind me. We were 6 again, but Nico was just 1 position off of the menu. The sun was high in a cloudless sky by then. It was going to be a scorcher. We crossed an estate-sized back lawn, heading toward the river for our first drink of the day. The grass, however, didn't slope down to the edge of the river like it did on most of the riverside lots. The yard had been leveled as flat as a pool table and spread all the way from the back of the house to a concrete retaining wall with the river lapping at its base 3 feet down. The only practical way to reach the water's surface was immediately apparent to anyone with any mental capacity left.
Nancy saw it and led us to a set of wooden stairs that we descended to a wide, covered pier that extended 25 feet out into the river. The planked deck of the pier was less than a dozen inches above the surface of the river, putting the cool water within easy reach of us all. Of course, Nancy squatted first and set the example for the rest to follow, and we all lined up along the edge of the dock and started to scoop water up to our mouths. Bubbles, however, with her uncontainable enthusiasm for whatever caught her attention, started skipping up and down the dock, frolicking to the sound of her feet clomping on wood. When I'd wet my parched throat with the smelly green water, I took some moments to look around. It was hard to see anything but Bubbles as she bounced up and down. Apparently, the joy of eating fresh, uninfected meat the night before had added an extra spoonful of happiness to her energy level. She reached the end of the dock out in the river, pirouetted twice, then started back toward the stairs. But I didn't see her return that time. There was something down at the end of the dock that was immensely interesting to me. I stared. All the components of an escape were right there in front of me. 3 scuba tanks with buoyancy compensators and regulators attached were lined up neatly along the edge of the dock, perhaps the remnants of somebody's half-baked escape plan gone bad. The icing on that cake bobbed in the current, tied to a dock across the river. A canoe. Thankfully, Nancy was infatuated with a large fish with glittery scales that was swimming just beneath the surface, near where her toes were peeking over the edge of the boards. She didn't have a thought to spare for me. The wheels in my brain started to turn and spun quickly off of their axles. The money I'd spent on getting scuba certified was about to pay a dividend. My half-baked escape plan came together. I checked out my captors to see how much attention they were paying to us on the chain gang. Nancy, I already knew, was fixated on the fish. Bluto was very busily scratching himself in a way that he never would have done in public a month prior. Bubbles still pranced.
The two remaining whites sat on the stairs up to the lawn and seemed very interested in nothing at all. Only Nancy was between us 6 and the end of the pier, between us and the scuba tanks. I discreetly reached across the white between Nico and I nudged him. When he looked up at me, I motioned with my head toward the end of the dock. He turned and stared for a moment, then looked back with a big question on his face. I motioned again. He looked again and turned back with the same question on his face. With Nico's attention on me, I cupped a hand over my mouth and dramatically drew a deep breath.
The sound of that caught Nancy's attention, and I quickly put my hand back down to the water and scooped a palmful up to my mouth. That satisfied her suspicion, and she looked back at the fish. A few moments passed, and I chanced a look back up at Nico. He was wide-eyed and shook his head very subtly, but definitively. He was not on board. I didn't blame him. The plan sucked. There were so many ways it could fail. I had no way of knowing, given the amount of time that would be available to me, whether the tanks had air in them. Cross that out. No, unless the regulators were leaky, the tanks almost certainly had air in them. They were probably brought out to the end of the dock to prepare for a dive, which meant that they'd be full. And at the likely depth of the river, I could stay under for at least an hour and maybe 2 with a full tank.
If the tanks had been left there by divers after cleaning the bottom of a boat, doing dock maintenance, or futilely clearing duckweed off of the river bottom, then the divers wouldn't have come up when the tanks were empty. Divers always surface with air still in the tank. To do anything less would be courting disaster. The least that might be in a tank would be 10 or 15 minutes worth of air, sufficient for my purposes, but not leaving much room for other errors. Good enough chances for me. To stay on the chain gang was to choose death, if not from getting eaten, then by starvation or dysentery. I chose my path. I was going, and I was taking the whole chain gang with me. Nico's best chance for survival was to accept that and go along. I started to think about all the things that could go wrong, but I forced those thoughts into the delete bin. There was no point in second-guessing. I held up 3 fingers for Nico to see. He subtly shook his head again. It didn't matter.
He wasn't getting a say, just a warning.
I pumped my arm once and dropped a finger. I pumped it again and dropped the second. By the 3rd pump, my pulse was already racing. I jumped to my feet and screamed the most shrill, fearful scream I could manage and started to run toward the far end of the dock. Human nature, being what it is, knows at its reptilian core that when your neighbor screams and runs, your best chance to survive another day isn't in spending time in evaluating the threat, but in simply accepting that a threat is real, and then screaming and hauling ass right along with the first screamer. My bet was that the virus hadn't destroyed that part of the white's brains. It turned out that I made a good bet. I didn't have to drag any of the whites on the chain gang. In fact, within a second, they were all running toward the end of the dock, screaming, outpacing me, and dragging Nico along for me.
Before Nancy had any idea what was happening, our leash was ripped from her hand. With the air suddenly full of unqualified fear, she backpedaled away from the most likely source, the shore. Similarly, Bluto, Bubbles, and the others were tentatively putting some distance between themselves and the stairs that led up to the lawn. Knowing at that point that I had nothing to lose by talking, I yelled to Nico, "Grab a tank! Hold on to my belt! Don't let go! I'll take care of you!" And with those last words, the chained whites started to process that one of their number was speaking, that one of us was Tasty, and they slowed to an abrupt stop. But that stop put them right at the end of the pier. I didn't slow. I pushed one into the water ahead of me as I grabbed a scuba tank by the valve, grabbed the chain around my neck with the other, lest I hang myself,
and fell into the water. I didn't need to pull anyone else. I had a backpack with at least 40 pounds of jewelry.
The white that I pushed in had a backpack and a bag. We were both sinking to the bottom and dragging the other four with us. Arms, elbows, knees, and skulls were suddenly thrashing wildly under the water. It was cold, dark, and disorienting. My chain was yanking hard in both directions. I pulled myself into a ball, pinched my nostrils between my fingers to equalize the pressure in my ears and relieve the sharp pain that came with the depth. I opened the air valve on my tank and ran my other hand down one of the 4 hoses coming off the valve. The first hose I followed led to the connection on the buoyancy control device. My hand instantly flew back to the valve and followed another hose. In seconds, my hand was on a regulator. I pushed the purge valve to clear it, and the familiar sound of rushing gas bubbling through the water let me know I had air. I pushed it into my mouth and inhaled deeply. I needed to take care of Nico before he drowned. The heroic thing to do, I guess, would have been to take care of Nico first. But that was also the stupid thing to do. With my own air source stabilized, I could be a lot more help to Nico. Without air for myself, I'd risk drowning and killing him in the process. Given his reluctance to go along, I could only guess that he had very little or no scuba experience. Or maybe he was just smarter than me. With the flailing arms and hands of the drowning infected pushing and punching from all around, I ran my hands around the circumference of my belt and found a hand grasping tight near the small of my back. I followed the arm up to a shoulder, to a neck, and found a face. From what I could tell, Nico was being very calm as the weight of his pack settled him onto the river bottom. I pulled the regulator from my mouth and shoved it into his, pushing on the purge button as I did so. I needed to be sure and put as little river water in his mouth as possible. As soon as the regulator pushed against his lips, Nico's hand let go of my belt and grabbed hold of the regulator in his mouth. With maybe a foot of visibility in the murky water, I was able to see relief in his open eyes. I followed the hose back down to the tank and again ran my hand up another pressure line of the octopus. In a second, my hand was on the second regulator. Thank God for safety-minded divers. I purged the regulator as I pushed it into my mouth and breathed deeply. It worked. So far, anyway. The struggling of the other whites declined quickly as, one by one, they drowned. That left us in a jumble of chains and bodies in 15 feet of water. But Nico and I had air for the moment. Chapter 15. Sunlight filtering down through the green water dimmed in the turbidity left after the struggle of the panicked whites in the mud of the river bottom. But the murky water slowly moved downriver with the current. Relatively clear water flowed in to replace it.
Nico and I, weighed down by our backpacks, sat on the bottom in a small clearing in a duckweed forest. Around us grew an inexplicable garden of the tiniest white flowers. I used hand gestures to keep Nico motionless and calm. The situation needed to stabilize before we moved to the next step. Our only 2 enemies were panic and a lack of air, and we had plenty of air. The octopus on each tank, of course, had a combination pressure and depth gauge. The tank we were both breathing on stood at 2,600 pounds per square inch, nearly full. The other had 1,000. When the crawdads, frightened into their holes by the struggle, started to come back out again to investigate, I figured that we had been sitting still long enough. With some difficulty, I helped Nico to shed his heavy backpack full of jewelry, and then, after ensuring that he wouldn't let go of it, I mounted the tank with the most air on his back and clipped the buoyancy control vest across his chest.
The backpack went back on, only backwards so the bag was on his chest.
He needed weight to stay under. Similarly, I put the other rig on my back and rearranged my jewelry weight. We were both breathing our own air at that point, and we were nearly ready to go. I spent a good while disentangling the 4 drowned whites and getting their backpacks off so that they'd be easier to move underwater. That only left me with 500 pounds per square inch in my tank, and that concerned me. I checked Nico's tank pressure. He'd burned off nearly as much air just by watching me work, probably from anxiety. Understandable. I indicated to Nico to keep an eye on his tank's pressure gauge, and managed to get him to mimic me as I handled the chains of my dangling whites. Together, we started a slow trudge across the soft river bottom. We weren't too far into the colder, deeper water when my air tank ran dry. Having practiced that drill in my certification classes, coupled with the close eye I kept on the gauge, I didn't panic.
I already had the extra regulator from Nico's tank in my hand when it happened. I just held my breath for a second and switched regulators. The tank I left on. I was coupled with the buoyancy control device, and it would make for a good flotation device should it become necessary for Nico and I to surface and drift downriver for a bit. We were down to a depth of 30 feet, and I was purposefully veering left as we mushed through the muck to compensate for the current that was pushing us to our right. In a nice surprise that couldn't have come too soon, the river bottom suddenly sloped up rather steeply in front of us. We were headed up toward the far bank, and the going got clumsy and slow over the big, slippery rocks. Dragging the marginally buoyant bodies behind added to the difficulty. I checked Nico's pressure gauge. It wasn't dangerously low, but we were using air very fast. I was thinking hard about inflating the buoyancy control devices and going to the surface when I stepped up onto a big rock and my head broke the surface. Thank God. The hardest part, I hoped, was behind us. I reached down for Nico's hand and helped him up onto the rock beside me. With the water just under his chin, Nico spit out his regulator, put a hand on my shoulder to steady himself on the algae-slick rock, and said, "You've got some big balls." Thanks. I turned to look across the river. Nancy and Bubbles were standing at the end of the dock, looking down into the water where we'd all gone in. That was more persistence than I'd expected. Off to our right, about 30 yards, was the dock with the canoe tied to it. Quietly, I said to Nico, "Let's try to make it over to the dock underwater so that they don't see us." He gave me a nod, and we put our regulators back in and slipped beneath the surface. Once underwater, I checked our air pressure. Just a hair under 600 pounds per square inch. We'd make it. It was slow going, but we weren't in a hurry by then. When we came to the surface beside the dock with the canoe shielding us from the other side of the river, neither Wrinkly Nancy nor ebullient Bubbles saw us. "What next?" Nico asked after spitting his regulator out again. "You're not going to like this next part." "How's that?" I looked at the bodies of one of the attached whites who had just floated to the surface a few feet away. "You know as well as I do that we need to get rid of these guys." Nico looked up at the dock. "I don't suppose you spotted a pair of bolt cutters over here when you formulated your plan?" I shook my head. "I've only got one idea, and it's not a very good one for a couple of reasons." Nico asked, "And those are?" "It's a fucking disgusting solution." We push the bodies up on the dock, then use the air tanks to smash their heads until they deform enough to slip through the chains around their necks. Nico's face hinted at nausea, and he looked at me as if begging for a different solution. "I can't think of any other way, Nico." Nico sucked a long breath between his teeth. "It can't be any worse than most anything else I've seen lately." "I suppose not." "You said a couple of reasons," Nico observed. "Yeah, if Nancy and Bubbles are still over there, they'll probably make a ruckus. If that happens, we won't have long to get in the canoe and get out of here before more whites show up and put us at risk." Hold on. Nico raised his hands. "Nancy, Bubbles, whites?" "Oh, slang, I guess. My buddy started calling the infected whites, and it sort of stuck with us. Nico nodded. Nancy and Bubbles, your made-up names for the two infected women. Yeah. I get Bubbles.
What's with Nancy? Just a name. Your buddy. I guess since you're alone, he's dead? I don't know. And what about Murphy? The only way I was going to know was to take the next step in getting back to Sarah Mansfield's house. Let's get this going. Nico and I got into position along the edge of the dock so that we could work together to push the bodies up onto the planks one at a time. After struggling for some time to get the first limp, slippery corpse out of the water, only to have it splash back in, Nico said, "I've got an idea." I listened, and a moment later, we shed our scuba equipment and climbed up onto the dock. Once we were standing on the boards, the risk of getting out of the water was clarified when Nancy and Bubbles recognized us. Hungry screaming followed. "Do you want to pull or smash?" Nico asked me. "Do you have a strong stomach?" I asked. "I'll pull." With that, Nico pulled on the chain that led to the white linked between us.
With some effort, he dragged the white up out of the water just far enough for his head to flop over onto the dock. Then it was my turn. I closed the valve on my tank and removed the regulator. With one hand on the valve and the other on the bottom, I lifted the tank high into the air. From shoulder height, I smashed the 25-pound cylinder into the head of the dead white. Bone cracked. Water spurted out of the mouth. The nose and ears spewed blood. But the skull didn't collapse. I had to lift the tank and smash the skull against the dock 2 more times before Nico was able to slip the chain over what was left of the head. The corpse slipped into the river. We wasted no time in giving number 2 the same treatment. Catching my breath while I waited for Nico to pull number 3 out of the water, I looked up at the nearest houses and saw nothing. But I did hear the excited wails of whites. They weren't far away. Nico pulled number 3 up and placed the head in the blood spot on the dock. Bits of skull and brain lay all about our feet, but I couldn't let that bother me, not at that moment. The whole experience was prime material for memory repression. I smashed down again. It took 4 blows with the cylinder to deform the skull to the point where Nico's yanking on the chain freed the corpse. But whites were coming into the yard. "That's it," I told Nico. "We need to go." "But get in the canoe." The urgency in my voice was enough to put a fire under Nico. In a flash, he was in the canoe and working his way down to the far end, almost losing his balance a few times. I laid the cylinder inside, pulled the loop of rope off of the cleat on the dock, and pushed us off just as the first whites came running onto the pier. "Would they have heard us, do you think?" Nico asked, motioning toward the whites we'd just evaded. With Nancy and Bubbles over there screaming like banshees, why not?
I pulled at the chain connected to the one white still in the water. "Look, dude, you're gonna have to paddle. If I let go of the chain, I'll get choked to death dragging this guy down the river." "Okay." Nico paddled the boat out into the middle of the river, giving us 50 or 60 yards of open water to either bank. The farther we got downriver from Nancy, Bubbles, and the whites at the dock where we'd stolen the canoe, stolen, such an outmoded concept, the easier I breathed. Knowing it wouldn't last, knowing that I'd have to be back on my toes sooner than I wanted, I savored the momentary illusion of safety. Of course, I was still chained to Nico by a neck collar, and behind me I dragged a white corpse that bobbed just below the surface. Such was my definition of safety and comfort. Oh, how my standards had changed.
As the canoe rounded a bend in the river, and all of our interested parties went out of sight behind the trees overhanging the river's banks, Nico asked, "Zed is your name? Did I get that right?" Looking at the banks and waiting for danger to materialize there, I softly replied, "Yeah, Zed." Zed Zane. And you're Nico, right? Right. Nico Wright. How'd you know my last name? Say what? Right. Are you fucking with me, Nico? Nico smiled and shook his head. My last name is Wright. You know, like Orville and Wilbur, with a W. No shit. None, Nico confirmed. Ezekiel Zane is my full name. No wonder you go by Zed. Yeah. I'm surprised that scuba tank thing worked, Zed. Me too, I admitted. What? I thought about ignoring Nico's implicit argument completely, but in the end I chose to say, I'm not going to claim expertise on anything here. But one of the things I've learned since the virus hit and the infected took over is that taking the initiative and taking a chance goes a long way toward keeping your ass alive. Nico paddled a few more strokes and looked back at me. You know, I've never scuba dived before. I shrugged. But you know enough about how scuba diving works that when I stuck the regulator in your mouth, you knew to breathe, right? Yeah, Nico answered tentatively. That's all I was depending on you to know. And if I didn't? If you didn't, I paused, deciding how honest to be. If you didn't, then there'd be 2 bodies floating behind me now instead of 1. Nico huffed and shifted around to look back out over the bow of the canoe. Is that how it is then? Nico, grow up. Let's be honest here. You're an American. You've probably had a TV in your home your whole life. On TV, you've probably seen about 1 million guys stick a regulator in their mouth and breathe underwater. If you were so oblivious to the reality around you that you didn't know that basic fact, then you'd probably have been dead a long time before we met. But you did know, Nico. The odds were way, way in favor of your knowing. I knew enough about scuba diving to do the rest. That's pretty callous, Nico responded. I shrugged. That's just life, Nico. You know that as well as me. Look, I don't know where you're going with this, but here's the deal. I don't want to die. That doesn't mean that I'm going to put your life at unnecessary risk to save mine. But risk is part of life now. That's just the way it is. If we'd stayed on that chain gang, we were both going to die. First you, then me. If not tomorrow, then the next day. Tell me you know what I'm talking about here, Nico. Nico nodded and paddled a bit more. Yeah, I'm just being grouchy. I knew where things were going. I guess I wasn't ready to take the chance. I can't even swim, Zed. Doesn't matter, I answered. I know this isn't going to sound true, but I thought about all of this stuff before I herded everybody off the end of the dock. For it to work, you didn't have to know anything about scuba gear, and swimming was irrelevant. The only thing you and I needed to do was hold our breath and avoid getting tangled with the drowning whites long enough to get the regulators in our mouths. That's it. I put us in that situation. A situation where we had the only advantages that people like us are ever going to have over the infected. Those advantages are intellect and knowledge. I had the knowledge of how to keep us alive underwater. The equipment to do it was available. You had the intellectual ability to control your panic and trust me after I put you 15 feet underwater. You held onto my belt as instructed. You waited patiently, even though the animal part of your brain was telling you to panic and try to get your head above water. And because you were able to make the intellectual deduction that holding onto my belt was your best chance to breathe air again, we both lived. Nico let all of that sink in. Either you're really good at bullshitting, or you think on your feet better than anybody I've ever met. Well, I shrugged. I don't know. But I did think about all of that before I jumped off the pier. What's the plan now? Nico asked. A couple of miles down, just a little ways up from the dam,
There's a marina that I think has an engine repair shop. Yeah, Nico nodded. I know the place. I'm hoping we can sneak in there and find some tools to cut these chains off, or at least get rid of Whitey back here. Whitey? Nico smiled. I picked it up from my buddy. Chapter 16. Nico Wright was a talker.
He used to be a financial planner, had 3 kids and a wife, emphasis on the past tense, made good money, lived in this part of town, had a nice house and a German car. And if it weren't for the dams on the river, he could have talked the canoe all the way down to the Gulf. I pretended to listen for a while. I guess he needed to talk about it all, the loss of his family, his dog, his cat, the kid's goldfish. I'm sure that talking was the mentally healthy thing to do. It's not easy for a person whose concept of risk is defined by high volatility in an undiversified portfolio to change that definition to something measured in agonizing, bloody death. Perhaps for Nico, words were a salve for the emotional wounds he suffered watching his children get murdered by the neighbors on the front lawn. His wife had died trying to save them. Nico, the analytical type, knew they didn't have a chance. Knew his wife didn't have a chance when she ran out of the house to try.
But Nico had to live with never knowing whether it was the coldest of pragmatic analyses or cowardice that kept him in the house that day. I think his choice not to attempt escape from Nancy's and Bubbles' chain gang on his own was a way to punish himself for that choice. He told the whole story without shedding a tear. He didn't even look troubled. The further he went into the disturbing parts, the more matter-of-fact he became. It sounded like a recitation of a quarterly report for a boring company with average earnings. Perhaps, one day way off in Nico's future, when he told the part about his little blonde-haired 5-year-old daughter wearing a party dress, gasping her last breath with the neighbor's jaws clamped on her throat, he'd cry. Maybe then, he'd have a chance to find some peace with it.
Until then, Nico was damaged, distanced from emotions he was ill-equipped to process. In that, we had a kinship. I felt like I understood Nico. And out of being able to identify with Nico grew a smidgen of trust. I wasn't ready to bring him back to Sarah Mansfield's house with me. Freitag had burned that bridge when she crossed over. Trust was going to be a hard thing to grant going forward. Freitag. Ugh. The thought of that bitch sent my thoughts back into a very dark place. A place where I murdered Mark in my thoughts and slaughtered whites out of spite. It was a place where I would have killed Nancy, Bubbles, and Bluto if I had the means. If only I'd had the presence of mind to throw a loop of chain around Nancy's skinny neck as we all ran toward the end of the dock. The world would have one less smart one, and some normal people on the south side of the river would probably live to see a few more days. The smart ones needed to die. All of them needed to die.
That's the marina you were talking about, right? Nico pointed to the south bank. Yep. I looked over the docks and into the shadows by the buildings on shore. I didn't see any whites, didn't spot any movement, but they were there. The infected were always there. And for the next year or two, always would be. What's the plan? I pointed to the longest of the 3 docks. Let's pull up to the end of that one. We need to get rid of this guy before we can do anything. I thumbed back at the floater. Nico looked at the body bobbing along behind us. His face slacked into a sickly expression. It's messy, but we have to, I told Nico. We can't carry him with us. He's only manageable now because we're in the water. I know. Nico's tone told me he didn't need or want to be told that obvious bit of truth. Same as last time. You pull the chain, I smash the head. You don't have to look if you don't want to. Nico shuddered. You make it sound so easy, I finished for him.
Nico nodded.
You don't feel... Into the long pause, I said, It doesn't matter what I feel, Nico. The luxury of having good choices was a peculiarity of the modern world. For most of human history, life was brutal and bloody. Humanity just took a big backward step toward that. We can handle this. Humans are built for it. We're just not used to it. I don't need a history lesson, Nico responded petulantly. Of course he didn't need a history lesson, but a slap on the head wouldn't hurt. Paddle us to that dock. Let's make this quick. As soon as we're done, let's get back in the canoe and go back to the center of the river. Why? We'll be pretty close to the shop. Why not just go over there? You can do what you want. Well, maybe you can't since we're still chained together. But I'm not your boss.
I'm just telling you that I'd like to be careful and go back out into the water for a bit and make sure that we haven't riled up a bunch of hungry whites with all the noise we're going to make before we go on shore. Nico deflated.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. He paddled us over to the dock until the bow hit wood. I steadied the canoe as he climbed out and looped our bow line over a cleat. The next few moments were awkward. I walked down the length of the canoe as it drifted with the current away from the dock. Dragging along 200 pounds of floating corpse didn't make it any easier. But I managed, and together, Nico and I got the white in place before realizing that the scuba tank was still in the canoe. Shit, I hissed. Nico looked scolded. Not your fault. I stood up straight and looked around again to make sure we were still alone. We were.
Let's get this done. It took several long minutes to retrieve the scuba tank and get the white back into position with his head on the dock and his body in the water. Then it was time to smash.
Nico closed his eyes and looked away. I brought the cylinder down hard, once, twice, thrice. Damn! The guy had a hard head. I hammered it 3 more times with the tank before it was malleable enough to push through the loop of chain around his neck. The body slipped off of the deck and into the water. A slick of blood pooled around the deformed head as it drifted on the slow-moving current. There was blood on the dock and 5 or 6 teeth laying on the wood between my feet. Nico stared at it all for a moment, and then fell to his knees and heaved out the clear, sticky liquid contents of his stomach. I gave him a moment and kept a lookout for dangers before saying, "Come on, man, we need to go." Back in the center of the river again, we waited. I reached down and splashed my face with the cool water a couple of times, closing my eyes and reveling in another moment of feeling good. "I don't see any of them," Nico informed me. "Give it a minute. We should go check the shop. I don't feel comfortable sitting out here in the middle of the river." I wanted to ask Nico why he was even alive. Hadn't he learned anything? But then I remembered how much my own life depended on luck. "Nico, it pays to be careful. And when you fuck up, you usually get killed. But anyone can see us out here. You know the whites don't like the water. You saw that, right?" "What?" I looked up at Nico and put little effort into hiding my contempt. "What do you mean, what?" Nico saw the look on my face and turned indignant. "What makes you think they don't like the water? Just because they can't swim?" "Nico," I started, but stopped and took a deep breath before my anger ran off with my words.
Nico, I noticed when we were down by the water, they went to great pains to keep their toes out of the water. They drink, of course, but they were weirdly neurotic about touching the water with anything but their lips or their hands." Nico looked at me with storm clouds growing behind his eyes. In soothing tones, I added, "Sometimes I notice little details. Besides, I talked to some girls up the river a few days ago. They were hiding out on that riverboat thing they take the tourists on sunset cruises with." "I know that boat," Nico said. "Anyone who spent any time on Lake Austin would know it. It was hard to miss. The girls said that sometimes the whites would see them on the boat, but they'd never come in the water to get them. I just put 2 and 2 together.
I think they're all afraid of the water for some reason. Nico looked around. Somebody could shoot us out here. I was going to ask why, but nobody seemed to need a reason for that anymore.
Instead, I said, anybody with a gun who's still alive has figured out by now that you only shoot as a last resort. What if they haven't figured that out yet?
Then they're already dead, Nico, I said, with enough finality that I hoped to shut him up. I was getting peeved. Really, why was he still alive? I think we're cool to go in, if you're ready. If we see some food, any kind of food, a vending machine, a sugar packet, an armadillo, a squirrel, I could really use something. I smiled. I'm with you, man. Cautiously, Nico and I took extra care to be quiet while we paddled the boat back toward the marina. We glided between the boat slips, heading toward a boardwalk built over the water. On the other side of the boardwalk stood the workshop. Once the bow bumped wood, Nico took the bow line, looped it over a piling, and we both carefully climbed up out of the boat, doing our best to keep our links of chain from jingling.
We crossed the wide boardwalk and sidled up next to a faded blue corrugated steel wall. Still, there was nothing moving anywhere that I could see. Nico pressed his ear to the metal wall to listen. Good idea. After a moment, he pulled his head away, and I whispered, Anything? He shook his head and opened his mouth to say something, but it hung there for an awkwardly long time before the words finally came. I know you think I'm useless, but I'm not. I'm just out of my element. In a whisper, I lied immediately. No, Nico, I don't think you're useless. Sorry, I'm just edgy. Murphy says I have a tendency to be a dick for no reason. Murphy is your buddy? I nodded. Do you think he's right? I nodded again. Nobody's perfect. So, no one inside? None that I could hear. There were several rolled-down garage doors on our side of the building. They were all padlocked shut. I think I saw a door on the other side, I said. I started to move. Nico grabbed my arm to stop me. I know you're probably going to ditch me as soon as we get these chains off. But you don't have to run off and leave me stranded or anything. If you want to go solo, just say so. I'll respect that. Nico's eyes told me that he feared that possibility more than he respected it. I'll be honest, Nico. I am thinking about ditching you, but it's got nothing to do with you. What's that mean? I've been running into some real problems when I trust people lately. Nico's vulnerability was starting to show. You're the first person I've talked to since my wife died. We could work together. We'd both have a better chance that way. I nodded. Nico, I won't run off and leave you when we cut the chains off, cool? I'm not making any promises beyond that. Let's see how all of this plays out, and then we'll go from there. Okay, Nico nodded. Have you been with Murphy this whole time? I shushed Nico. We'll talk more once we're back in the canoe. I started off toward the corner. There was indeed a door on the side of the building, painted white and easy to spot. I led Nico down to it, past a window with the blinds closed. I slowly turned the knob and was disappointed that it was locked. I looked back at Nico. He shrugged. We can try the other side. Nico nodded agreement. Together we stealthily worked our way around the whole workshop. It was completely locked up. Frustrated, we found ourselves standing by the wall where we'd started, with the canoe across the boardwalk just a dozen feet away. Nico suggested, we could break in. I shrugged. Yeah, we probably could. I'm afraid we'd make too much noise and draw the whites in. But mostly, they leave us alone, right? Not if we're being noisy. When they hear certain noises, they think of food. It's never good to sound like food with whites around. I looked around out of good habit while I came to a decision. We can head upriver.
Yeah? I've got some people up there. I don't think they have any tools.
Well, maybe they do. We had a big toolbox on a pontoon boat a week or so ago, but I don't know if they ever brought it back to our place. Either way, at least we'll have a safe place to sleep tonight. Nico didn't give me an answer right away. Were you going to tell me about these people if we got the chains off? I shrugged. I don't know. Thanks for being honest. I'm not being honest. I'm being pragmatic. If we'd gotten the chains off, I was probably going to help you find a place to stay, and then I was going to leave you and go back on my own. Nico looked like I'd punched him in the gut. It's not you, Nico, really. I don't know. I trusted some people, and my buddy Murphy got shot. My buddy Jerome got shot for pretty much the same reason, trusting the wrong people. Zed, I'm not going to shoot you or anybody else. Nico slipped down into an uncomfortable introspective slope. I think I'm a coward. Come on, let's get going. It's a ways upriver. It'll take us the rest of the afternoon to paddle up there. Chapter 17. So, what's your deal, man? In the front of the canoe, I was struggling to paddle upriver on a stomach that had been empty for nearly a week, and it was hard. Any degree of exertion rushed my breathing and elevated my heart rate. In that state, it was easy to pass on the minimal effort it took to listen to Nico tell me about whatever he was telling me. So, what's your deal, man? Zed! Zed! Are you awake up there, man? Pulling my paddle up across my lap to rest for a minute, I looked back at Nico. What? Man, you must be totally zoned out because I asked you like 3 times. Asked me what? I know you're ignoring me, but you could at least pretend to listen. I thought I was. You must be in worse shape than me. We need some food. I suppose you're right. We should slow the pace a bit. I'm really tired. I gave Nico a nod. We can go easy for a while. So what's your deal, man? I've practically told you my whole life story, and I don't know anything about you. I shrugged. What did you do before the virus hit? I hated that question, but there was no point in hiding the answer. I worked at Starbucks. That gave Nico a pause. Did you ever think about going to college or something? I'll bet you could get into the community college. That's always a good place to start. I mean, if school isn't your thing or whatever. It's kind of a halfway house to a real college, you know what I mean? I have a degree, Nico. Oh, Nico was at a loss for words for a moment. But just for a moment. The economy does kind of suck. A lot of people can't find good jobs right now. What's your degree in? Philosophy. Yeah, that might make it harder, but you can work pretty much anywhere with that kind of degree. You know, an entry-level gig. You seem like a smart guy.
How long have you been at Starbucks?
I shrugged out of habit and put my paddle back in the water for an easy stroke. A couple of years, I guess.
You've been looking for a job for a couple of years? Man, it must be worse out there than I thought. Nico, I work at Starbucks because I want to. Nico was perplexed. Are you a manager or something? I shook my head. What then? I'm curious. Barista. I don't understand. What's to understand? You seem like a bright guy, you're educated. Why work at Starbucks? I thought about evading the question as I had so many thousands of times in the past. But really, what was the point anymore? One job is as pointless as the next, Nico. That sounds like some philosopher's answer. Maybe. Don't you ever want to get married? Have some kids? Buy a house? I'm not sure those questions are valid anymore, Nico. You know what I mean.
Didn't you ever want those things? Not really.
Why?
I don't know.
Yes, you do?
What do you mean, yes, you do?
Exactly that?
What are you, some kind of psychologist or something? I thought you were a financial planner.
You remind me of my daughter.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
You're like my daughter, Zed. I turned back to look at him with an unasked question hanging in the air. She's distant and tight-lipped, too. If his daughter was anything like me, I deduced that it was probably for many of the same reasons, and replied with a tone dripping in accusations. Yeah. Why do you think that is, Nico? What? Nico was taken aback. What are you saying, Zed? I shrugged and went back to paddling. Nothing. Nico pulled his paddle out of the water and got his dander up. No! What are you saying, Zed? I paddled a few more strokes. What the hell? None it mattered anymore anyway. I let all of the accusations linger in my voice. You tell me, Nico.
Why does a little girl, what'd you say, 5 years old? Why does a little girl get tight-lipped and withdrawn, Nico? Why would she do that? Nico became dead serious. What are you asking me, Zed? Why don't you stop dodging the point and just tell me what you want to say? Okay. You say your daughter is just like me, quiet, distant. That's not normal, Nico. That's how broken kids are, Nico. Broken? Mistreated, Nico. Was she mistreated? What? Nico was shocked. What are you saying? You were a mistreated child? I turned back forward and paddled some more, shaking my head. So you're not going to answer the question? Whatever, man. You pushed it. You want to hide from it. Why should I care? None of it matters anymore. Bam! I jerked around to look at Nico. He'd slammed his paddle down across the gunnels. His face was red, his eyes were full of tears, his hands were shaking. His voice cracked when he spoke. You listen to me, you little punk. I love my daughter. She may be gone, but she'll always matter. You hear me? And just so you know, I would never, ever, ever raise a hand to her. That's just the way she was. Some people are just hardwired to be that way. They just don't relate to people as well as others. That's it, Zed. It's not any more complicated than that. And I sure as hell didn't abuse my own damn daughter, so fuck you, Zed Zane. Fuck you. It was my turn to be taken aback. I believed him. And then I felt like a turd for making the accusation. We floated silently on the river for a long time after that, lost in our own thoughts, fearful of saying any more until tempers settled. It was me who finally mustered the courage to speak. I'm sorry, Nico. That was dickish of me. Nico shook his head as he accepted. I loved my daughter, Zed. You don't have kids, I assume, so you'll never know how much a parent loves their kids. I'll have to take your word on that, Nico. I turned to start paddling again. We paddled together for a little while upstream with no words passing between us. Nico deduced, Your parents must have been real shits. I shrugged without looking back. It's not important, Nico. They're gone. Are you sure? Positive. Did you ever reconcile everything with them before they went? I told you, Nico, it doesn't matter. It makes it easier to move on when you close the books, so to speak. They're dead, Nico, just like everybody else. How do you feel about that? Are you sure you're not a psychologist? I told you, my daughter Stacy, she was hard to talk to, too. I'm used to dredging answers out. I'm truly sorry about Stacy, Nico. I'm sorry I said what I said. It's okay. You didn't know. It was getting late in the afternoon. There were shadows cast over the water by the trees near the shore, and it was tempting to paddle closer to the bank and take advantage of the shade. But so many dangers could be hiding among the trees and bushes there. We continued upriver, and the conversation hit another lull. I was as comfortable as I could be with that. I was guessing that Nico was feeling a little burned by what I'd implied and was afraid to pursue another topic. But he finally asked, "What are your friends like?" "They're good people." "Did you know any of them before the virus hit?" "Nope." "You met them all afterwards?" "Yes." "If you don't mind my speculating, I'm under the impression that you're pretty attached to them." I shrugged. "Does that mean no?" "No." "So you are?" "Yes." "Given what I think I know about you, considering your childhood and all, you don't seem like the type to bond easily with other people. Are you calling me a sociopath, Nico?" I turned back to him and gave him a wan smile to let him know that I was kidding. "You know what I mean." "I don't know about that, Nico. Why is it important?" "Just talking." I paddled a few more strokes. "Would you say that you're attached to them?" "Sure, Nico. I'd say that." "Would you say that? Or would it be true?" "I'm sure Stacy loved it when you cross-examined her." The sarcasm came easy to me. "As much as you do." "I'm attached to them, Nico." "More than other people you've known?" "I don't know. I haven't really thought about it." "I think you have." "Why do you say that?" "You got a degree in philosophy for a reason, I think. You probably like to think about the reasons behind things. I'm guessing this is one of those things you've thought about." "I've been kind of busy lately, Nico." "You had plenty of time when we were on the chain gang." "Yeah?" "Yeah. So, did you think about it?" "Fine. It's true. I'm probably more attached to these people than most other people I've known." "Why?" A, it doesn't matter. B, I don't know. C, if all your theories about me are true, then I'm probably too socially handicapped to know. D, I think that's the boathouse down there on the right. Do you see it? It looks like the door is open. Chapter 18. How the fuck did they get in there? My anger carried my voice across the water and caught the full, screaming attention of every naked white in Sarah Mansfield's boathouse. Nico said nothing. The question was clearly rhetorical. My knuckles bleached stark white as I clenched my hands on my paddle. The boathouse door was open. The ski boat was gone. The jet skis were still inside. Life jackets were scattered. A few floated in the water. Everything that had been so organized inside was strewn where it shouldn't have been. The infected had apparently scoured every inch of the boathouse in search of something to eat. A dangerous calm came over me. Everyone I had any attachment to had been in that house up on the cliff. Mass murder was back in my black thoughts. The darkness was blazing fire, but I didn't care that it was. I needed answers to suddenly open questions, and I felt a strong need to exterminate some whites. I looked at Nico, banal, blabbering Nico, and I was leashed to him. But through my mannequin's calm, he couldn't tell that I felt like a rabid dog. I drew a deep breath. "Nico, we need to get these chains off." "But," Nico looked back at me. I don't know what he saw at that moment, but he got enough information from it to make him nod in agreement instead. I pointed to some houses on the north shore, right on the edge of the water a few hundred yards upstream. Nico looked at the houses and looked back at me, worried. Rightfully so. They were crawling with naked whites, the same ones that were in Sarah Mansfield's boathouse, the same ones that overran Dr. Evans's farm. Or so I deduced. That meant there were tens of thousands of them up on the mountain. "Let's try a house on the other side of the river," Nico pleaded. I looked at the forested bank across the water. The nearest house on that side was back downriver, and maybe a quarter-mile away. I looked back to the row of upstream waterfront mansions with hundreds of whites rampaging over the property. "Safety first," I reluctantly nodded. "Good," Nico smiled feebly.
He cast another fearful glance at the overrun mansions. Good. We paddled the canoe over to the far bank and sped up as we turned into the current. Before long, we neared the first of the waterfront houses. I pulled my paddle into the canoe, and Nico did the same. As we drifted, I surveyed the lawn and scrutinized the windows, looking for anything with arms or legs that might be a danger to us. Nico turned back to look at me. It's as good as any, I suppose. Translation: he didn't see any whites either. I shrugged, and we angled the canoe toward the bank. There was no boathouse, no dock, just green grass sloping down to a ragged bank that stood a meager 12 inches above the surface of the river. Gravel ground under the keel as the bow neared the bank beneath an overhanging tree.
Nico reached out and looped the bow rope round the tree trunk and put a single loose knot in it. I used my paddle to pull the rear of the canoe around parallel with the bank. I had to step into the shallow water to get out of the canoe, and then step up to the bank onto the sloping grass, slippery with river water running off of my boots. Nevertheless, Miko and I found ourselves tethered by our chain, standing side by side, looking across a lawn at the back of a 1950s-style house, sharing the same hopes and the same fears. I took the length of chain to my left, a length that had 2 unoccupied loops, and drew it back through my hand until I had a couple of dangling feet of iron weight left, enough for a passable weapon. Nico saw what I was doing and copied with the length of chain on his right side. There was nothing that could be done with the length between us. Through the back door, and then we find the garage? I asked, guessing that Nico would agree to whatever I suggested.
I guessed right. He followed me across the grass until we stepped up onto a wooden deck covered with a maze of disorganized patio furniture. I didn't see any blood, no torn clothing, and no human remains. There had been no attack by the infected here. Perhaps the owners were just sloppy people. From my position on the raised deck, I was able to peer over a hedge into the next yard. Nothing there either. Nico looked, then seemed to relax a bit before marching off toward the back door. I gently tugged the chain on his neck to slow him down. I raised a palm, imploring patience. Just because we didn't see the danger didn't mean it wasn't there. Nico caught my meaning, and his show of bravery came to an end. He let me lead. The back door proved to be locked. That presented a dilemma. Go around front and expose ourselves to visibility from the street, only to come to a sturdier, probably locked door, or bust this flimsy-looking one down.
The noise would draw the attention of any whites that were lingering silently nearby. I looked at Nico.
I think... Bust it down, he interrupted me. That was decisive. I gave Nico a nod and stepped back to give the door a good hard look. Old. It looked old and flimsy, like an interior door repurposed to the wrong task. I gave Nico a here goes look, aimed my shoulder at the middle of the door, and sprinted forward with all the momentum I could gather in 3 steps. After so many years in the humidity by the river, the door had to have been partially rotted inside, because when my shoulder hit it, it splintered through the center and broke. With one of my feet caught on the lower edge of the door, I fell. I covered my eyes with my hands to protect them from shivered wood. When the sound of the crash faded and I pulled my hands away from my face, I was on the floor, covered in pieces of wood, large and small, and... oops. The business end of a rifle barrel was just inches from my face.
Up at the other end of that rifle was an old man with a round, wrinkled face behind black, plastic-rimmed glasses that tried to sit on a nose so flat and small that they rested more on his cheeks. "Don't shoot?" It came out sounding like something between a question and a plea, as I tried frantically to imagine any words more convincing to say that might save my life. The bullet didn't materialize, though. The old man's expression was slowly changing from determination to confusion. I'm
Not like them, I added, hoping that would help my case. He drew a deep breath and backed up a few steps. He clearly hadn't expected to see a talking wight. "Who are you?" From outside, Nico whispered in. "Zed! Zed, are you okay?" "I'm Zed," I answered. "Sorry about the door." "Zed?" the old man asked. "That's my name," I nodded, then called softly out the door. "Nico, be cool for a sec.
There's somebody in here." Ignoring my request, Nico stuck his head in through the hole in the door and spotted the gun.
Oh. The old man seemed stuck with his indecision, not moving, not speaking, probably trying to figure out what to do with us, trying to figure out whether I was about to attack him or not. "I'm not a danger to you," I tried to soothe his fears. "We're just as normal as you." "You just broke my door down," he was peeved. "Yeah, but," I started to answer, "but we didn't think anybody—" "Anybody what?" he asked, with an edge to his tone. "I didn't think anybody would be alive in here." "And why would you think that?" His voice was notching up with anger. "Well, none of the houses we checked—" "You're looters," he concluded. No, I argued. "Because of everything that's going on." "And what's that?" "Come on," I responded, disbelief dripping from my voice. I motioned around at the world outside the house's walls.
How could you not know about the virus?
"I know about the virus," he answered.
"Then you know," I concluded. "TV and radio have been off the air for a while now." "But you know—" I was at a loss for a new argument, so I stuck with the one that didn't seem to be working. "You know that pretty much everybody is either dead or one of them, right?" "When you say one of them, you mean like you, don't you? Albinos." No. I raised my hands, palms open. "We're not like them. I got sick, but I got better. I'm normal now. Well, except for my color." The gun didn't point away. I asked, "When was the last time you talked to anybody? Family? Neighbors?" The old man took a moment before he answered, reluctant to get drawn further into a conversation. "I haven't talked to my son since I heard the news out of Dallas. That's where he lives with my grandkids. I haven't talked to a neighbor since the last one turned last week." "How do you know he was the last one to turn?" "She," he corrected.
"How do you know she was the last one to turn?"
"'Cause I seen 'em all."
"What do you mean?"
"I seen 'em all out on the road, one or two at a time. First, I wouldn't see 'em for a day or two, then they'd turn up out in the road, walking down the street or tearing stuff up, trying to break into houses. And I seen 'em kill some folks out front." "Look," I said, "I'm really sorry about your door, but it kind of just fell apart when I hit it. Angry again." "Are you trying to tell me that was an accident?" No, I'm just saying that it broke a lot easier than I thought." "Yeah, me too," the old man agreed. "Hey," I ventured a change of subject. "Do you have a hacksaw or something?" "Nope." The old man's eyes followed the chain from my neck up to Nico's neck. "For them chains, I reckon?" "Yes," I confirmed. "I got some bolt cutters that'll cut right through them locks." "You're a lifesaver." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Can I get up off of the floor?" The old man lowered the rifle.
Maybe. How'd you get them chains?
"You wouldn't believe me if I told you," I answered. "You in some kind of trouble?" I laughed out loud at that. Chapter 19. The garage smelled of machine oil, sawdust, and gasoline. It was clear that the old man used it for a workshop. What he worked on wasn't at all clear. "I'm Nico Wright." Nico extended his hand toward the old man as he stood in the center of his garage, looking at several toolboxes stacked on shelves against the wall. "Mr. Mays," the old man answered. but didn't offer to shake Nico's hand. "Don't want to catch it. Hope you understand." "Sure, Mr. Mays." Nico dropped his hand. "Not sure where I left them bolt cutters. Don't use 'em much." "Thanks for helping us out," I told Mr. Mays. "Yeah." Mr. Mays didn't look at me. "Don't know what I'm going to do about that door now. This house ain't safe with no door." "You're welcome to come with us," I offered. "In for a penny, in for a pound." "Where to?" Mr. Mays looked at me and grinned, exposing his old, yellowed teeth. "I'm guessing if you boys had a place to stay, you wouldn't have been breaking into mine." Well, I didn't really have a response to that. Nevertheless, I pushed on. My friends and I were staying up on the hill across the river. Upper with all of them naked ones? They weren't always there. I found myself getting defensive for Sarah's neighborhood. I need to get back to them. "Think I'll just stay here," Mr. Mays told me. "I don't know how you boys was raised, but it seems like you owe me a door before you go." Nico chimed in. "I have an idea, Mr. Mays. After you cut these chains off, I could stay here and help you find a door. Zed can get back to his people." "His people?" Mr. Mays asked. "They ain't your people too?" While Mr. Mays went to work shuffling through the junk on the shelves, Nico and I related the story about how we came to be chained to one another. Of course, Mr. Mays didn't believe us.
Nevertheless, he did eventually find the bolt cutters, and he freed us. Afterwards, he apologized to both of us for being unable to offer us the hospitality of a meal. He'd run out of food in the house a week or so prior, but had been tying fishing lines each morning to tree branches that overhung the river. He'd been having decent luck with that, but hadn't caught anything that day. It was after 7 o'clock, and the sun was low in the western sky, taking the sharp edge off of the heat. The mosquitoes were starting to swarm, and I gave Mr. Mays and Nico a wave as I pushed the canoe out into the river, wondering what the chances were that I'd ever see them again. Chapter 20. It was Steph I thought about as the canoe glided over the glassy surface of the river. I remembered what she looked like on that first afternoon in Sarah Mansfield's house, when we were alone together in the living room. I watched her walk across the floor toward the kitchen in a pair of salvaged blue jeans that looked like they had been tailored for her, effortlessly looking like the last beautiful thing left in the world. Or maybe it was a mundane memory, enhanced by the hydrocodone that she'd stuffed into my mouth. Stop being a dick about everything, Zed. Let it be real. Let it feel good. Did she escape when the naked whites overran Sarah Mansfield's house? Or did Freitag fuck her like she fucked me? What of the others? Was Murphy's body, or the remains of it, up there in that theater recliner rotting away? Oddly, my anger didn't boil. I wasn't depressed over the possible death of my friends. Maybe I was past that. Maybe I was letting a cold malevolence toward Freitag grow in my soul, pushing everything else out. As the water's surface turned golden under a sun that was nearing the horizon, my canoe floated in front of Sarah Mansfield's open boathouse. 7 or 8 naked whites were inside howling and slavering at the sight of me. I guess the canoe made me look like a normal human, a tasty morsel, but not daring to enter the water and come for a bite. Paddling the boat right up to the dock was probably a bad idea. Instead, I scooted up the river for a bit and paddled the boat over toward the shore, where I let the current carry me back down in the direction of the boathouse. Due to the overall secure design of the Mansfield estate, the boathouse had no windows. All of the walls were solid. So by coming at the boathouse from the side, the infected inside couldn't see me. They were quieting down when I pushed the boat up onto the bank, just a dozen feet upriver from the boathouse. I didn't tie it off. It seemed to be planted firmly enough on the bank that it wouldn't float away by itself. In a move I probably should have skipped, I looked down at myself as I pulled my t-shirt off and threw it into the canoe.
My God, I was thin. My stomach muscles had definition that I hadn't seen since high school, but my ribs were just as prominently displayed. When was the last time I'd eaten? I couldn't answer that. I was losing track of the days. All I really knew about that was that it had been long enough that I no longer felt hunger. What I did feel was an oppressive fatigue that made even the effort of paddling the canoe across the river difficult. I needed to get some food, but first things first. I took off my boots and socks and left them in the bottom of the canoe. My pants fell down around my feet on the bank and then followed. I hesitated at the skivvies. All of those puritanical prohibitions against being naked in public kept the elastic drooped on the jutting bones of my pelvis. That, and the fear that starvation might have shrunken my manhood along with the rest of me. But all of the infected in Sarah Mansfield's house were naked. The only way to fit in would be for me to be naked as well.
With the slightest of efforts, I tugged down and my underwear dropped to my feet. Nice surprise. If anything, the lost weight made my favorite parts look larger by comparison. Only a kitchen knife, a parting gift from Mr. Mays, separated me from the savages at that point. I was ready to fit in. The only tricky part would be swimming up to the dock and climbing up out of the water. What would the whites in the boathouse think of that? Into the cold water I went, wading through patches of sticky muck and over slippery stones. Sharp rocks seemed to animate themselves in their efforts to poke my bare feet. When the water was waist deep, the duckweed became a nuisance, dragging prickles and slime over my skin and finding its way into crevices where such things should never go. Once I was within a few feet of the boathouse, I reached out a hand to the wall and slipped off of a wide, flat rock into water that was up to my neck. But as I went down, I got a grip on one of the metal bars beneath the boathouse. Underwater, it was constructed as a cage to let water flow through and to keep people like me out. On the top edge of the cage walls, just above the water's surface, the solid walls were built. With nowhere to put the knife and wanting to keep my hands free, I put the blade between my teeth, cowboy movie star style, and pulled myself along the wall of the boathouse. Hand over hand on the underwater bars I went, until I came to the wide boat door on the front. The deck inside was constructed in a U-shape along the back and side walls of the structure. The boat door, though, was offset from the center of the building, so that one side of the doorway ended right at the edge of the interior decking. The other side, the side where I was, couldn't be reached from the deck. Ducking my head beneath the water, I confirmed that the bars of the underwater cage stopped at 2 or 3 feet beneath the surface, where the boat door opened. That made perfect sense, of course. The boat and jet skis needed room for their draft. Moment of truth. I moved over in front of the open boat door. The infected inside immediately saw me and started to howl. 12 feet of water separated me from the nearest of them. Any one of them could easily have jumped in and waded across, but I was betting that they, like all the others so far, were hydrophobic. That proved to be a good guess. Not one dipped so much as a toe in the water. Using the boathouse wall for balance, I climbed up onto the top edge of the underwater cage and stood up straight in the open door. With the water up to the middle of my thighs, I wanted the whites on the decks to see that the bobbing head they first spotted in the water wasn't food at all, but a naked white just like them. More importantly, a naked white with a knife. I don't know if they understood what the knife was, or whether it implied a degree of status among them, but I hoped that guess would prove correct as well. As I stood there waiting patiently, the infected in the boathouse came to realize that I wasn't food after all, and one by one stopped making a fuss. So far, so good. The next part would be tricky. I needed to get over to the deck without them forgetting what I was. For all I knew, they had the memory span of goldfish and would start thinking I was food again 3 seconds after I was back down in the water.
Or was that 3-second thing just another spurious urban myth of which I needed to disabuse myself? How many outright falsehoods had the protective umbrella of civilization allowed me the luxury of believing through the years? Without a single question in most cases. With no mortal consequences waiting in the wings, there were few limits on the indulgence of personal ignorance.
Mistakes are paid for with blood. A first corollary had to be, don't take it on faith, or, if you learned from watching TV, don't bet your life on it. Carefully, I slipped back down into the water, taking the knife out from between my teeth and gripping it in a much more utilitarian fashion. A couple of the whites became immediately agitated. I worked my way along the length of the underwater fence toward the deck. All eyes were on me. Of the 2 agitated whites, one ran over to take up an intercepting position on the deck. The other followed, but kept a little distance. Damn. But that didn't concern me as much as another white I spotted glaring at me from the far deck by the back door, simmering, but calm. That one looked like trouble. When I got near the deck, one of the 2 agitated whites started grabbing at me. Well, that just wasn't acceptable. The water was up to the middle of my chest, leaving me the freedom to move my arms and torso. The bottom was mucky, but not so slippery that footing was difficult. Another swipe of the white's paw nearly touched my nose. I leaned forward, just enough to tempt the white to try again. He did. I slashed back with my 8-inch blade and sliced a long gash on his forearm. The wound didn't seem to bother him so much as pique his curiosity, as he lifted his arm to his face to watch the blood flow. But that didn't hold his attention long. He was hungry, and he thought I was food. I turned the knife around in my hand so that instead of slashing, I'd be stabbing when the next swipe came. And came it did, just as I tightened my grip on the handle. The hand came at my face, throwing an arc of blood through the air as it swung. Leaning into my stabbing motion, I put all of my weight into jamming the knife straight through the white's forearm. The blade hit skin and went right through muscle and tendon, nicking bone and lodging between the ulna and radius. The white immediately tried to jerk his arm back, but only succeeded in losing his balance and falling into the water. I pulled the knife free as he fell. He howled. He splashed. He was frantic. That was my chance. With all attention on the white flailing in the water, I scrambled up the slippery, algae-covered underwater fence, using the garage door rails as handholds. Just as I got my left foot onto the wooden deck, I noticed the glaring white who had been by the door poised just a few feet away, ready to pounce. Shit. How did he get over here so quick? Challenging him, I held his eye and very deliberately moved to get my feet below me on the deck, keeping my knife ready to jam into his skull at the first chance. But he was smarter than I gave him credit for. Just as I was planting my second foot, the white charged. I wasn't in a good position to stab him, though I tried anyway. He deftly took advantage of my imbalance, swatted at my arm, and somehow punched me in the head as I fell. Without knowing how I got there, I found myself empty-handed and laying on my back on the deck, with the alpha white's foot triumphantly pushing down on my chest. I didn't know what he planned to do next, but I guessed that his rot-brained plans weren't likely to turn out in my favor. And that's all the thinking I needed to do, because with his leg propped up on my chest, trying to smash me like a bug, his genitalia were terribly exposed above me and within easy reach. You're not gonna like this next part, bitch. I grabbed 2 tight handfuls around the base of his penis and testicles and put everything I had into trying to rip them all the way off. Of course, nothing detached, but God, I know it hurt when his balls squeezed through the vise of my grip, because he howled with an expression of pain the likes of which I'd never heard before or since. I rolled toward the water, and my chest pressed up on the foot that was planted there. So focused was the alpha white on the pain in his nuts that he lost his balance. Of that, I took immediate advantage and pushed harder. He fell into the water, splashing and howling just like his comrade. Ha! I jumped to my feet and grabbed the first solid something I could get my hands on, a wooden boat paddle, and brought the blade down edgewise on the Alpha's skull. It was a glancing blow, but it was enough. He was dazed and lost his footing on the river bottom. Using the paddle again, I pressed it into his chest to hold him underwater. He should easily have been able to push it away and regain his feet, but he was past panic, with a severely debilitated brain. He drowned. When it was done, the boathouse was silent. 2 white bodies were floating in the water. 5 whites were gawking at me in some sort of reverence. And I had learned that going pantless held disadvantages too significant to ignore. Looking around for my knife, I realized that it was gone.
It was probably in the mud on the river bottom. The 5 whites were all inching closer to me, but keeping their eyes averted like beaten dogs. I weighed the possibility of crunching their skulls with the boat paddle, but thought better of it. Better to know their full intentions before I went up the elevator, where there had to be many more. If things went badly with 5, I knew I could get away. With the water just to my left, escape was as easy as falling in. On the other hand, if things went badly up in the compound, surrounded presumably by hundreds, well, that wouldn't end well. So I walked confidently down the deck toward the back door of the boathouse. The first white I came to bowed her head and scooted out of my way. Creepily, just as I passed, I felt her hand on my back. Not aggressively, though. It was more of a caress. I kept moving. Another white passed, and another pair of hands was on my skin, then in my hair. A pair of whites in front of me were less inclined to move, and were downright stubborn when I tried to bull my way through. The 5th white joined, and then 10 hands were on my body, up on my shoulders and throat, then, suddenly, in my face and on my head. Their sweaty, rank skin pressed on mine. The first handful of hair they ripped out pissed me right the fuck off. There was no pain, of course. My reaction was all violation and surprise. I pushed at the hands and tried to get away. More of my hair was pulled away, and suddenly the hands were on my head, yanking at whatever they could grasp. Their bodies were slick and oily with weeks of unwashed sweat. Soft breasts. Oh, such a desirable thing in a previous life. Pressed me in a cage of poking elbows and bruising knees. Every breath I drew was full of their exhalations of maggot rot and spit. Their nails bit my skin, and their soft vocalizations were perversely orgasmic. It wasn't until all of the hair on my head was gone and blood was running off my scalp in rivulets and drips that the 5 let up. Hands rubbed over my head, and palms dragged down my body from shoulder to buttocks before they separated. I was a red and white monster, striped in my own blood. The 5 went docile again and gave me some space. I rubbed blood out of my right eye and looked at the whites harshly. I rubbed a hand over my hairless scalp, and it came back solid red. I checked the whole of my head. There were no major wounds, just patches where the hair took some skin when it was ripped away. I gave another thought to picking up the oar and bashing bloody the skulls of each of the whites, but came to the realization that they'd actually done me a favor. Whatever kind of perverse acceptance ritual that was, I now looked like them, perfectly camouflaged to fit in, hairless and ghastly. Fuck it. Forward. When I turned the knob in the back of the boathouse door,
The 5 were wide-eyed with amazement. Apparently, the problem of the doorknob had been beyond their abilities to solve. When I went through, though, they crowded in behind me and played follow the leader with me all the way to the elevator, where 2 more whites were apparently stranded, staring at the silvery door. I pressed the button next to the elevator door, and it immediately slid open, empty. Sweet. All 7 whites shoved into the elevator with me. Not so sweet. Pushed against the back wall, it was difficult squeezing through the crush of bodies to push the button to get upstairs. Unfortunately, one of the whites just wouldn't fit, and the door wouldn't close because he was in the way. That was frustrating, but as I was coming to realize, nothing was going to go as smoothly as I wanted ever again. Shoving and pushing came next, as I worked my way back out of the elevator.
Of course, they all followed as soon as they realized what was happening.
Once back out in the hall, I looked over the 4 females and 3 males. At least one of them needed to go, picking out the smallest of the men, an old guy with spindly arms and bad posture, the weakest one. Without warning, I punched him hard in the face. Before he even knew what was happening, I punched him a second time. When I tried to knee him in the gut, he was staggering away and I missed. 2 of the whites, closest to me, though, had already joined in and were slapping and pummeling as the old guy retreated. He started to run. Blood was in his mouth and fear was in his eyes. Several of my whites went after him, but let up after a dozen steps, looking back to see that I wasn't pursuing. They stopped and made monkey howls at the running man. The guy got to the boathouse door far at the end of the corridor, put his back to it, and looked at us with terror in his eyes. Whites weren't bright, with notable exceptions, but they understood enough about social order and death to know when to run. The elevator door had automatically closed while I was thinning my herd, so I pressed the button to open it back up. It was still empty, and I stepped inside. This time, my entourage fit, the door closed, and we were lifted up towards Sarah Mansfield's compound. The elevator came to a stop at the rooftop pool deck, and the door opened up to the remains of a burnt orange and blood-red sunset out across the western hills. The pool deck was in disarray. Some of the loungers had been pushed over. Cushions from others were strewn about. Over in the far corner, I spotted bloody remains. The whites had fed there. But on whom did they feed? That question would need an answer. It took some shoving to get my whites going through the door.
As soon as we started to move, the 2 that had been stuck staring at the elevator downstairs ran immediately to the edge of the pool and knelt down to drink. The others had had plenty of water where they had stranded themselves. Following the 2 to the edge of the pool, I found that I couldn't take my eyes off of the blood and bones in the corner. I needed to go examine them and see if I could figure out if those were remains of my friends. But damn it, I didn't want to. I'd come into the house looking for proof that my friends had escaped, that they were alive. I wasn't ready to deal with the opposite case. Spinning up reasons in my mind to hold my position, I wondered how many days it had been since I'd last eaten. I wondered when I'd last gotten a full night's sleep. I wondered what day it was. Had a record-breaking hot and dry August been replaced on the calendar by an equally brutal September? Would the heat ever abate? The sky overhead darkened as the last glimmer of sun sank below the horizon. Lights inside the pool winked on, casting a turquoise light over all of us naked whites on the roof. The lights. The electricity still worked. I turned and looked at the door that led into the house. The glass panel was broken out, but the hall inside glowed with night lights. The house was not a total loss. That was good. But even better, I recalled something that I'd spotted on my first night up on the roof with Dahlhover. Paralyzing procrastination disappeared as I turned and stepped toward the outdoor kitchen. There was one white in the kitchen area, squatting on the floor by the grill,
playing with his fingers on his knees. Annoyingly, 3 of my entourage followed me into the area and seemed to be doing their best to stay between me and whatever I wanted to get to. A stainless steel cabinet built on top of the counter just to the side of the empty refrigerator opened right up on smooth hinges.
After all, why lock it? The purpose of the stainless steel cabinet was not theft protection, but weather protection. Inside, a 6-head soda fountain gleamed, ready to meet my needs with Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, Dr. Pepper, root beer, and tea. I pushed a finger against a lever beneath a soda head. It clicked and outpoured a stream of cold, brown soda. Calories. Beautiful, sugary, carbonated, caffeinated calories. I grinned. The whites around me, alerted by the noise, stared at the soda machine and me, not wanting them to get agitated and start having the wrong kinds of thoughts. I squatted behind the counter and searched the cabinets underneath. When I found several tubes of disposable cups, I took them out and laid them on the counter next to the soda fountain. All of the whites were still watching with great curiosity or hunger. It was hard to tell the difference. I pulled off the plastic sleeve protecting the cups and lined up a dozen beside the soda fountain. Stop and think, Zed. I put 2 hands on the counter and leaned over, staring at the soda machine. It was chock full of sugary calories and caffeine. I was starving. If I drew out the sodas, would the whites drink with me, or decide that I was being too much like a normal human to not eat me? Looking over to the far corner of the roof where the bloody mess of bones lay, I decided that these guys weren't nearly as starving as I was. Pure rationalization? Maybe. Did I mention that I was starving? Well, here goes nothing. I picked up 2 cups, 1 in each hand, shoved them under a couple of soda heads, and pressed. The soda heads clicked. Something underneath the machine hissed, and the soda flowed out with the sound of a tiny jet engine. Ignoring the whites for fear of what they were doing, I held the cups under for as long as I dared, and then spun around, shoving a cup in the clenching hand of the closest white. At the same time, I brought my cup up to my mouth and drank. Monkey see, monkey do. Don't fail me now.
Something going into a mouth froze the attention of all 4 whites in the kitchen area. They were eager learners where food was concerned. The one with the cup, though, must have been slow, because he just looked at me and licked his lips. I hoped because of what I was drinking. Without lowering my cup, I reached out a hand, put it beneath his cup, and lifted. A little priming was all he needed. He proceeded to put the cup to his lips and tilt it up. Root beer flowed into his mouth and down his chin, but enough of it got where it was going to have the desired effect. Grinning, he lowered the empty cup. As quickly as I could, I filled 2 more cups and thrust them into the hands of my spectators. 2 more cups followed, and by that time all the whites in the kitchen area were crowding around me, trying to get their mouths under the soda heads to drink as the soda flowed out.
I managed to squeeze out of the melee with 2 full cups of soda that I greedily chugged. It took a span of time measured in seconds, maybe minutes, for the sugar and caffeine to hit me with the power of a nose full of cocaine. Energy and optimism, absent just moments before, bulged at my seams. Every white on the roof figured out that some kind of food stuff was flowing from the soda machine, and they all crowded around, pushing and shoving, trying to get their share of empty calories. My cups were empty, so I rejoined, and after getting jostled a bit, I had myself another nearly full cup of at least a couple of kinds of soda and a pretty good measure of spit. But fuck it. If drinking out of the river with its occasional floating body hadn't killed me, zombie spit wasn't going to do the trick. I gulped it down. My belly was bulging and gurgling. No more soda would fit for the moment. Laying myself over one of the kitchen counters, I was able to access a utensil drawer. Out of sheer luck, the first one I opened contained knives. I grabbed one with a good long blade and substantial handle.
At that moment, the urge to whiz hit me, just as hard as that energy and optimism had a few minutes before. Squirming back off the counter, my feet hit the deck, and I hurried over to the edge of the roof, where I rained a little unhappiness down on the whites below. That's when I noticed the long wall that bordered the front of Sarah Mansfield's property. Holy shit! The entire length of wall had fallen over. How did that happen? The compound below was covered with naked whites. Some were lying down, resting for the night. Some squabbled. There were howls and screams. Some fed on their brothers and sisters. Some chose fucking to while away their nighttime hours. The cedar trees beyond the remains of the wall were full of them. There was scarcely a space I could see that didn't have a naked white body in it. In the culvert between the main house and the garage, the tiny Mercedes sports car was laying on its back. Rammed into that with its rear end pointing up to the sky as it leaned against the side of the culvert, and more importantly against the catwalk, was one of the Humvees, a 3-ton ladder. It was time to get back on task, and the first task was investigating the dead at the end of the pool. It could be avoided no longer. There were 2 skulls down there, that much was clear enough. As I walked along the side of the pool toward the corner, gory pieces of skeleton stood out from the mess, a tibia, the remains of a hand, a rib cage with the lungs and heart dug out through the bottom, a pelvis draped in yellowish-red tendons, but no clothes. I looked around the area. There were no torn clothes anywhere, no bloody clothes, none. That meant it wasn't Steph, Murphy, or any of the others. In their hunger, the whites had eaten some of their own. The Aubrey equations were at work. Good. But there were still 3 floors of Sarah Mansfield's house below me. Startled by a sound behind me, I jerked around to see that a couple of the whites that I'd picked up in the boathouse, apparently full of all the soda their stomachs could hold, were coming toward me. I put some distance between myself and the roof's edge, just in case. But they had no nasty intent. Instead, they stopped and watched me, dogs waiting on a treat. There were 5 of us in the elevator that time when the door opened into the lobby in front of Sarah Mansfield's theater room. Before I was able to make sense of anything that I was seeing, the smell hit me. Sweat, death, feces, and urine. My stomach heaved, and I stumbled against a couple of my followers. The smell didn't bother them, though, not in the slightest. Through the elevator's open door, I spied 15 or 20 infected scattered across the marble floor. The floor was no longer white, but smeared in the most disgusting mix of blood and shit. There were gnawed bones, and just about anything that could be torn or broken was. Amidst that mess, the whites on the floor were scouring through remains for bits of anything fleshy. The fetid little prizes found promptly went into their mouths. I feared that the plan I'd formulated before arriving was not going to work. The entourage and I exited the elevator, and none of the infected already there took notice. That much was good, at least. Off to my left, the glass walls of the wine cellar were smudged, but unbroken. Inside, hundreds of bottles of wine were still safe. Good to know. To my right, there were whites standing in the doorway of the video room. They weren't jostling one another, nor vocalizing. Even their nervous hands were still. Calm? I led my group over among them and systematically pushed myself between their stinky bodies and got inside. Thank God. The video monitors were all intact and functioning, showing views of the road, the walls, inside and out, the house's common spaces, and the boathouse. All the infected inside the video room were motionless, mesmerized by the flashing colors on the screens. There was no sound to go along with the video. Either it had been turned down, or the speakers had been broken. Probably best that it was quiet. Sound was a trigger for the weak-minded infected. A cursory glance at the monitors showed whites in all of the common areas of the house. What's more, every bedroom door was open. So the remote possibility that the others had locked themselves into one of the bedrooms did not pan out. Good, I guessed. I'd have no way to get them out if they had locked themselves in. Pushing my way to the front of the hypnotized whites, I knelt down by the desk in front of the wall of video monitors. Where was the chair?
A keyboard was pushed to the back of the desk, and I slowly slid it out so that I could type. With no previous reason to look at any of the historical video footage, I didn't know how much, if any, was stored, nor how to access it. Doing my best to type lightly, no good reason to draw attention away from the pretty colors on the screens, I fumbled with shortcut key combinations for a while, and finally lucked into the right set of keys to switch one of the 42-inch monitors over to a graphical interface with all of the menu options that I was going to need. A wireless mouse lay on the floor under the desk. I retrieved that and put it to work selecting the menu option for historical video. I scrolled down through archived increments of an hour each. There looked to be a full week's worth of them. For better or worse, I'd soon have my answer as to what happened to my friends. I selected a video roughly 80 hours back in time and clicked. Once I saw whether there were whites in the video, I would know which half of the rest of the videos contained what I was searching for.
All of the screens flashed black, and the patience of the whites in the video room with me lasted through about 2 seconds of that. They started to shuffle and grunt. My heart raced. Before things got ugly, the bright, colorful images returned, filling the screens with video from 80 hours earlier. The whites calmed, mesmerized once again. Whew. The video on the screens showed that the compound and the house were free of the infected. I watched for a few minutes, not anxious to turn the screens black again. The timestamp on the video read 6 a.m. several days ago. The surveillance camera in the theater showed me a view of 5 sleeping people: Dahlhover, Murphy, Harris, Russell, and the vindictive cunt Freitag. She'd come back. I wondered what she told them to explain my disappearance. Steph and Mandy were nowhere to be seen.
But the video room had no camera in it, so they were probably in there. Out on the street, there were dozens of whites, mostly squatting in sheltered spots under the cedars at the edges of the asphalt. There were 8 or 9 infected sitting on the driveway and leaning on the gate, perhaps tired from a long night of beating with their fists. Back on the archive list, I jumped forward 24 hours and clicked on that set of videos. The screens went black. The whites in the room got perturbed, but the video feed returned just as before and displayed a compound overrun with whites. I had a 24-hour period bracketed, and in that time, the infected had swarmed the compound. The next set of archived videos, from 12 hours sooner, showed much the same thing. My bracket of time was a 12-hour period 3 days prior. I had to reload several more sets of archives before I'd bracketed down to the hour in which everything had happened, sometime during the 10 o'clock hour that morning. I let the video run. My friends were moving around in the foyer area, agitated. Steph appeared to be directing Harris and Freitag, who were collecting things and ferrying them down to the ski boat. She periodically stopped and spoke toward the video room. Dahlhover was probably inside, and they were conversing. Turning to look at the monitor with the theater view, I felt instant relief. Murphy was sitting up in his recliner, rubbing his head. Mandy was attentive, with a hand on his back, urging him to stand, I guessed. They were preparing to leave. Good, very good. They didn't know what was about to happen, but they were preparing for the bad possibilities. At 20 minutes in, the camera outside the front wall showed hundreds of whites assaulting the front gate with their fists and the combined weight of their surging bodies. The gate was flexing with each push. Down in the boathouse, the ski boat was loaded. Steph,
Dahlhover and Harris couldn't be seen. Presumably, they were in the video room by then. The others were in the foyer. Murphy was sitting on the floor, looking half drunk. I had no way to gauge his state of recovery, but he was awake and he was mobile. That was good. When everything went to hell, it started much like it had at the Evans farm. Helices of whites emerged from the cedars across the road, slimy tentacles of an enormous white beast. There were 3 or 4 helices when I first noticed, but that quickly became a dozen, then more. In minutes, the helices were gone, and there was only the horde, washing across the road and through the cedars, splashing against the compound wall. The whites didn't focus on the gates.
Whether through planning or the sheer weight of the mob just pushing forward, they spread out along the front wall, filling in the gaps between themselves and compressing together, shoving from behind, leaving no empty space. There was no inch of the wall that didn't have white hands and infected bodies pressing against it. The gravel road was hidden by the mass of bodies. The thicket of cedars was alive with them. The street was full, and still more pushed through the forest from the other side of the road. Then, what I'd have bet was not possible happened. The wall swayed. The flexing of the wall energized the horde, and they redoubled their efforts. All along its length, the wall leaned, then suddenly fell over. The pushing whites fell on top of it, only to be trampled under the feet of those behind as they rushed onto Sarah Mansfield's green grass. After that, everything happened way too fast.
The failure of the wall marked bug-out time for everyone inside, and they hurried into the elevator. At the last second, there was a short, tense conversation, and both Mandy and Harris ran up the stairs. The elevator containing the others descended to the boathouse. Outside, the horde had already covered most of the tiered compound. Fists were beating on the concrete walls of the house and the metal doors of the garage. The culvert below the catwalk was full of whites, running or jumping to grab the catwalk that was hopelessly out of their reach. Whether or not they knew that human meat was inside was irrelevant. For some reason, they believed it. The elevator got to the bottom of the shaft. Freitag ran down the corridor to the boathouse. Steph assisted Murphy, who was slow and wobbly. Russell meandered along. Dahlhover, with his rifle at the ready, kept an eye back up the corridor. Harris and Mandy were in the kitchen by then, entering the pantry.
What the hell could be so important? Go! Go!
From within the mass of whites in the courtyard, the Mercedes sports car unexpectedly emerged, pushed by 100 hands. It fell into the culvert, crushing a dozen whites as it flipped and landed upside down. In the kitchen, Harris and Mandy both heard the sound and snapped their heads around to look from whence it came. They were frozen with indecision. They had no way of knowing what it was. I urged them to run. None of us, me in the video room or them across the span of 3 days, realized how urgent that need was. Mandy ran across the dining room to look out the windows. She saw the Mercedes in the culvert. She saw the whites climbing on top to try and reach the catwalk that was still too far above their heads. Down in the boathouse, Freitag jumped into the ski boat, opened the outer door, and started the engine. If she decided to desert the others, there'd be little they could do except die.
Steph, Murphy, Russell, and Dahlhover were still 20 yards from the door that led through the backside of the boathouse, and moving slowly. Up in the courtyard, the horde parted, and the Humvee that had been parked in the courtyard appeared as though being birthed by a massive white beast. Just as they had done with the Mercedes, the infected pushed it over the edge of the culvert. It smashed headlong into the other car and leaned over against the catwalk. Just like that, the whites had access to the house. Mandy's face twisted in a silent scream, and Harris bolted out of the pantry with his rifle at the ready. He looked out the window.
I couldn't see his face then because of the angle of the camera, but his shoulders slumped, his knees seemed to bend. It was the body language of, "Oops, I fucked up." Both Harris and Mandy ran. The whites were climbing over the Humvee and were pouring onto the catwalk.
Freitag loosed the lines that tied the ski boat to its cleats on the dock and quickly planted herself in the driver's seat. She looked at the closed door on the back side of the boathouse. She looked out the open door to the river. She was thinking, "Don't you do it, you bitch." The whites running up the catwalk hit the front door hard enough to shatter the glass. If not for its vine-patterned wrought iron innards, it would have given way, and the infected would have caught Mandy and Harris right there in the foyer. The pair of them nearly tumbled down the stairs, they descended them so fast. But the catwalk was filling with pushing whites. Down at the boathouse, Murphy and Steph reached the back door and pushed it open. Russell followed them through. Freitag was still there, but didn't budge an inch from her seat to assist Murphy into the boat. Bitch. Dahlhover took up a position in the corridor just outside the boathouse's back door and aimed his rifle up toward the elevator. Up in the main house, Harris and Mandy got to the bottom of the stairs and ran across the white marble floor to the elevator. Mandy pressed the button, but the elevator didn't open. They didn't know it, but the elevator was still at the bottom of the 200-foot shaft. Shit. The wrought iron front door gave way, and the infected tumbled over one another into the house. Harris and Mandy froze, staring at the stairway they'd just come down. They had to have heard the door fall. Mandy was horrified. Harris's face turned to stone. He drew a pistol and pushed it into Mandy's hand, pointed at the elevator, took up a position that gave him a full kill zone on the last flight of stairs, and aimed his weapon. Mandy pounded on the elevator doors, begging it to hurry. Whites started down the stairs, and Harris's rifle erupted with fire. Down in the corridor to the boathouse, Dahlhover perked up. He'd heard the familiar but muffled sound. Steph and Murphy were both in the ski boat with Freitag and Russell.
"Come on!"
I pleaded along with Mandy for the elevator to hurry. But the stairway was full of whites now, and Harris was firing as fast as he could aim and pulled the trigger. Still, they came, and each infected, grasping hand got closer and closer in spite of his efforts. He was going to die. They were both going to die. Harris ejected an empty magazine and pushed in another, but that respite in the flow of bullets was enough to seal that outcome. A white had fallen at his feet and latched onto his leg. That threw him off balance, and his next shots missed their mark. Another white grabbed a handful of his shirt. He turned to Mandy just as the elevator door opened. Mandy's face was running with tears, and she was screaming. It was clear, even as Harris was being overwhelmed, that he was urging her to run. Mandy fell into the elevator and pressed the button to close the door.
A white bypassed Harris and ran toward the closing door, but Mandy fired 3 shots. Blood and brains exploded from the white's head, and he fell short. The elevator door closed, and the mass of bloody whites shredded Harris's body as he screamed. Harris had made a bad choice, but he was a brave man. In the end, he'd sacrificed himself to save Mandy. How the hell did he get stuck with Freitag? Pausing the video, I made a mental note of the timestamp and took several long, deep breaths. It was hard to watch. They're going to make it. They're going to make it. Apprehensively, I started the video again. After many painfully long seconds, Harris stopped struggling. By that time, Mandy, staggering under the weight of her tears and grief, had fallen onto Dahlhover, who took a moment to understand what had happened before guiding her into the ski boat. Moments later, the ski boat rumbled out into the river and headed upstream, leaving only dead Specialist Harris behind.
It was only video, but I still felt a sense of abandonment. Back on the chain gang, I'd never doubted, well, almost never doubted,
that I'd get free. Never doubted that I'd be reunited with my friends. But I knew then exactly where they were. Now I didn't. Disconnecting from those emotions, I focused instead on an academic question. I slid the progress bar on the video back to where the first of the white helices emerged from the cedars across the street and did the simple math in my head. A feeling of helplessness fell on me so deep that it roiled nausea up from my stomach and through my throat. 23 minutes. That's it. 20 minutes after the first of the helices came out of the cedars was all it took for Specialist Harris to fall under an onslaught of hungry whites, while the elevator door closed on Mandy's tears. Fast forward. It took 17 minutes for the horde to amass enough strength to push the wall down.
After that, just a hair under 6 minutes was all it took for the whites to figure out how to push the cars into the culvert to gain access to the catwalk, break in the front door, and get their grip on Specialist Harris. How long had Murphy and I been in the compound before we finally got inside? An hour? 2? The whites were inside for 6 minutes. But it wasn't the thought that the combined intelligence of the horde was smarter than me that was strangling my hopes. In Sarah Mansfield's relatively hidden, seemingly well-defended compound, we'd fared no better than the hospital staff had at Dr. Evans's farm, in their 100-year-old farmhouse with easily breakable windows and flimsy doors. The emergent intelligence of the mob, along with the guidance of the smart ones, had broken down the defenses with ease. With smart ones in the world, perhaps no hideout was safe. The real lesson that I needed to learn, one that I kept avoiding with all of my running and hiding and hoping, was simple. If the smart ones lived, humanity would die. Only one conclusion made sense after that. Genetics and luck had burdened me with the perfect camouflage for hiding among the infected. And with that luck, nature had granted me a license to kill them, especially the smart ones. Chapter 23. Sorting back through the video archives, I found the one that contained Freitag's return after she abandoned me down the river. Dahlhover and Steph had been in the video room at that moment, so before Freitag had even closed the boathouse exterior door, they knew that she was alone. When Freitag exited the elevator into the theater lobby, she stepped into a hornet's nest of taut emotions. Everybody but Murphy was in the brightly lit foyer. Steph's face was hard, and her eyes were cold. Her body language was confrontational, and she didn't hesitate 1 second in starting her interrogation. But she didn't get outwardly emotional. Not so much for Mandy, who, with every word she spoke, spewed her emotions all over the lobby. She was yelling, she was crying, she was mad as hell. It was Specialist Harris's big, restraining hands that kept her from physically assaulting Freitag. Dahlhover stood back, his poker face gone, his eyes ablaze. His hands were on his rifle, and I had no doubt he would have used it if the situation escalated. Or maybe if he had any good excuse to do so. Freitag, for her part, was motionless. She let Steph and Mandy blaze through their anger and silence. When they wound down, though, tears were running down her face. Good. At least you feel guilty, bitch. Then Freitag said something, maybe 5 or 6 detached words. Mandy exploded and screamed at her again. I don't know what Mandy said, I'm no lip reader, but she repeated it several times. Harris gently pulled her away from Freitag. I wanted to turn up the volume and listen, but felt sure that that would cause a problem with my infected peanut gallery. When Freitag spoke again, she gestured to her shirt and opened it up. The buttons were gone. The t-shirt underneath was torn. What the fuck? Her garments had not been in that state when she ditched me. Had she stopped on the way back and been attacked? Freitag proceeded, and her tears flowed in earnest. She gestured dramatically. Without the context of her words, It was impossible to know exactly what she was telling them, but it was clear that she was conveying a story of violence. She had been attacked. Steph seemed to soften. Specialist Harris's face darkened. Mandy was having none of it. Then it occurred to me. Her tears were a ruse, an act. She was selling them a load of bullshit about me. She was painting herself as a victim and me as some kind of villain. I hated her. In the end, I don't know if they believed her, but they appeared to accept her story. What other choice did they have? I wasn't there to present my side. Dahlhover's eyes still blazed, however, and his face was as cold as a chunk of weathered granite. He didn't buy a word of Freitag's bullshit. Back on real-time video, I spent some time looking at the whites in all of the common areas. Some were feeding, some lying down to sleep, others very disturbingly engaged in sexual acts. I hoped that my guess about body temperatures being too high to produce sperm was correct. I shuddered to think what would become of babies born to infected, brain-fried mothers with insufficient calories and nutrients. How many would be stillborn or deformed? Would the survivors grow up to rule the world in a giant, intellectually backward step, or would they become bloody little dinners for the other infected? Surprisingly, the garage remained secure, protecting a Humvee and several very expensive cars in climate-controlled sterility. That prompted me to search on the computer for a program to manage the keypad codes on the doors around the compound. Having already figured out how to access the menu system, it was easy to find. It appeared to be a web-based application, and to my greater surprise, when I opened the admin screen, the password had been cached. I got right in. From there, it was a snap to grant my ATM PIN number, one number I was sure not to forget, a virtual all-access pass to the compound. I didn't have any plans about what to do with that access, or if anything useful would be left of the compound when the whites finally cleared out. It was just an inexpensive hedge against uncertainties in the future. When I looked at the camera that had the best view of the living room, I was taken aback and switched the video feed to one of the big screens. My first impression of the scene was that of Caligula's throne room. Like every other room in the house, there were whites eating, squabbling, and fucking. But there was more going on there. The couches were rearranged along the walls. On those couches lounged a few dozen whites, all men. Around them, servile, infected women attended. The coffee tables were pushed together at one end of the room, creating a dais. In the center of the dais was a single chair where a naked white with intense blue eyes sat, looking out over his court like King Monkey Fucker. Was this guy the head white in the naked horde, or just a successful opportunist riding a wave of emergent behavior? No, fuck the emergent behavior theory. Sure, there was probably enough of that going on, but it was the hand of the smart ones that multiplied the lethal effectiveness of the whites. Whether right or wrong, I concluded that the bald-headed leader's dumbass was the reason all of these whites, including me, were bald and naked. Damn it, Zed. I chastised myself for calling the dude a dumbass. He was at the head of an infected army tens of thousands strong, and very effectively destroying every pocket of human resistance in Austin. I was just a dipshit burglar with a stolen canoe, not in any position to besmirch King Monkey Fucker's intelligence. I hated him. But until that day in the future when I put a bullet into his squirmy, infected brain, I knew that I'd better respect him. And just as it had been when I was chained up by Nancy and Bubbles, intelligence and knowledge were humanity's only advantages in fighting the whites. After Jeff Aubrey's lecture about the infected cannibalizing themselves, I had thought that time was on the side of humanity as well, but the smart ones were handily negating that advantage.
While thinking all of that through, the goals of my mission back into Sarah Mansfield's house changed. I had learned what there was to be learned about Freitag and my friends, but I was, for the moment, in a unique position to garner a wealth of intelligence about the naked horde and its leaders. I'd likely never get that kind of chance again. So I sat and I watched, and all of my new, bright, white friends in the video room helped. I fumbled with keyboard for a few minutes to get the living room camera to pan and zoom. Once I had control, I started with King Monkey Fucker. I zoomed in and paid close attention. He sat still and confident. He definitely didn't have that blank Forrest Gump-like stare I'd seen on the faces of so many of the infected. He was watching those around him, and he was scheming. A white came running into the room. The lackeys on the couch showed no interest. The white jumped up to the dais and bent over to whisper into the bald-headed leader's ear, exactly as Nancy and Bubbles had conversed with their collection of half-wits.
Eventually, the conversation came to an end, and the bald guy pointed to a couple of indolent courtiers, whispered a final instruction, and the runner went to the two whites who had been pointed out. The runner passed along the whispered instructions, and the three of them got up and jogged out through the house's broken front door. Very curious about what instructions could have been passed along, I watched the various cameras to see where the trio went. Out onto the catwalk, down the Humvee ladder, across the compound, over the fallen wall, through the cedars, and down the street. I lost track of them among the infected in the distance. I didn't have any faith in the efficiency of a command and control system based on whispers and runners, but the results couldn't be disparaged. There just had to be a significant emergent behavior component driving the horde. It had to be that the bald-headed leader and the other smart ones were adept, talented even, at nudging the horde in the direction that most fit their desires. And as happens so often, my imagination, built on a foundation of 1,000 grossly unrealistic action movies, switched gears and ginned up a plan to slaughter King Monkey Fucker, his courtiers, and a pretty good number of his horde. With some luck and the right wind direction, I might kill off the whole damn bunch. I smiled. Switching the camera feed on the main screen to one of those in the garage, I had a look around in there. I switched to another camera in the garage, spent a moment scanning, and found that which I hoped would meet my needs. Excellent. I can make this work. And not like last time. I didn't want any suicidal Tarzan moves in my future. Luck had its limits. After switching back to the main menu, I searched around and found the house's climate control system. I discovered that I could control the water purification system. I saw the status of the battery levels. I could change the house temperature and change when the outdoor lights came on and off. I could even see historical energy consumption reports and projections based on the schedule changes I was about to make. Pretty spiffy. I experimented with the lighting on the roof and found that turning the lights off and setting them to turn back on at any time in the future was as easy as a few clicks. Good. I turned them off and killed the water in the misters attached to the pergolas as well. Before getting up to leave, I gave some long, hard thought to whether I should spend more time surveilling the smart ones in the living room. In the end, my anxiousness to implement my plan eclipsed my desire to learn more. Besides, they'd all be dead in a few hours anyway. I knew enough. Turning toward the door of the video room as I prepared to stand, I was startled. Standing just to my right and looking down at me were two tall, wiry whites, one male and one female, yin and yang in a match set. They didn't look happy, and they were looking down at me. That one look up at them was enough motivation to make me tightly grasp my knife and prepare to use it. I could spring up and jam the blade up into the base of the brain through the throat just under the jaw. That would get one of them. The question was, would the other attack me if I did so? Deciding which one to kill first came down to the eyes. In spite of the gender difference, they were equally formidable in appearance, covered with lean, athletic muscle. The male looked a little dim behind the eyes. The female looked just as sharp as King Monkey Fucker. That settled it. Just as I was about to launch myself at her, the female raised a finger to the side of her head. She left it there for a second, then pointed it at her mouth, and then pointed it at me. What? She repeated the series of gestures.
I glanced at the man.
He just stared. The girl did it again. She was trying to communicate with me. Not knowing exactly how to react, I finally chose to mimic her gesture. In return, I got the faintest of smiles. But the smile was only on the girl's lips. It didn't touch her eyes. She stepped back, pushing a mesmerized White out of her way as she moved. She gestured with her hand, making it clear that she wanted me to come along. I hesitated. She took another step. The guy moved to stay by her. She gestured again. Steeling my nerves for what might come next, I slowly stood and followed, keeping my grip tight on the handle of my knife. If they'd found me out and had decided to kill me out on the lobby floor, I wasn't going to go easily. The girl continued to push through the Whites. Soon, I was following her out of the video room and across the marble-floored foyer. She guided me toward the ladies' restroom, and as we neared, I spotted in the corner what I could only guess were Specialist Harris's remains. In that bloody mess of clothing, boots, and bones, I saw his rifle and his Molly vest. He'd never had a chance to reload when the Whites flooded down the stairs. Some of the magazines in that vest had to be full. If I could make it work, those items were coming with me when I made my exit. The girl and the guy went into the bathroom, and I followed them in. Inside, it was just like any public restroom you might come across. There were 2 sinks on one wall, along with a hand dryer. 2 stalls were on the opposite wall. The woman checked one stall to ensure that it was empty, and then she led me, reluctantly, I might add, into the other stall. Her man squeezed in with us. It was definitely not the kind of place for 3 people who, through choice or necessity, had given up on personal hygiene. Unexpectedly, it was the guy who spoke first. He leaned in close, cupped his hands over my ear, and in a harsh whisper said, "Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all." What the fuck was he telling me to do? He pulled his cupped hands away, leaving the stench of his rotting breath hanging in the air around my head. I leaned away in what little space was available. He looked at me with the same dim eyes I'd first seen in him. Did he expect something from me? I looked at the girl, and she leaned in close with her own whisper. "Blade Hand has talk?" It was a question. Was it advantageous to answer or not? She leaned in again, breathing out a rotten halitosis that was as bad as her twins. "Blade Hand has talk?" We were in a confined space, and I decided that if push came to shove, I could kill them both before they did me any serious harm. Why not see where this would go? I nodded. The insincere smile turned up on the girl's face again, and she nodded at me. I shrugged. She nodded at me again. I shrugged. What? She reached out and pulled my empty hand up to her ear. I figured that she wanted me to say something. That made me very nervous indeed. Nevertheless, I complied. Tiptoeing to reach her ear, I whispered, "Yes." When I pulled away, the guy leaned in close and cupped my ear. "Kill the him. Kill the her. Kill the all." Jesus, what a creepy bastard.
The girl leaned in. Morse. I was already impatient with this, but there was no way around it. I tiptoed up to her and asked, Morse? What do you want? When I pulled back, she looked astonished. She whispered to me again, with some urgency in her voice. Morse. I was perplexed. Their speech was obviously impaired by the virus, but how much could they understand? I whispered back, I don't understand what you want from me. Again she was astonished, and right away she whispered to me, Many talks. The guy leaned in close. Kill the him. Kill the her. Kill the all. I ignored him and thought about what the girl was asking or telling.
I wasn't sure. I whispered back, I can talk. Can you understand me? The girl was perplexed. She whispered back, Underpants? Say what? Kill the him. Kill the her. Kill the all. That dude needed to back off. Inspiration struck. I tiptoed up to the girl. You must follow me. She looked confused. She asked, The Joel asshead? I nodded, and after a second of decoding, I confirmed with my whisper, The Joel has said. Who the fuck is Joel? She nodded at me and then whispered something to the male. Who knew what was going on in his insufficient maggot brain? But I think I just put myself in charge. With all three of us crowded into the stall, it was difficult getting the door back open. Some very close contact between smelly, sweaty bodies was required to get it done. I led the pair out of the stall, out of the restroom, across the messy lobby floor and up the stairs. Wanting not to be seen by the smart ones in the living room, I led the pair through the dining room and then down the few stairs into the kitchen. Not going far enough into the kitchen so that I would be visible over the bar between it and the living room, I squatted down near a cabinet that I knew contained some pots and pans. Taking care not to clank them together, I withdrew the three largest pots and their companion lids. The guy leaned over and whispered in my ear, Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all. Yeah. With the lids on, I placed a pot at my feet and at the feet of each of my companions, and then made a show of picking up the pot by the handles. The girl got it immediately, but the guy had trouble. I had to help him get his hands around the handles. Once there, he understood my meaning and picked it up with as little effort as any normal person. After going back out through the dining room, we crossed the foyer, taking care to avoid the glass shards, and exited the house via the catwalk. Thankfully, there were only a few whites on the catwalk between the house and the garage. There were no infected near the door that led through the side of the garage. Once we crossed the catwalk and reached the access control keypad beside the door, I flipped up the clear plastic cover and the buttons lit up from behind. The girl gasped in amazement. The guy got very nervous and couldn't suppress his urge to repeat his phrase in my ear 3 more times. I punched in my code and the door's lock clicked. As soon as it did, I opened it and led the pair in, quickly closing it behind us. Leading them across the garage, I ditched my cooking pot and picked up a 5-gallon plastic bucket that was sitting beside a bank of stylish, lacquered cabinets. The search began in earnest after that. My plan called for a short list of items to MacGyver it to fruition. Some of those needed to be in the garage. The first cabinet contained only car wax and various automobile cleaning products, nothing of use to me. The next cabinet held something that made me smile, the one item that I thought I'd least likely find, a small electric air pump for inflating tires. Sweet. I stuffed it up under the woman's arm, and she understood immediately that it was now her job to carry the pump as well as the pot. Further searching yielded a clear plastic hose and duct tape. Only one more item was needed from the garage: gasoline.
Inside the garage were the Mercedes, the Humvee, the Tesla, and the old Corvette. One of those was electric and 2 were diesel. But I needed gasoline. Diesel burns, but gasoline explodes. As I started siphoning gasoline out of the Corvette into my bucket, the female cupped a hand to my ear and asked, "For what?"
For Joel, I answered, guessing at that moment that King Monkey fucker's name was Joel. Happily, the bucket filled all the way up. After, I was able to fill the guy's pot and the girl's pot. Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all. Of course. I put the lids on our containers and looked around. Was there anything else in the garage that I needed? No, probably not. We hauled our booty out of the garage, over the catwalk, through the broken front door, and up the stairs to the roof. Without incident, we deposited all our stuff there before getting into the elevator. Whether good or not, certainly without my consent, I picked up 3 of my entourage from earlier. So the 6 of us headed down. The spindly guy with the slouch, the one I'd beaten before coming up to the house, was still stuck in the hall between the elevator and the boathouse. He ran and cowered in a corner when he saw me get off the elevator.
When I passed him to get through the door into the boathouse, he was softly crying. He was a dim-witted monster who would kill me and gnaw on my bones given half the chance. But empathy is hardwired in normal human brains, and I felt bad for the whimpering bastard anyway. God, I hate this fucking world. Turning back to the task at hand, the boathouse turned out to have exactly what I'd expected to find there. A large 100-quart cooler and a couple more gas cans with plenty of gasoline. I managed to get all of my slack-jawed followers on board and had them carry the items back up to the elevator and then back up to the top floor, where we deposited the items in the place I'd selected at a corner of one of the pergolas. I looked over my items, checking them off of my mental list. Gasoline, cooler, hose, duct tape, electric air pump. I still had my knife, so it looked like there was only one more optional item I needed. And of course, several of a specific required item.
Incandescent light bulbs. Leaving my stash where it sat, my entourage followed me around the rooftop pool deck, checking the light fixtures one by one. By the time I was halfway through, I knew what would be in the rest. Energy-efficient, compact, fluorescent bulbs. That kind would not suit my purpose. But that wasn't enough of an obstacle to deter me. I led my group through the broken glass door and onto the top of the stairs inside the house. We marched down to the interior catwalk that looked over the living room and Joel's lounging courtiers. At the far end of the catwalk was Sarah Mansfield's old room, the most likely place for me to find what I was looking for. On the way, I checked every room that I came to, but only found LED bulbs and more compact fluorescents. Frustration was starting to set in. We made our way through Sarah's expansive bedroom and into the master bath. Just inside, a 20-foot-wide floor-to-ceiling mirror stopped me in my tracks. I stared at myself. My companions stopped with me, and because I was doing it, they stared into the mirror right along with me. I was just as white, bald, and crusted with scabs, blood, and grime as they were. We were all gaunt with wiry muscles, sallow cheeks, and desperate, sunken eyes. I was indistinguishable from them. In my heart, I told myself that I wasn't a monster, but the mirror insisted that I was a liar. In an alcove that looked to have been constructed for exactly that purpose, a digital scale lay on the floor. On the wall to the right of the scale hung a chart with Sarah Mansfield's weight, penciled in with dates, 3 or 4 weigh-ins per day, every day, with pages and pages and pages of aging sheets of paper, a history of her obsession.
A small shelf by the chart contained a bottle of some diuretic, several kinds of laxatives, and at least a dozen herbs or supplements with which I wasn't familiar.
Without thinking of the possible risk, that of activating the scale, a machine,
I stepped up onto the scale. It wasn't until I watched the black numerals on a silver LCD background illuminate from inside that I realized that what I'd just done was put my life at risk. Such were the powers of old habits. The number that I'd just risked my life to learn was best left in the scale. A half-second of idle curiosity served only to depress me. I was wasting away. Picking up the bathroom scale, I pressed it into the female's hand, and she responded by cupping her free hand to my ear and asking, "Joel?" "Yes," I confirmed, in a whisper, of course. The male, seeing his chance to communicate his predictable message, leaned close. I brushed past him and headed for the stairs that would take me down to the maid's room and the laundry area. More searching for bulbs, but damn, there wasn't anything I could use. That left the bottom floor with the theater and wine cellar. Maybe I'd get lucky down there.
but not wanting to pass through the living room and get any unwanted attention from that room full of smart ones, I led the 5 back up the stairs from the maid's quarters to the bedroom level and started out across the catwalk toward the main stairs. Glancing down at King Joel Monkeyfucker and his semi-intelligent lackeys, wanting to know that they weren't paying too much attention to me, my eyes scanned across a couple of side-by-side couches in front of the windows, and I nearly tripped. Sitting on the couch was a familiar-faced, blue-eyed beast, gnawing on a hunk of raw flesh. I caught myself in a stare, looked away, then stared again at his dirty, bloody face. I nearly came to a dead stop. I couldn't believe it. It was only with a sense of near physical pain that I maintained my nonchalance and kept my feet moving forward. I looked again. I had to know. I had to kill the doubt. Holy shit, that flaming piece of shit. It was him. Fucking Mark. Fucking rapist, pig, rat fuck Mark. His bald-headed dumbass was right there, right fucking there. Mark, Amber's killer, was sitting in Sarah Mansfield's living room on a couch with his rat fuck smart buddies, chewing on something bloody and raw. Every single bad thing I ever thought about that piece of shit was justified. Every rationalizing doubt that had crept into my brain as a good reason not to hunt him down and snuff him off of this earth was a mistake. He needed killing, and I needed to know that I'd killed him. I needed that satisfaction, that way that I needed water to drink and air to breathe. And all of his rat-fuck friends in the living room would die right along with him. My cold malevolence was back. I led my simple-minded crew up to the roof, dropped off the bathroom scale, and then took the elevator down to the theater level. There, the light bulb search continued. There was nothing of use in the foyer, nothing of use in the theater, or on the marquee. Nothing in the video room, and nothing in the wine cellar. And to think that there was a time when going green seemed like such a good idea to me. How in the hell could there not be one single motherfucking incandescent bulb in a house this fucking big? The lights in the old Corvette, of course. No, those all ran on DC and wouldn't fit in the sockets where I needed them to go. What to do? What to do? Anxiety was kicking in. I thought of missing the chance to kill Joel, a big chunk of the naked horde, and especially Mark. The solution was right there, just past the tips of my fingers. But it was trying its best to elude me. I found myself standing amidst the shit, urine and sweat smell of my entourage, in the middle of the floor with the theater in front of me, the wine cellar to my left, and the video room behind me. I noticed the soda machine sitting in the counter, and figured I'd get some more calories in me. Perhaps the calories could prime my brain to think of an alternative to the incandescent bulbs in my recipe for destruction. I marched my crew over behind the snack bar. First things first, the cups. I checked the cabinets one by one, opening each door in turn, and found not a single cup. Had the incandescent bulbs in the cups gone off to the moon with the fork and the spoon? Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all. All I heard was, please jam that knife into my head. 2 drawers under the snack bar counter proved as empty as the cabinets. I found napkins, salt, and butter-flavored popcorn oil, but no cups. A small waist-high refrigerator was built into one end of the snack bar. What the hell? You never know. Squatting down in front of the fridge, I opened it up. It didn't make any sense that the cups would be in there. But not everything makes sense. Nothing. Damn. I stared at the cold, empty white box and sighed. Couldn't I even get a soda?
There was always the option of drinking straight from the nozzle. I swung the door shut, and just as it closed, a light bulb of inspiration slapped me in the face. I reopened the fridge and leaned in. The light bulb inside the refrigerator was incandescent. Oh, hell yeah! Reaching in to unscrew the bulb, I completely forgot about the cups and the soda machine. There was a refrigerator and a freezer upstairs in the kitchen, a small fridge in the maid's quarters, and a fridge in the outdoor kitchen on the roof. I was off on hurried feet, and my entourage followed. My footing on top of the pergola atop Sarah Mansfield's pool deck was firm, but uncomfortable. There were 10 feet of cedar slats between me and the 50-foot drop to one of the lawn tiers below, with no railing to keep me from going over the edge.
On the bright side, the sun had been down long enough that temperatures had fallen into the 90s, and the late afternoon winds, so common this time of year, had died off. Just as when I'd climbed over the wall with Dahlhover's and Harris's help, one of the deck chairs stood up on its end and leaned against a support pole, proved to be a pretty good ladder. Hoisting all of my cumbersome supplies up on top of the pergola made for slow going, but it had to be done. The electric pump, a necessary component of my Rube Goldberg contraption, would be noisy once activated and very attractive to the whites around the pool. Construction went slower than I'd have wanted, but I was meticulous with each element. I had plenty of time, but I only had one chance to get it right. I drilled a hole in the cooler with my knife and cut the valve off the air pump's hose, leaving an open end. That went through the hole in the lid of the cooler and was secured with duct tape. The clear plastic tube that I'd used to siphon gasoline in the garage got hooked up to the cooler's drain valve. The diameters didn't match, so it wasn't a perfect fit, but a liberal application of duct tape made it functional. I cut the water hose that fed into the misting system mounted into the pergola and patted myself on the back for having the foresight to turn off the water when I'd turned off the lights from the video room. Nevertheless, water that was still in the system drained out onto the heads of my entourage who waited below, watching everything I was doing with confused interest. I gave Kill the All Boy a wink, a nod, and a smile. He didn't respond. Oh well. With the misting system empty of water, I spliced the free end of the clear hose to the misting system hose. I turned the scale upside down and slid it beneath the cooler so that I'd be able to read it from the deck below. Most of the gasoline, maybe 20 gallons, went into the cooler, which I didn't fill to the top. I wanted to leave room for air that would be put under pressure by the air pump and would drive the whole system. I closed the cooler and used my duct tape to wrap it with several bands to ensure that it would stay closed. More of the duct tape went to securing the air pump to one of the cedar slats. I didn't want it vibrating its way off the edge. After climbing down off of the pergola, I pushed the incredibly heavy deck chair that I'd used for a ladder into the pool. Being made of ipe wood, it sank. I didn't know if any of the whites would be able to connect the equivalency of that chair with the other deck chairs, but I knew that one or two might be able to recall what I'd done with that particular one. I used the last of my duct tape to secure the electric pump's cord down one of the support poles, far enough to reach an electrical socket. It remained unplugged for the moment. I looked up at the scale and checked the weight. The weight was going to be an important bit of information to the timeline of my plan. Light bulb time.
Breaking the glass off of the 5 incandescent bulbs without damaging the filaments took some care. After that, it was easy work to spread them out into light fixtures built on the underside of pergolas. Of course, the bulbs would burn out within seconds of turning the lights back on, but I only needed those bare filaments to burn for a second or two, maybe not even that long. I walked over and stood by the pool, looking up at my contraption sitting atop the pergola, and thought through every step in its construction. I reviewed all the steps that I needed to take next. There was no room to screw the pooch on this plan. Once I was satisfied, I went back over to the electrical outlet with the air pump's cord hanging in front of it. I took a look over at the outdoor kitchen area and made a note of the time displayed on the microwave clock. I plugged the pump in. It buzzed loudly.
Every white on the roof was immediately transfixed. 2 seconds later, they were running toward the sound or reaching up toward the pergola's cedar slats to get their hand on the air pump. I was careful to stay out of their way as they congregated. I made my way over to the outdoor kitchen, got a good view of the microwave clock, and waited. 5 minutes to kill. All of the misting heads mounted under the pergola, emptied of water, started to cough and spurt as air was driven from their lines. The contraption seemed to be working. While I waited, a television commercial played through my memory, one that I'd seen as a kid. I had no recollection of what was being advertised, but for some reason, a masculine fellow with a gravelly voice held up a measuring cup with a 1/4 cup of gasoline inside and told me that it had the explosive equivalent of 1 stick of dynamite. Pretty impressive stuff to hear as a little kid, when every cartoon and old Western movie I'd seen that had a demolition problem to be solved did so with a bundle of dynamite that would fit in your hand. Need to blow up a bridge? A bundle of 6 sticks of dynamite would do it. Need a safe blown up? A bundle of 6 sticks would do it. Need the Roadrunner blown up? Well, in the absence of some Acme TNT, a bundle of 6 sticks would do it. The misters had stopped coughing and were spewing a fog of gasoline vapor. 20 gallons of gas measured to 320 cups. That converted to 1,280 quarter cups, which, if the gravelly-voiced television commercial pitchman was correct, converted to 1,280 sticks of dynamite. Sarah Mansfield's house, formerly an architectural highlight of green construction in central Texas, had just been converted to a platform for a totally awesome gasoline vapor bomb. My eyes were burning from the fumes in the air. I was starting to cough, and there was a disturbing light oiliness on my skin, stinging in the open sores on my head, where my hair had so recently been. Gasoline. If nothing else, I'd just succeeded in turning myself into a holiday sparkler. The clock on the microwave told me that 5 minutes had passed. I checked the weight on the cooler and did some quick math. I had 25 minutes before all of the gasoline in the cooler would be misted out into the air above the house. I made for the elevator to get my flammable Tarzan ass back down to the video room. Time was short. From the computer in the video room, I needed to set the timer on the pergola lights to switch on in 20 minutes. The broken incandescent bulbs would spark the gasoline vapor, and I needed to be pretty far up the river when that happened, lest I participate in the coming conflagration more than I'd want to. Kill the him. Kill the her. Kill the all!
Wiping putrescent spittle off my ear for the last time, I glanced at my cooperative female, and then over at her annoying counterpart. We stood on the deck inside the boathouse, with nothing but water between us and the open exterior door. I was empty-handed except for my knife, but on the way out of the video room, I took a chance and waded through Specialist Harris's remains, then put the Molly vest into the girl's hands and the M16 in the guy's. They were both outwardly agitated once the rifle was in play, but they complied anyway and subsequently followed me into the elevator and then down to the dock. Getting the items back was a different story. When I reached out to take the Molly vest, the girl wouldn't let go. I whispered to her in her peculiar vernacular, "The Joel asshead." She spent a moment having what passed for a thought in her brain and concluded that I needed to have the vest. Trying the same lie to circumvent the male's reluctance to let me have the M16 proved fruitless. There was only one quick way to resolve the issue. I put a hand on the rifle's handle, right beside his, held tight, and fell backwards, letting gravity carry me into the water. Unfortunately for the guy, he didn't quite figure out that he was at risk of getting wet until it was too late to recover. We splashed in together. The girl shrieked, the male howled and panicked, but he let go of the rifle. I pushed myself away from his flailing arms and legs and ignored them. They'd just become a non-factor as I waded into deepening water. Paying a heavy toll in stubbed toes and bruised shins, I moved quickly out of the boathouse and through the water toward my canoe, dunking myself a few times along the way to wash off as much of the gasoline on my skin as I could. I'd probably burned off 5 minutes since setting the light timer in the video room. Only 15 minutes remained until detonation. As expected, or maybe hoped, the canoe was where I left it, and with each step closer, the water got shallower and I moved faster. Once there, I dropped my knife, new rifle, and vest on top of the clothes that I'd left in the bottom of the canoe and quickly pushed it out into the water. A few hard paddle strokes put me out into the current, and I chose to go down rather than upriver. My destination was upriver, the direction that Murphy, Steph, and the others had gone, but I needed to maximize the distance between me and my bomb. Paddling downriver with the current would give me more distance than paddling against it. When I floated past the boathouse entrance, the female saw me and renewed her shrieking. To my surprise, the male was out of the water and pushing his dripping self up off the deck. Well, how about that? I wondered how that experience would affect his fear of the water. But at about that same time, I realized that it didn't matter. In 15 minutes, he'd be dead.
It was time to paddle like my life depended on it. Because it did. It took just a few minutes to get my heart rate up to a pounding, rapid rhythm. I gasped for breath as I neared my physical limit, slicing the canoe through the water at a good pace. Mr. Mays's house passed on the far bank, and it occurred to me that my gasoline vapor bomb could be a danger to both him and Nico. Fortunately, or not, I had the detached presence of mind to know that those dice were already rolling. If they both were in the house and away from the windows when the bomb exploded, they were far enough away that they might be okay. My pulling the boat up to the bank and running up to the house with a warning on my lips wasn't likely to change the outcome for them. By the time I got up there and explained the situation completely enough that they'd be willing to do something about it, the bomb would have detonated. So I pressed on down the river. Labored distance grew between my canoe and Sarah Mansfield's mountaintop compound.
Questions nagged my idle mind as I paddled. Would the bomb detonate at all? Had I screwed something up? I reviewed all of the steps I'd taken, all of the things I'd checked along the way. It had to work. How big would the explosion be? Was I far enough away? Did I have any hope of getting far enough away? Should I stop and watch the fire rip the sky and blow the top of Mount Bonnell into the river? Paddle on and let those questions answer themselves, dumbass. There was only one variable left in the equation that I had any control over, and that was the distance that I'd be from my bomb when it exploded. No matter what else happened, the likelihood of my being alive afterwards was dependent on how far downriver I was when the bomb went off. Paddle. More gasoline trivia bubbled to the surface of my brain. There was a conversion factor I'd heard once. No, I think I read it. I couldn't recall the source, but the conversion was for TNT to gasoline in terms of explosive power. The ratio was 10-1. 1 ounce of gasoline held something like 10 times more explosive power than TNT. Yes, that was it. Was it true? How much gasoline had I used? 20 gallons or so. Keep up the paddling pace. I didn't know what a gallon of gasoline weighed, but I did know that water weighed something like 8 pounds per gallon, and that gasoline was lighter, so maybe 6 pounds per gallon. 20 gallons, then, would weigh about 120 pounds. It sure felt like it when I was hauling it up to the top of the pergola, and that implied the equivalent of an explosion with the power of 1,200 pounds of TNT. But that's half a kiloton. I just made a half-kiloton bomb? There's no fucking way. They measure nuclear devices in kilotons. I could barely breathe in enough air to sustain my effort after that.
I picked up my pace, going as hard as I possibly could, rerunning the calculations in my head. Surely that answer couldn't be right. Could it? Paddle, dumbass, paddle! I remembered hearing once that a gasoline vapor bomb was the most powerful non-nuclear device in the military arsenal. Confirmation? Under the strain of trying to pull in enough air to support my effort, I couldn't come up with where I'd heard all of that crap. Was it TV, hence bullshit? Or was it books? Oh, where was the internet when you needed it? More crap. It was the sound of somebody punching a giant marshmallow that announced the detonation. I snapped my head around to see. The glow from an enormous, disembodied flame burned in the sky above the peak of Mount Bonnell. More sound, more flame. Then, in what seemed like slow motion, the fire spread and nearly died, then spread again with 100 marshmallow punches as it crossed the mountain and spread down toward the river. An aurora borealis dying as it sank to the earth, torching a few trees as it settled over a mile span along the north bank, then down onto the river. Flames danced across the water toward me. I smelled gasoline in the air. Fuck. I pushed all my weight to the right, and the canoe capsized with me as I fell into the water. Immersed in inky, cold blackness, the water around me lit up as though the sun had just gone supernova in the sky. As that light faded, I watched my purloined M16 sink into the darkness below. The blade of my knife twinkled as it sank 10 feet below, followed by my boots. Even my clothes drifted out of their place in the bottom of the canoe, semi-clad ghosts searching in greenish water for souls to torment. When it was done, my night vision was shot and I was out of breath, but I was still alive. Alive and disappointed. Coming up underneath the canoe, I took a few deep breaths, pushed myself under, and scissor-kicked hard back up to right the canoe, which readily turned over. Hanging on the edge, I looked in. Nothing but water was inside, and too much of it. Looking up at Mount Bonnell, I saw the crenellated rows of houses along the crest, their geometrically precise silhouettes intact. They hadn't exploded. Nothing had blown up but air and gasoline, too far above the ground and too dissipated to damage any property or kill any of the naked infected. The only result was some small, spotty fires in the trees. It was all a spectacular fizzle. King Monkey Fucker Joel and Mark were probably sitting in Sarah Mansfield's house, not even aware that I'd just tried to kill them and succeeded only in nearly barbecuing myself. Shit. Shit, shit, shit! Chapter 27. It was late. The fireworks show was over. A few small fires glowed dimly up on the mountain. I'd pushed the canoe in near the shore where I could stand, empty the water, and get back in. Except for the paddle. Everything I had was lost in the dark river. The only reason I had the paddle was that it was in my hand when I capsized the canoe. Had I waited another 4 or 5 seconds before capsizing the canoe, it would have been burned when the gasoline vapor flashed. Maybe that had happened to many of the naked horde up on the mountain. It was something to hope for, as the disappointment over my failure weighed heavily on me. I'd been paddling back upriver for over an hour when I pulled the paddle out of the water and drifted, feeling in my muscles the toll I was paying for so many days without food and with little good sleep. Sure, I'd drunk at least a quart of cola from the soda fountain on the roof, but those calories were gone, burned off on exertion and fear. Mr. Maze's house was far back downriver behind me by the time I started drifting. I realized that I should have stopped on my second time past, knocked on the door, and asked for a safe spot to spend the night. Well, if they had a door to knock on. The canoe floated slowly into a spin, caught in the current flowing one way, while the wind blew me in the other. I supposed I could drift back down to Mr. Maze's house and see if they'd let me in, but that bitter thought smacked of quitting. In the mood that was on me, one step onto that slippery slope would send me down a dark hole out of which I might not be able to climb back. To continue upriver was to endeavor toward the goal, to try and find my friends. Seeing Murphy get up off of that recliner and wobble his way down to the ski boat was troubling, but it did bring hope that I'd find them all alive. And that hope was something real. But I was so tired. I was naked, crusted in dry blood and scabs. I was hungry, really hungry, and dehydrated again. Steph, Murphy, and the rest could be in any of 1,000 places upriver, and I had no idea where. Or they could be dead. Such a likely possibility now. 0. That was the depressing word emblazoned on the flag that had planted itself on the sad mound of my thoughts. I was back at 0 again. No weapons, no food, no friends, and no clothes. Don't lie down. Don't quit. Paddle, just paddle. So I paddled, persistence for its own sake. Upriver again, slowly against the current, but I was moving. Houses along the shore passed by. I spotted a ski boat lifted on a hoist up out of the water, I guessed to protect the hull from the algae. I really wanted that boat. Motorized transportation was another of modern society's underappreciated luxuries. Pulling my paddle across my lap, I gave the boat a long, hard look and thought about what I could do to acquire it. I'd have to search the house for keys and then, assuming I lived through that, having only fingernails and fists to protect myself, I'd have to figure out how to manually lower the boat back into the water. The process of stealing the boat was that of unknown dangers and potentially unsolvable problems. The risk-to-reward ratio just wasn't high enough. Paddle on. As housing development on the banks thinned, leaving mostly trees and few dark houses, the miles slowly dissolved behind me. It was all black water, bends in the wide river, and old trees. Frogs chirped like fat crickets in the wet shadows, and the buzz of cicadas modulated in and out of obnoxiousness. Mosquitoes occasionally found me and had a meal on my bare skin before buzzing off to hide among the leaves on the banks. Up ahead, I spied a familiar shape on the north bank, and my hopes sank a little. It was the pontoon boat that Murphy had almost acquired a week or so prior. It was tied next to the dock in front of the house that he and I had raided and prepped as a safe house. The ski boat, however, was nowhere to be seen. The absence of the ski boat led to 3 possibilities. Freitag had killed them all and dumped the bodies in the river. They'd taken the food and moved on to someplace else because this house had become unsafe, or this house was unsafe again when they arrived. I went with the odds
and decided that going into the house was a bad idea. At least the pontoon boat was still there. That had been ready to go when Murphy and I had left it. I needed only to hop on, untie the ropes, start the engine, and head upriver with internal combustion assistance, which is exactly what I did. 10 minutes after seeing the pontoon boat come out of the darkness on the north bank, I was motoring up the river with the canoe on a rope, skimming along in my wake, and feeling ever so slightly better about my situation. The tourist boat with the 3 girls was my next stop. With any luck, they could give me some idea what had happened to my friends. It didn't take long for the riverboat to come into view, anchored just where I'd last seen it. Careful to keep a distance of 30 feet or so between our 2 hulls, I came up alongside, looking for the silhouette of a girl's head or a hunting rifle sticking above the upper rail. Of course, I didn't see one. It was such a minor thing, not seeing at least one of the girls immediately, but I was starting to shade toward pessimism on every uncertainty I stumbled on. I called across the water. "Hey!" I waited. "Hey, this is Zed!" They were a timid, cautious bunch. "Amy? Brittany? Megan, are you there?" There were still 3 ski boats tethered off the stern of the faux paddle-wheeler. The girls had to be on the big boat. "Hey!" Nothing. Along the top rail, I thought I saw the barrel of a rifle peek over. 3 shadowy head silhouettes popped up as well.
Amy, I'm Zed. I came by a week or so ago with a couple of other guys and left you some food and a gun.
Why do you look like that? Where are your clothes? What happened to you?
That's a long story.
The girls whispered amongst themselves for a minute.
Trust me, I called up. It's really me. How else would I know your names and my name if it wasn't me?
It seemed like a silly argument, but it was the only one I could come up with. We thought you were dead.
Why?
A couple of days ago, a girl came by in what looked like your boat.
A girl?
Was she alone? I asked about the boat when she came by. I said it looked like your boat.
And?
Amy's tone turned to disgust and anger. She said you raped her.
What?
Did you?
No.
Feeling like I needed to add more to my defense than just a denial, I said, "She's a crazy bitch. She tried to kill me." It occurred to me then that I should have said nothing else. The crazy bitch addendum made me sound guilty even to me.
I slumped down in my seat. Did she say anything about my friends? About where they were, if they were okay?
No.
Could she have really killed them all? Was she that wicked? Or had she abandoned them somewhere?
Did you think that was kind of weird? Her being all alone in my boat and not with Murphy or Russell or anybody? Murphy. He was the one that tried to get on our boat the first night we met you? Yeah. The girls conferred for a minute. It did seem a little weird. We didn't trust her, so we didn't let her come aboard. That was a good choice. There was a silence that lasted a bit, while I thought of what else I could ask. They weren't trying to help at all with the conversation. Are you girls keeping a watch all the time, even at night? Suddenly suspicious. Why do you want to know? It's just that it took a little while for you to figure out that I was out here. We knew. Fine.
Can I ask a favor? In a tone that carried a harsh laugh, Amy said, "You can ask."
It's really late. I'm really, really tired.
I pointed up the river.
Can I anchor my boat over there tonight and get some sleep? As long as you don't try to come on our boat. Just, if you don't mind, kinda keep an eye on me. Maybe warn me if you see danger. Like what? I looked around. I don't know. Any of the usual stuff, I guess. The girls huddled again. You were nice to us before. You gave us food and a gun. Yes, we owe you a favor.
We'll keep an eye on you if you want to sleep over there on your own boat." That was a relief anyway. "How are you guys set for food? Did that stuff we dropped off last? Are you out?" One of the younger girls shouted, "We're almost out. Do you have any to spare?" I said, "I've been through some shit. I'm running on empty at the moment, but I'll need to raid a pantry tomorrow, if I can do it without getting killed."
I can probably drop some surplus off if you like.
You don't have to. It was Amy speaking again. I know. Hey, can I give you some advice? About what? You're naked and you look pretty beat up. I think we're doing better than you are. Maybe we should give you some. I could hear the smile in Amy's voice on that one. She wasn't being mean. I need to tell you a bit of a story first. Brittany asked, "Is it about why you're naked?" Yeah, but it's a long story. We've got lots of time and no television to entertain us. I smiled. Maybe that was the worst aspect of the post-apocalyptic world for the modern human. No entertainment. How difficult would life get with no iPhone, no television, and no internet to fill in the boring parts? I told them about my experience at Sarah Mansfield's house, taking extra time on the part about how quickly the naked horde had overrun what had seemed like pretty strong defenses.
I think you should take your ski boats and tie them up alongside, one midway on the starboard side and one midway on the port side. Leave one in the back, I guess. Why? I don't know if those naked ones can get at you in the boat, but if they get some boats or start swimming at you from one bank or the other, if you have an escape boat hidden from their view, then you'll have a better chance of getting away. But they're afraid of the water. Don't underestimate them if you see them on the shore looking at you, I pleaded. They are a very dangerous group. Chapter 28. I woke on a pallet of flat seat cushions next to the tool chest that Murphy had left on the pontoon boat a week or more before. It was late on a brilliantly sunny morning, and my head was throbbing. My joints were stiff and my stomach was rumbling. When I sat up, I had to throw out a hand to steady myself on one of the benches that ran down the length of both the port and starboard sides of the boat. I was sorely missing regularly scheduled meals. At least the warm morning air felt good against my skin. Looking downriver, I saw that one of the girls was fishing near the bow of their big boat, and I wondered how boring their daily routine must be, cooped up all day on that boat. Oh well, not my problem at the moment. I checked both shores for anything that could be a danger, and, seeing nothing, went to the stern and jumped into the river to clean myself up. The water was cold, of course. It was always cold, no matter what time of year. The water in the river flowed out of the bottom of the big dam upstream, so it came off of the bottom of the lake, where all the coldest water settled. After a few minutes, my skin got used to it, and I lay back, floating on the surface, truly relaxing for the first time in a week. It felt good, and goodness had become such a rare commodity. As I lay there, gently bobbing on the few waves and watching the puffy, white summer clouds, I noticed smoke. Raising my head and starting to tread water, I spun in the direction of the smoke.
The fires on Mount Bonnell that I'd started the night before with my fizzled bomb had grown. Hopefully, some of the naked infected were still there, screaming and burning as their skin crisped black and flaked off. It was a dirty, murderous thought, but the imagining of it didn't feel bad. I climbed back aboard my pontoon boat, sat my naked body out of sight of the young girls on the riverboat, and thought about the day ahead. Food, clothes, weapons, friends, and fucking Freitag. Food needed to come first. I was going to fall into uselessness if I didn't get a lot more calories in me pretty soon. Clothes were a nice luxury. If I was going to be in a house collecting food, there'd surely be a closet with something to wear. Some kind of weapon would be a necessity. Again, if I was in a house, A kitchen knife was kind of the least I'd expect to find there.
And being in Texas, the sky was the limit in terms of potential firearm availability. Then it came down to Freitag versus friends. If I knew where my friends were, I could get past my desire to get some vengeance on her. Really, all I wanted was to reunite with my friends and know that they were all okay. Everything else on my list was just a necessary step in the direction of seeing Murphy, Steph, and Mandy, distasteful Dahlhover, and simple Russell. Freitag knew what had happened to them. That meant that the most expeditious path to my friends was through her, because wherever she was, and I hoped she was still on the river, the ski boat would show me exactly where she'd gone ashore. I was betting that she'd be close by. The river between the dams couldn't be more than 15 miles long, and I was somewhere near the midpoint of that stretch. So 7 miles of river going upstream was what I had to check for the ski boat. Depending on how much of the morning I burned off finding food and weapons, I could find Freitag, and with any luck, my friends before sundown. I got up off the deck and checked my boat's fuel gauge. There was about 3/4 of a tank. That seemed like a lot, though I had no idea how much fuel the tank held, or how far the pontoon boat could go on 3/4 of a tank. It had to be enough to scoot up and down my 15-mile section of the river many times at least. As I stood there by the boat's wheel, I noticed 5 bloated bodies drifting downriver toward me. One wore a brilliantly colored turquoise skirt that spread out around her body in an enormous flowery semicircle with graying white stamens. 2 were children, and their skin wasn't infected white. They were Hispanic, and they floated face down in the water, with black halos of hair spread around them. Another woman, a big girl, was of no consequence to me, because I noticed at that moment that one of the flotilla was a man with a broad, hairy back, and he was wearing a pair of khaki cargo shorts, which, if I cinched up the belt, would fit me well enough. Thinking back to my fight with the alpha in the boathouse, who'd made the bad choice of victoriously dangling his manhood where I could grab it, a pair of risk-free shorts suddenly moved to the top of the necessity list. A quick glance around the pontoon boat's deck was enough to inventory my resources. The big red toolbox, of course, and several dozen seat cushions that I'm sure doubled as flotation devices. 2 life preservers and a rescue hook, the kind found by nearly every swimming pool in the country. It was a 12-foot-long aluminum tube with a rounded, body-sized hook at the end, perfect for fishing infected corpses out of the river. But what really caught my eye were a couple of things I hadn't noticed and hadn't thought to look for previously. Just below the cushions on several of the bench seats were latches, giving away the presence of storage bins beneath. At least one of those storage bins had to be a cooler. And a cooler might contain something edible, or at least a warm drinkable. My stomach concurred with a growl. First things first, I grabbed the aluminum hook pole and went to the port side of the boat and waited for the corpse with the shorts to float near enough by. I didn't have to wait more than a minute. I reached out into the river with the hook and looped it around the big man's torso on the first try. When I tugged it to bring him closer, the hook compressed his bloated gut, and his head, face down in the river, bobbed up on an eruption of bubbles, stinking gases of rotting flesh that floated my way on the wind and nearly made me vomit. The shorts were risk-free, but there was still a price to be paid. Hand over hand, I pulled the body toward the boat until I had it pressed up against the hull. In a quick move, I unhooked the man and dropped my pole to the deck as I got down to my knees and grasped, with no small measure of disgust, one of his ankles. I didn't need my prize drifting off. A slippery film covered the man's skin, and if not for the thick hair on his leg, I might have lost my grip on his ankle. I pulled his foot up onto the flat deck of the boat as I reached for his other. I didn't have any desire to have the spewing end of the man in my boat.
Pulling and tugging, I had to get the legs up onto the deck if I was going to have any hope of reaching the shorts. As I was working, the man's belly pressed against the hull, and several more puffs of gaseous rot belched out. Remaining naked was starting to have some real appeal, but I was close. One more tug put the man's thighs flat on the deck, the belt within reach. In a most unflattering way, I straddled the man's thighs, feeling the slime from his skin on my legs, to hold him down. I bent forward to reach down around his belly so that I could loosen the belt, then unbutton and unzip the shorts. I thought I heard giggles across the water, but I ignored them. More gas seeped out of the man's mouth and nose and bubbled up past his ears, giving me a full dose of the stink. The shorts came loose and I pulled them off hurriedly, somehow getting the underwear as well. For some reason, that really grossed me out. I jumped up off of the man, and as he slid back into the water, his dirty underwear fell out of the shorts and onto my feet. I yelped and shook my foot to get them off as I hopped around the deck in utter disgust, making a complete fool of myself.
When they finally flew free and landed in the water just past the edge of the deck, I again had attention for something besides the violation I felt at having the wet underwear plastered to my skin. That's when I heard the laughter of the 3 girls coming from the other boat. The white skin on my face flushed red, but I held my hard-won shorts over my head in triumph. I spent a good while back in the river after that, scrubbing my skin and the shorts, and wishing for soap. A little bleach would have been desirable as well. Finally, the shorts were hanging over a rail to dry in the morning sunshine, and I was drying in the sun as well, when I recalled the storage bins underneath the boat's seats. Cooler time. Sliding a wide bench cushion over, I flipped a latch and opened the storage bin hidden underneath. Fins, snorkels, masks, inflatable water toys, ski ropes, nothing of immediate interest to me. I stepped across the width of the deck, pushed the cushions out of the way on another bench, flipped the latch, and lifted the lid. Oh my God. It smelled so bad that I fell back on the deck trying to get away from it. It was just as bad as the smell that belched out of the hairy man's mouth. That was the cooler. It had been packed with meats, cheeses, ice, and other perishable items in apparent preparation for an afternoon picnic on the water that never happened. Now, the cooler was a sealed container in which all of those items had been rotting in the heat. Standing up and leaning over the rail, I spit into the water to get the remnants of the spoiled taste out of my mouth. As I was doing that, it occurred to me that in that cooler, in the putrid, warm liquid, there had to be bottles of beer or soda. What kind of picnic could it have been without those? And where else would such items go but inside the cooler? That, of course, led to the next question. What about the dry goods, napkins, paper plates, cups, and chips? Those things wouldn't be in the cooler.
I looked around at the seats and, sure enough, there were 2 more storage bins. It turned out that one of those contained some tools, more rope, and an extra anchor. The second, however, held just what I was looking for. A dull paring knife, 3 big bags of chips, unopened jars of pickles, mustard, mayonnaise, and ketchup, and cookies. Manna from heaven, if there ever was such a thing. Resisting the urge to tear into the packages like an animal, I started with a bag of corn chips, and with deliberate slowness, sat in the sun on one of the cushioned benches and ate them one by one. I had no desire to barf everything back up after rushing too quickly to shove it all down my throat. After eating the equivalent of a few handfuls of the chips, I felt, for the moment, full, and I let myself bake for a while in the heat.
And for the second time that morning, I let my thoughts of adversity slip away, and I felt good. Deciding that a soda, a beer, or any liquid that wasn't river water would make a tasty second course, I walked over to the cooler that held the rotting meats, held my breath, and kicked it open with my foot. The lid leaned up against the side rail, and I stepped toward the bow of the boat, upwind from the cooler. Jumping up on one of the benches across the deck, I was able to see down inside from a breathable distance. The cooler was a disgusting cauldron of rot, but in the liquid, among congealed blobs of gray goo, floated dozens of canned sodas and bottled beers. Warm or not, one of those beers would taste so good. Holding my breath, I bounded across the deck, fished out a can and a few bottles, and made my getaway. Back near the bow, I leaned over the edge of the boat once again and spent a good long while washing the can, the bottles, and my hands, until I could no longer smell the cooler's stench on my skin. After that, I went back to my place in the sun and took my time drinking one of the beers and eating some cookies. Calories in my blood unloaded in my brain and bounced around my synapses as the taste of alcohol brought with it the most vivid memories of my last normal night. My buddies and I were at a yuppie sports bar in the suburbs with dozens of enormous flat-screen televisions and waitresses that wore tight blouses and skirts too short to take out in public. They always smiled sweetly with clean white teeth, though often their eyes were just as dead as the whites I'd seen, betraying the lie of how they loathed serving the likes of me. Because one thing they knew, just as I did, was that I was no better than they were. I didn't have a high-paying, high-tech job with a big future. We were all commuters, traveling serially to the same unsatisfying future, the same dead end. I was so hammered when I went home that night. I was so hammered after I drank that tequila the next morning and saw what the ogre had done to the harpy in the middle of their living room. Oh, why weren't those memories gone yet? I tossed the beer bottle, still half full, into the river. Chapter 29. Wearing only my warm, dry cargo shorts, I piloted the pontoon boat slowly up the center of the river, keeping a watchful eye on the banks and paying special attention to docks and boathouses. Occasional whites were lurking in the shade to escape the midday heat, or were on their haunches on the banks, sipping from the river. Much of the northern bank was undeveloped, an unbroken forest of oaks and cedars. The southern bank had regularly spaced houses, mostly of the opulent variety, and they slowly passed, turning mundane in their ubiquity as the sun crested in the sky. When I finally spotted Sarah Mansfield's familiar ski boat, it was docked in front of a Mediterranean villa-style house with stucco walls, a terracotta roof, and dying landscaping. Taking care to keep myself concealed between the pontoon boat's bench seats, I motored on past without seeing a single living soul. When I was a quarter of a mile upriver, I killed the engine. Drifting back down and staying out of direct sight of the house would be safest. Unfortunately, guiding the clumsy pontoon boat with a single canoe paddle was a nearly futile endeavor for which I had no patience. When I came within 30 or 40 yards of the dock, I dropped anchor and waited for it to catch on something as it dragged on the river bottom. The line straightened out, pulled taut, and the boat jerked to a stop, causing me to fall down as my momentum carried me forward on the suddenly motionless deck. Secure enough for me. I'd expected to have trouble pulling the anchor back up when I returned to the boat later on, but I'd deal with that problem when I got there. I patted my pocket to make sure the paring knife, my only weapon, was there. It was. Canoe time. Pulling the canoe's bow line, I took the loop off of the cleat on the deck, tugged it up beside my pontoon boat, and very carefully put a foot in. Well, carefully didn't work out so well. With nothing to secure it to the boat, the canoe slipped away from the pontoon boat, and my legs split wide apart as I lost my balance and fell into the river. The stupidity of it pissed me off, and I immediately feared losing the canoe. The canoe had real value in a world of hydrophobic cannibals.
When I got my head back above water and got my bearings, the canoe was skating across the water and getting caught in the current. I swam hard after it, figuring I could catch it in 4 or 5 strokes. I was wrong.
It took closer to 10 or 12, and I was gasping for breath when I finally reached out of the water to grab it. My fingertips, instead of catching the edge of the canoe, barely caressed the top edge of the hull and slipped down the curved side, pushing it further away from me. Crap. When I did finally get a solid grip on the hull, before I could congratulate myself, the bow bonked into something solid. I looked up. It was the dock in front of the house. So much for a stealthy approach. If Freitag was in there, she knew I was out here. The water wasn't more than 4 feet deep, so close to the shore, so I stood up slowly and was able to see a good part of the lawn and the roof of the house. I tied off the canoe and considered how to proceed. Why not just get out of the water, do my best not to look like a threat, and stroll up the house? I'd lost maybe 10 pounds since Freitag last saw me. I was bald, scabby, and nearly naked. She probably wouldn't recognize me. In front of the mirror in Sarah Mansfield's bathroom, I barely recognized me. I hauled myself out of the water and up onto the dock in front of the canoe. The ski boat was tied off on the opposite side of the dock, and I eyed it with a detective's curiosity as I straightened up. No blood, nor any evidence of violence. That was good. Neither were there supplies of any sort. The keys were also gone. It was just an empty ski boat waiting on the lake for its owner to take it out for a sunny day on the water. Satisfied that I'd learned all I could from the ski boat, I turned to head up the dock. A rifle cracked and shattered the shoreline's bucolic facade. The canoe's aluminum hull rang from the impact. Before I even had time to think about it, I was doing some combination of jumping and falling back into the greenish water beside the dock. I let my momentum carry me down to the bottom under less than 3 feet and struggled through the duckweed as I put some underwater distance between me and the dock. It was so hard to remember to see myself through the lens of others' prejudices. It didn't matter whether Freitag did or did not recognize me. It didn't matter that I was acting like a normal, unarmed person. I was white, and she hated anyone with the virus. In my anger over losing the canoe, I had overlooked that. When I popped my head back out of the water nearly 20 feet from where I'd splashed into the river, I heard another gunshot and saw a burst of splinters on the surface of the dock. 2 more gunshots followed in rapid succession. Freitag thought I was hiding in the water under the dock and was hoping to kill me with little more than luck. Out of sight from the house, I let the current carry me down, and I waded in chest-deep water toward the trees and undergrowth that bordered the property. In the frighteningly close distance, I heard the howls of the infected. They'd heard the shots too. They were coming. Stupid Freitag. Before the infected got their hungry hands on her, I needed to get to her and find out what she did with my friends. I climbed up out of the water and took the paring knife with its meager 4-inch blade out of my pocket and looked at it. As a weapon, it was better than nothing, but not by much. Dragging my thumb over the edge, I tried to gauge how sharp it was. Sharp enough for a stabbing weapon, but I had doubts about what I could cut with it. Skin, maybe. Jeans? No way. I was in the undergrowth about 20 feet from the shore when I saw the first of the infected run off of the street in front of the house and start searching the house's walls for a way in. Choosing to wait and watch, to know what I was getting myself into instead of walking in stupidly, again, I spotted at least 20 of the infected. Half of those lollygagged around the yard, seemingly unable to figure out what to do next. Some of them looked around, searching for the tasty source of the sound they'd heard. A handful were working their way around the perimeter of the house, touching walls and pushing on windows. whether smart ones or just smart enough to know that houses sometimes contained food. Those whites were my biggest concern at the moment. A heavily vined trellis was anchored at right angles around the front corner of what I guessed was the garage. The flat roof of the garage appeared to have some sort of patio on it. That looked to me like a way in. As quietly as I could, I crept through the bushes, trying my best to avoid thorny vines and prickly pears. My appreciation for shoes was growing by leaps and bounds. When I came out of the trees, I caught the apathetic attention of several of the whites on that side of the house, but they quickly deduced that I was one of them and left me alone. I crossed the yard quickly in case Freitag was stupid enough to take another shot at me with so many whites so close. But no bullets came. I arrived at the trellis and examined the vines. There were no thorns. Good. The wood framework looked strong enough to support my weight. My biggest worry would be that of getting shot when I topped the wall and made for the doors that I presumed were on the other side of the patio. With any luck, Freitag was still looking for my floating body out of the back of the house. Glancing left and then right, I figured I had enough space to get to the top of the trellis before I caught too much attention from the lackadaisical whites on my side of the house. So I climbed. I was halfway up when I heard a noise below me. Damn it. An infected woman was doing her best to follow me. I moved up as quickly as I could. When I reached the top, I peeked over. I saw patio furniture, big potted plants, and a gas grill. On the wall of the house, there were 2 sets of French doors and a couple of large windows. There were no blinds or curtains on the windows, and I was able to see into the room beyond. Not a single thing moved. Assuming that Freitag was still alone, there was no way she could cover all sides of the house on her own. With a few quick heaves, I threw my legs up over the edge of the wall and got my feet planted before looking back down. The woman on the trellis was just a few feet below, and another white was halfway up. Ugh, grisly duty was up next. I glanced back toward the house to make sure that I wouldn't be surprised from behind. I waited for the infected woman to arrive. As soon as her head popped up over the wall, I jammed the paring knife into and out of her eye in one rapid motion. She stiffened, and at the same time seemed to open both of her hands to lunge at me. But her balance was gone, and she was falling. Whether it was the knife thrust or the fall that killed her didn't matter to me. It didn't even matter whether she was dead. She hit the ground and didn't move. That was all I really cared about. To my right, the other white climber gave her a look and seemed stuck in a moment of indecision over whether to go back down and feed or to keep climbing for the real prize, tasty, uninfected flesh. He chose wrong. When his head came up over the edge of the wall, I stabbed the blade hard into his temple, a move that was a mistake. As the white lost his grip and started to fall, my paring knife wedged in his skull, and I was barely able to keep hold of it as he fell. But I did. The infected man hit the ground near the woman's expanding pool of blood. That problem was solved. Infected were running toward the 2 downed whites by that time, and I faded back toward the French doors to let them all forget about me while they dined. I bounded lightly across the patio and came to a stop with one hand on a doorknob, peeking into the windows. Still only furniture and fixtures in the room. Nothing moved. I turned the knob. Locked. Damn. Well, no big deal. I hurried over and checked the other doors. Locked as well. To break the glass would be a mistake. The sound would alert Freitag. I couldn't have that. Checking further, both windows were locked as well. Quietly making my way over to the edge of the patio that overlooked the front of the garage, I stealthily peeked around the corner of the wall and quickly pulled my head back. No infected eyes on the front lawn spotted me, but neither did I see anything that looked like an alternative way to get into the house. Across the patio again,
I peeked around the back wall on the side of the house that faced the river and saw something that might work. It wouldn't be easy, but it was my best chance of getting into the house quietly.
A sloped roof extended out from the back side of the house, and the eaves overhead provided a path to a smaller patio further down on the back of the house. As I jumped up onto the wall, my thoughts went, of course, to 100 movies I'd seen in which the hero was running across a tile roof, only to have the tiles slip loose before sending him on a perilous skid to the edge of the roof. Perhaps the guys who built this house had seen the same movies, learned a lesson, and had done a good job gluing these down. I tested the stability of the first roof tile as I very, very slowly put my weight on it. It held. Away I went, slowly, so slowly, taking great care to check my footing with each forward step. Before I knew it, I'd uneventfully arrived at the other patio. I hopped down to the concrete floor and made no sound at all beyond that of my bare feet slapping the cement. A quick, deep breath and a quick look around were all I afforded myself before I checked the glass French door. It was open. I smiled. I found myself in what appeared to be the master bedroom. It was decorated in a rustic Mediterranean style to match the house's exterior. Lightly closing the glass door behind me, I listened but heard nothing of importance. The infected weren't inside the house. They didn't know how to mask their victorious feelings with silence. On the dark wooden floor, bare feet were a stealthy advantage, and I crossed the room noiselessly. The bedroom door opened with the slightest of creaks, and I looked out into a hallway that opened at the end to the large sitting room I'd seen from the patio. In the house's silence, every buffet of the wind against the windows, every yowl of a wight outside, was magnified. My heartbeat pounded its drum, and my breathing shouted in my ears. Trusting in the solidity of the floor, I stepped out into the hall. No boards sounded a complaint under my weight. Still, I stepped slowly, letting the weight of each of my steps come down gently on the bare wood. Off to my right, a wrought iron rail looked over a curving stairway that led down to the first floor. I suspected that the shots had been fired from downstairs, but I checked another upstairs bedroom and a couple of bathrooms to see if anyone was on the upper floor before I proceeded down. The bottom of the stairs was hidden from view as I started around the curve at the top, so I stayed close to the wall, knife at the ready for Freitag, or anyone she might be with, or any infected. I expected whites to be noisy, but assumptions kept getting me in trouble. With each step down, the sound of rapid breathing from below became more distinct. My muscles were tense, and my palms were sweating. It could be a white's breathing that I heard, or it could be a fear-filled Freitag. What came into view was the back of a petite, dark-haired woman in camouflaged fatigues, holding an assault rifle in her hands, pointing it at the back of the house. It was Freitag. Step lightly. Stay quiet. The whites were not in the house. If they were, she wouldn't be standing out in the open at the bottom of the stairs. Just 4 steps to go, nearly in arm's reach, and Freitag was getting nervous. She hurried a glance at the kitchen off to her right. Maybe it's a sixth sense that people feel when someone is watching them that gives their spines the tingles. Maybe in Freitag's case, it was just nervousness about the infected outside, coupled with an ominous sense of powerlessness and vulnerability. Either way, when I took another silent step down, her senses triggered, and she looked back up over her shoulder like she expected something to be there. What she saw was a gaunt, bald creeper. She screamed as she tried to bring her rifle around to shoot me. I pounced, blocked the rifle barrel toward the wall, and landed on her as she crumbled under my meager weight. The gun went off, destroying the silence inside the house. We hit the floor with me on top, and I quickly wrestled myself into a position where I had her arms pinned under my legs with one hand pressing down on her forehead to hold her head against the floor.
I pressed the warm metal of my dull blade against her throat. Her eyes were wide with terror, but not recognition. In a harsh whisper, I asked, "Are you alone?" That did it. She recognized my voice, and her mouth fell open in a sad, silent wail. Tears flowed. The price for her sins had come due, and her murderer was sitting on her chest, or so she feared. It was a thought worth indulging, but I had more important problems to resolve than bleeding her stupid ass out all over that nice wooden floor. "Do not scream," I hissed.
Are there any others in the house? She was going catatonic, apparently focused entirely on her impending death. I'm not going to kill you. You deserve it, but I'm not going to. Where are my friends? Her continued silence made me realize that there weren't others in the house. If assistance was available, she would have screamed for it already. She was alone. I pressed the point of the knife into her throat until it broke the skin. She needed some pain to bring her back into the moment. If you don't start fucking telling me where my friends are, I'm going to ram this knife through your throat and leave you for the infected to eat alive. Do you fucking hear me? Don't, she pleaded. Talk. You'd better come up with a lot more than one fucking syllable at a time. I sat up and took my palm off of her forehead and let off a little of the pressure of the blade on her throat. You're a worthless bitch, but I'm not a murderer. At least, I don't plan to be. I just want to know where my friends are and what the fuck you did to them. I didn't. I will kill you if I think you're lying to me. Freitag looked to her right, out across the floor and through the windows. Whites were on the back lawn, and she could see them as well as I. They'll be in here soon enough, and they're not going to be coming after me when they come in. I'm tired of asking. Talk! Freitag looked back up at me and then looked away. I didn't leave you on purpose. I was in danger. I don't. I pressed the knife against her throat again. I don't give a shit what you say about anything except my questions. Do you understand that? Your bullshit tears don't mean anything to me. You are going to tell me what happened to my friends, and then I'm going to leave. And if you're lucky, I'll leave you a gun to protect yourself with. Then I never want to see you again. There's a whole big fucking world out there. I live on this river now. Go be somewhere else. You got it? Chapter 30. We went upstairs where eyes peeping in windows wouldn't be able to see us, and whose owners, with any luck, might eventually wander off. Once we got to the master bedroom, she pointed at the pillow-laden bed and asked, "Are you going to rape me?" I just shook my head and instructed her to sit on the edge of the bed. The room was large, like all the room in all the mansions, on all the million-dollar lots on the river. I took up a position beside a dresser, well away from her, but where I could keep an eye on her and see the dock out across the back lawn. Unfortunately, the canoe, hauled by one of Freitag's misplaced shots, had sunk. I had her pistol sitting on the dresser, along with an extra magazine. 2 full magazines for the M16 lay beside those. The rifle I kept pointed at Freitag. Here's the way this is going to work. You'll tell me everything I need to know. If I'm satisfied that your story isn't completely bullshit, I'll leave you a weapon. The more cooperative you are, and the more truthful I think you are, the more bullets I'll leave you. As for the boats, I'm taking the ski boat and the pontoon boat I came in. You can have the canoe. Freitag barely nodded. She hadn't seen yet that she'd sunk the canoe with her bad shooting. I raised the rifle with one hand and pointed to the pistol with the other. Which one? I can have either one? Makes no difference to me. I'll take the M16. Fine. I removed the magazine from the M16, tucked the pistol into my belt,
picked up one of the M16's magazines, and started removing the bullets, lining them up neatly on the edge of the dresser. Speak. Do you want to know what happened at Sarah Mansfield's house? No, scratch that. First, tell me about Murphy. Freitag shrugged. What do you want to know? How is he? Steph said he was going to be okay. And how was he when you ditched him? I didn't ditch him. How is he? He was a little out of it.
But he was walking and talking. I think he'll be fine. I tossed Freitag a bullet. I watched the archived video at the house. I saw what happened when you guys got overrun. So just tell me what happened after you left together in the ski boat. Everybody was hating on me. I huffed to show my impatience. Freitag glared at me. I know you think I'm some kind of evil bitch, but it's not like that. You need to understand why I had to do it. I rolled my eyes. They all blamed me for what happened to you. Duh. They didn't say much about it. Mostly, they just gave me dirty looks when they thought I wasn't looking. Sergeant Dahlhover, though, he gave me dirty looks all the time. He frightened me. I repressed a smile about that. Once we were all in the boat, and Murphy realized that you weren't with us, well, he got very angry. I thought he was going to hurt me. Steph and Mandy calmed him down and made him sit in the back with Russell. The way he looked at me after that, I think he was going to do something. I tossed her another bullet and started emptying another magazine. So far, the bullshit sounded true enough. See, I didn't have a choice. Back to the facts, please. Freitag looked down at her feet. Murphy told us about a safe house, and that we should go there or something. I asked, the one that he and I had been to before? Yeah, I think. And that's where you went? Freitag nodded. Describe it to me. Freitag did, and went into enough detail that she removed any doubts I had about her having been there. I tossed her several bullets. Her eyes filled with fake tears again, and her sad mouth said, when everybody was inside, I was supposed to go out to the boat and bring the supplies inside. Steph had laid the boat keys on a counter in the kitchen, and I took them when no one was looking. I shook my head. Defiant, Freitag hissed. You said you wanted to know. Go on. Once I was back on the boat, Don't you understand? I didn't have a choice. I didn't want to be alone, but I couldn't stay with them. They all hated me. Go on. I just started up the boat and left. They didn't try to stop you. I don't think they knew I was gone until it was too late. I didn't see them come out of the house. I shook my head in disbelief. And you didn't run the boat around in circles for 10 minutes to draw in every white in the neighborhood? Freitag looked at her feet. Well, I didn't do that. You did it to me. Still looking at her feet, Freitag started to say something but didn't. She started to cry again. I'm sorry. I didn't believe that. If anything, she was sorry that nobody believed her bullshit. She was sorry that she got caught. She wasn't sorry she ditched me and called in the infected to kill me. Did you circle the boat and draw in the infected when you ditched my friends? She shook her head. I didn't know whether to believe that or not. The only way I was going to know would be to head back down the river to the safe house and see for myself. At least I knew where to look, I hoped. How deep could Freitag's vindictiveness run? I brushed the rest of the free bullets onto the floor. One magazine was still full, and I left it on the dresser as I headed for the door with both weapons. You said you'd leave the rifle. I stopped and turned. I will. You have the bullets.
I'm leaving your M16 on the grass in the backyard." "You asshole! You promised!" She jumped to her feet. I gave her the coldest look I could pull together, and with the pistol, I gestured for her to sit back down. "Here's how that's going to work. I'm going to leave this rifle out there in the grass. I'm going to get in the ski boat and get the pontoon boat, and then use one to tow the other down the river.
When I'm heading back down, I'll get the attention of all of your friends outside and get them to follow me along on the bank. Once you see them go, run out and grab your M16. It won't be far."
"But what if some are still out there?" "Be careful. I hate you." "That's nice. Listen, when you put the magazine in your rifle and you get back inside, be really careful about choosing to shoot it. Gunshots are like dinner bells to them. Oh, and don't be such a duplicitous cunt if you find some other group of survivors. We were trying to help you guys when you came to our compound. We were ready to take you in. The whole deal with Harvey and Murphy was fucked up, but like Dahlhover said, shit happens. So grow the fuck up." I turned and headed out the door. She stood up, following and rattling on about something I didn't care to hear. I hollered back up to her. "I'm not listening to you. Don't follow me."
If I don't see you standing in the window up here when I go across the backyard, I'm not leaving the gun on the lawn, got it? And I'm taking a couple of the pillowcases full of food that I saw in the kitchen. I scavenged that, and you stole it. Oh, and you shot a hole in your new canoe. So fuck you. Chapter 31. It is always a surprise to me when everything goes as planned. So when I left the M16 in the yard, picked up the ski boat, tied it to the stern of the pontoon boat, and still managed to get the anchor free, all without getting shot at again by Freitag, I was surprised. And since she didn't take any more shots at me, I fulfilled my promise to her and pulled the pontoon boat close to shore to get the attention of the infected around the house. The whites weren't as cooperative as I'd hoped they would be, so I took a few shots with the pistol. After all, why not kill a few if I was going to use some bullets? It turns out that shooting moving targets from a distance with a pistol is a whole lot harder than it looks on TV. What a fucking surprise. I didn't hit any of them, but I did get their attention, after which they were more than happy to tromp through the woods on the bank and keep pace with me as I slowly motored downriver. After half a mile, I pulled the pontoon boat away from the shore and watched them fade into the distance behind. Apropos to the situation, I gave them the finger for my own amusement. Looking south and east, I saw billows of heavy gray smoke several miles distant. It had to be coming from the Mount Bonnell area. Those fires of my making had grown. More of Austin, perhaps the rest of it, was going to burn. That saddened me a little, but I rationalized away the guilt with an argument of inevitability. All of Texas was a dry tinderbox awaiting a spark. I hoped that a good number of the naked horde was roasting in the conflagration beneath that smoke. If that was the case, then the bomb hadn't been a total waste. My stomach rumbled, letting me know that the cookies and beer from earlier were digested, and it was ready for a refill. Oh, and I had 2 pillowcases full of other items. My personal stash of food had, for the moment, grown into a big enough hoard to keep me fed for 2 or 3 weeks. It was time to kill the pontoon boat's engine and drift. I was anxious to get back to my friends, to see Murphy's grin and Steph's smile. Even seeing Russell, Dahlhover, and Mandy would do me good. But I knew where they were. At least, I hoped that my confidence in my ability to tell the difference between Freitag's lies and half-truths wasn't misplaced. But the last thing I wanted to do was motor up to the dock in front of the safe house in broad daylight and alert every white on that side of the river to my presence. It would be better to arrive after dark and to drift silently in, as Murphy and I had done in returning to Sarah Mansfield's house after that first trip out. Given all of that, there was no point in running the engine to get down the river. If I drifted, I would likely arrive at the safe house after dark, and in the process, I'd conserve the fuel in the boat's tanks. Conservation of our limited resources was something that all of us would need to start giving serious thought to, or we'd waste our way right back into the Stone Age and bemoan our stupidity when we arrived. Flipping open one of the dry food storage bins, I carefully dumped the contents of one of the pillowcases in and took an eyeball inventory of the items as they fell. When a blue rectangular can with a big graphic of greasy pink meat fell past, I perked up. Spam. The lowliest of meats suddenly seemed to me to be the most delectable of entrees. It was high in fat and high in salt, two things my body sorely needed. A can of green beans was going to be my side dish, and along with those, another bottle beer would go quite nicely. Both the Spam and green bean cans were designed to require no can opener, and I popped them open along with my beer open and sat in the shade on a cushioned bench with a plastic fork in my hand and a faint but satisfied smile on my face. Things were looking up. There's something about sitting on a gently rocking boat in cold water on a hot summer day that is supremely relaxing. Birds were in the trees on the banks, some singing, some squawking. Sure, there were occasional gunshots, usually far in the distance, but I was learning to tune those out the same way I used to tune out traffic noise from the highway that ran right past my apartment. I slowly filled my stomach and savored each salty bite as it went down. Even the beer was kind enough not to bring any unwanted memories with its flavor. Eventually, my lazy thoughts turned to more serious matters, and the problem of the smart ones, King Joel and Mark. Murder Plan A, my bomb, had failed. I'd had such high hopes for that. Ratios of gasoline vapor to oxygen, barometric pressure, wind speed, and even humidity had likely played into the poor result. Perhaps on another day with even slightly different conditions, it might have worked exactly as planned and rid West Austin of its infestation of human roaches. The failure was demoralizing, but it couldn't be the end of my efforts. The thunder of an oncoming brainstorm started me thinking. The snipers with the silencers, the ones that had killed Jerome, have done well for themselves. The number of infected bodies in that intersection was impressive. Surely those guys were all dead now, and their weapons were lying by their corpses, or lying where they left them after getting infected and wandering off. But still, they'd done well while they lasted. I wasn't much of a marksman, but I'll bet Murphy was, and I had no doubt Dahlhover could shoot. But bringing Dahlhover out on hunting trips among the infected was too dangerous for him. As for Murphy and I, with a little care and a little planning, we could blend in and out of the infected population without any of the smart ones ever noticing. Heck, we could follow the naked horde like the Indians used to follow the buffalo herds on the Great Plains and hunt the smart ones into extinction. That brought up the next question: how to identify the smart ones. Could we identify them based solely on their behavior? Possibly. And if we made a mistake and killed a dumb one, well, no big loss. They all needed to die eventually. I wondered if night vision goggles or an infrared rifle scope would be helpful in sorting out which of the whites downrange was burning cooler than the others. The cooler ones would be the smarter ones. But was the equipment sensitive enough to allow us to tell the difference of a couple of degrees? Probably not. That would leave us with behavior-based identification. I wondered if Murphy would go along. It would be great, so much safer, to have him as a partner in the venture, but I would go it alone if I had to. I understood the danger posed by my list of targets. I was convinced that it was a matter of life or death for anyone with a normal capacity for thought. When my pontoon boat drifted around a bend and the faux riverboat came into view, it surprised me. I'd been so lost in my thoughts and plans that I'd lost track of time. Hours had passed, and it was late in the day. I wondered if I'd dozed off without realizing it. Well, no harm done. At the moment,
I felt better than I had in many days, and I was on my way home, so to speak. As I drifted closer to the riverboat, I waved and smiled. The girls recognized me and waved back. Good. We needed to talk.
I started the engine on the pontoon boat and made a large U-turn so that the ski boat would be behind the pontoon boat in the current as I navigated up to within 10 feet of the tourist boat. "Hey," I called over. "I need to anchor here for a bit so that we can talk. Is that cool?" By this time, all 3 girls were up on the top deck, curiously watching. It was Amy who answered, "Yes. What happened to your canoe?" "I traded it in." "That looks like your old ski boat." "It is." "Should I ask about the girl who took it?" Amy's smile disappeared. I shrugged. "She's fine. I mean, she's got a rifle, she's got food, she's in a nice house, and she's probably got a few extra bruises, but I didn't shoot her or anything, if that's what you're asking." "That's what I'm asking. What do you want to talk about?" "Well, there's a long, long story, but at the end, I'm going to ask you if 4 of our people can stay here with you guys." The younger girls were excited over that. Amy wasn't.
I think maybe you guys have too much drama for us.
I don't think it's a good idea. I think we're past the drama part. Have you got some time to talk? Amy looked around in a gesture that seemed to ask if I was kidding about that. So I dropped anchor and secured my boat. I told the 3 girls about our group, about our attempt to take in Freitag and the others. I told them about my experience with Mark at the dorm and with the smart ones at the hospital. I told them about Nancy and Bubbles and King Monkey Fucker, and I told them that I planned to go out and kill the smart ones because that plan, of all the ones I'd schemed since the virus took down civilization, was the most necessary for giving us normal people a chance at rebuilding our old lives. That last part sounded just as corny when I told her. In the end, she seemed ready to agree. "I'll be straight up with you, Zed. I get the impression that you're a good guy, but it seems like you're a trouble magnet." I couldn't argue with that. "If you want to bring your friends down here, we'll meet them. I'm not going to make any promises, but we'll meet them. You just have to be sure that they know before you bring them that we might choose not to let them come aboard." "Of course, I understand. I think that's a perfectly reasonable approach. I'll tell you what, though, if it helps with your choice, Murphy and I can keep you guys stocked up with food and other supplies between our hunting trips. It's safer for us to go ashore than it is for you." Amy laughed out loud. "Based on what you've told me, I'm not sure about that." I laughed too. It was hard to argue, but I did say, "When he and I work together, we're safe. And you know that even if it's dangerous for us, it's a lot more dangerous for you." "You know that's true, right?" In the end, we agreed that I'd bring everyone by the next day, and we'd go from there. The sun was getting close to the horizon, and I was drifting down the river again. At one point, when I was standing on the deck, watching the shore slide by, I caught a whiff of a familiar smell. But it was a smell I hadn't sniffed in so long. I found myself walking around the deck, trying for a better whiff. It was near the stern, out in the sun, that I breathed in a full dose and sighed. Rain. Somewhere over the hills and out above the blazingly hot dirt and dead grasses, a thunderstorm was pouring rain down on a land whose need was beyond desperate. The smell of the ozone from the lightning and the water evaporating off of the hot ground and streets had a distinctive scent that floated on the wind, down between the hills, over the river, and to me. It smelled like hope. Energized by the possibility of rain, I used the time on my hands to clean out the cooler and salvage 22 bottles of beer and 34 cans of soda. Thankfully, none of them were diet drinks. Diet food and drinks were made obsolete the moment that dining in America changed from recreation back to a matter of survival.
The sodas and beers got packed into the pillowcases, tied off, and lowered into the cold river, hanging by a rope off of the deck railing. It was the only refrigeration I had. As I neared my destination, I sat down on the flat deck at the bow of the pontoon boat, dangling my feet in the water and using a paddle to nudge the boat in the direction I hoped to go. I use the word hope because I'm not sure if my paddling had any significant effect on the direction of the boat. Eventually, I spied the boathouse, emerging out of the darkness on the peninsula, where I remembered it to be.
So it was back to sweating and struggling with the paddle to urge the pontoon boat to a place in the current where I had a chance of catching one of the posts in the boathouse with the rescue hook when I floated by. As I reached that point, I jumped up to the starboard railing, took the long hook out, and braced myself against falling into the river. It all went in slow motion at first, and I was thinking it would be too easy. But everything seemed to accelerate as the dock drew closer. I hooked the end of the rescue pole around a thick wooden pier and gripped it tight as the starboard railing pulled back against my torso, anchoring the boat at a spot in the water and creating a pivot point around which it slowly spun. The ski boat had a slow-motion collision with the stern of the pontoon boat, then slid out and around in a wide arc. As soon as the bulk of both boats was out into the river and roughly perpendicular to the shoreline, I hauled in hard on the rescue hook to bring the bow of the pontoon boat closer to the dock. A rope was lying at my feet, attached to my boat and just waiting to be looped around a cleat or piling. Maybe a minute or two after catching the pole, I found myself attaching that line. It had all come off just as planned. Both boats straightened out into the flow of the current. I gave a thought to bringing them both into the boathouse to secure them more thoroughly, but decided against it. It would be better to do that after I checked the house for whoever might be inside. My arrival at the house was predicated on the truth of Freitag's story. A hurried exit could still be in the cards, and I didn't want to lose my boats if that became necessary. Without hesitation, I jumped onto the wooden dock, naked except for my shorts, with my knife in one hand and my pistol in the other. The house ahead was dark. It looked abandoned. But then, that was the smart way to make it look from the outside. No attention was good attention these days. At the end of the dock, I stepped up onto the grassy lawn and walked under the deep shadows of the live oaks. The stone patio that surrounded the pool was up the slope 50 or 60 feet ahead. The kitchen door was my target. I'd go there and knock. If my friends were inside, they'd see me through the glass. From there, the story in my head jumped unrealistically to happily ever after. It was the kind of thought that could only be entertained on a full stomach and a slight alcohol buzz. The ground sloped up a little more steeply as I got near the pool, and I froze because I spotted something moving in the shadows on the other side. An alabaster Aphrodite with blazing red hair. Or Steph. She moved gracefully along the far side of the pool, but didn't give any indication that she saw me. I wanted to call to her, but there was a chance that the redhead wasn't Steph at all, but just an infected monster, morphed by my imagination into Steph. There was a chance that other whites were lurking in the shadows around me, ready to pounce if I risked a single syllable. With that thought, I looked into the shadows to my right to see if anything was over there among the thick oaken trunks. Nothing moved. I glanced to my left. Oh shit. It all happened too fast. Something was moving at me with a well-timed attack from my left side, taking advantage of the fact that I was transfixed by the pale, red-haired goddess across the pool. It was a trap, and I'd foolishly stepped into it. I spun hard to my left as I bent low, trying my best to roll through the knees of my attacker before his hands and teeth could clamp onto my flesh. My attacker, not expecting my evasiveness, stumbled into me, but instead of going over my bent back and giving me a chance to sprint off to an escape, he came down on top of me, smothering me with his weight. My knife jammed into the dirt as I collapsed into the grass. I struggled, squirmed, and tried to push the heavy monster off.
My only luck was that he was still trying to recover from the fall, so he didn't have his massive hands on me. But once that happened, I was dead. I kicked and pushed and punched and wrestled and grunted and beat the beast with the butt of my gun. If I was going to live through the next seconds, I came to the realization that I was going to have to shoot it and pray to God that his white companions wouldn't get to me before I got out from under him. I felt a blow to the side of my head and saw stars. Too late.
Still, I struggled and tried to raise my pistol to fire, but my wrist got pinned roughly to the ground just as the big man on top of me figured everything out enough to sit himself on my chest and raise an axe to cleave my skull. Recognition. Murphy, stop! Everything froze. It was fucking Murphy on top of me. It was Dahlhover pinning my pistol hand to the ground and pointing a rifle barrel at my head. It's me, Zed! Without pause, Murphy grinned wider than I'd ever seen. Zed? Damn, you look like shit. Dahlhover rasped, I'll be goddamned. Footsteps came running across the grass, and I suddenly saw Steph, leaning over Murphy's shoulder, looking down at me, her face draped in her red hair. Through tears that were just starting to flow, she said, "Wow, you're still alive." As I bore the weight of my struggles and thought every day about the moment when I'd finally find my friends again, it never occurred to me to see the situation through their eyes. They, very reasonably, assumed I was dead. Each of them in their own ways had been grieving, crying, perhaps missing me, and doing what they could to move past it, filing the memory of my face away in the mental scrapbook of all the dead they'd known or seen. But suddenly, there I was, alive. Murphy jumped off my chest and, in standing up himself, yanked me up to my feet and engulfed me in a smothering hug. "God damn, motherfucker, I thought you were dead!" I tried to croak the same back to him, but the lump in my throat was too big to allow for speech. When Murphy eventually let go, Steph draped her arms around my neck and buried a river of happy tears in my shoulder. I put my arms around her, squeezed back, and did my best to keep my own tears sealed up tight. Dahlhover laid an arm on my shoulder and joined the embrace as much as he could ever be expected to. "Good to have you back." I thought maybe his voice cracked just a little bit. I was home. When I went into the house through the familiar kitchen door, Mandy shrieked and smiled as she jumped into my arms. Russell, glued to Mandy's side by then, seemed ready to explode with emotions that couldn't be contained or expressed. Having used the pillowcases to bring my food and reasonably cold beers and sodas into the house with us, we gathered around the dining room table and, for the moment, chose to let our guard down. The peninsula where the house had been built was remote and secure because of it. No one stood watch. A celebration of my rebirth was called for, and we all wanted to share in the joy of being together again. We ate cookies, drank beer, and shared stories. We drank to Freitag's solitude upriver and laughed at Murphy's impression of her scrambling across the lawn to get her rifle while fearing that the whites would return and have her for lunch. Of course, I don't know if it was funnier watching his impression or watching his attempts to re-stick the bandage that kept coming loose from the side of his head as he goofed. The frequency of good moments was trending positive. It was easy to be happy in the moment. Only thoughts of tomorrow darkened my moments between laughs. Chapter 1. In the pontoon boat, Murphy and I had been drifting with the slow current of the river for a few hours. We passed a row of mansions built onto a man-made peninsula just upriver from Sarah Mansfield's mountaintop compound. That's when we spotted our first whites, glimmering in a sheen from a light rain in the morning's gray light. At least 40 of them squatted in a tight huddle in the short brown grass under the backyard oaks of one of the estates, silent. As we neared,
I saw many had oozing burns flaking with blackened skin. Some had faces scorched so badly that all human features were gone.
Skeletons wrapped in immolated flesh, by some vicious miracle, not yet dead. It was difficult not to see them as the people they used to be. In that moment, it was harder still. Without the howling or attacking, chasing and killing, they were docile, suffering with the most human misery on their faces, tragic eyes pleading for mercy. And, in a curse perhaps worse than any other, the virus left them with the capacity to know their wretchedness and wallow in their tears. Naked on the bank, they looked like refugees waiting for the mercy of sepsis. It was growing in the pus under their scabs, soon to assist death in finishing its work and ending their torment. No doubt they were burned as a result of my work, but in my imagination, as that gasoline vapor bomb came together, I thought only of them blowing up, disintegrating in a supersonic rush of hot gases. Even afterward, when it was clear the blast had been a dud, I hoped the resultant blaze would burn them, make them suffer. Just as they were, on the edge of the river. But while wishing the horror of fire-seared flesh on another living creature was relatively easy in the abstract, the reality felt as though something from the blackest depths of my hate had come to swallow what was left of my soul. I turned away from the dying whites and sat down on one of the pontoon boat's long, padded benches. The motor wasn't running. We were conserving fuel on our downstream journey, but Murphy was at the helm, alert. I looked ahead into the distance for a while, trying to let the gentle splashes of raindrops on the river bring me comfort. But before long, I found myself sitting up straight, watching my hands as they rested on my thighs, willing my fidgety fingers to remain still. I was thinking of my conversation with Steph earlier that morning.
A couple of dead grandparents, the former owners of the house to which we escaped, had built a deck at the highest point of their roof, maybe 50 feet up from the sunburned lawns. Accessible by a staircase that ran up through the center of the house, it was a square, 15 feet on each side, beneath a roof built to protect from the sun rather than the rain. The old couple had probably taken their grandkids up there in the late afternoons to share smiles and watch the sun cast its red glow over water skiers trying to get in their last runs before dark. But Grandma and Grandpa had turned white with the virus and slaughtered their grandkids in the living room, 2 floors below. Murphy and I put them both down a few weeks before when we'd discovered the mansion and decided to make it a safe house for our band of survivors. Unable to sleep in the wee hours of the morning, I'd wandered around through the dark house and eventually found my way up to the deck.
Steph was up there alone, taking her turn watching for ghostly whites that might be creeping toward us across the peninsula.
"You're up early?"
"Yeah," I said as I climbed the last of the creaky cedar steps to join her.
Without looking at me, she said, "You were supposed to get a full night's sleep. That's why you weren't given a watch assignment tonight."
Was she scolding me?
"I think I passed out for a nap on the boat this afternoon. It threw me off my sleep rhythm." "It's still 2 hours before sunup."
And
maybe you should go down and try to get some sleep." "I'm tired of trying. You're being motherly about this." I smiled to let her know that I wasn't completely serious. Steph glared at me before turning back to look across the stretch of dried-out lawn between the river and the back of the house. "I'm responsible for keeping all of us alive, and that requires discipline, Zed." "Yes, ma'am." I sat on one of the empty chairs and took in the view.
the Black River snaked off to the west.
The sky flashed dimly with far-away lightning, but only scattered clouds rimmed in silver moonlight hung in the sky above. Steph changed her position to look up the road that led to the bridge at the end of the peninsula. The smell of rain blown in on the breeze earlier that day was gone. The dry taste of dust and lingering smoke was back. To make conversation with a seemingly impervious Steph, I asked anyway, Did it ever rain? Steph shook her head and gently snorted as if to say, "Of course not." "Do you mind if I sit up here with you? It seems like you've already decided. Is everyone else still asleep?" "Yep." Steph strode over to the railing that gave her the best view of the front of the house, and then, without a word, walked over to me and laid her hand across my forehead. "What?" I reached up to push her hand away, but her stern expression told me I'd better let her go about her business. She pulled her hand back.
"Last night when I hugged you, I thought you felt hot."
"I get that a lot." I pasted on a grin. "I'm serious." I put a hand to my face, then to my forehead. "What? I feel fine." "You have a fever, Zed." "I know." We both knew the virus left me with a permanently elevated temperature. "Have you had a chance to check your temperature since?" "Since? When was the last time you checked it? I'm fine." She was in Captain Leonard mode by then. "The last time I saw your temperature was after you got injured at Sarah Mansfield's house. I'm guessing you haven't touched a thermometer since?" I shook my head. "Do you think you should have?" I shrugged, getting a little miffed. Sure, she was a nurse by training, but her tone didn't sit well with me. "I think you're hotter than you were. Maybe it's just that you're used to the cool air out here tonight." "Cool?"
"It's got to be at least 85.
"That's cooler than 100.
Nobody thinks 85 is cool, Zed."
I shrugged and tried to look for anything interesting out in the darkness to divert her attention. "I have a thermometer in my bag downstairs. After my shift, we're checking you." Steph looked back across the grass toward the mountain and examined the near-vertical face of the white limestone cliff. How would anybody be able to see the infected climbing down the jagged, pale-colored rock? "We need some night vision goggles." "You can change the subject if you want, but I'm still taking your temperature when we get back downstairs." "What's the point?" "We need to know." "Why do we need to know? We can't do anything about it, can we?" "That's not the point, Zed." "Of course it is. If the virus is progressing, I don't want to know. I don't want to dread the morning I wake up half brain dead."
I'd rather just stick my head in the sand."
Steph turned away from the cliff and came over. She looked down at me. Her stern face had softened, and, for the moment, she stopped being my boss and was just green-eyed Steph, a girl with guarded emotions and a big heart. "Please," I said. "I don't want to know." Steph reached out and laid her hand back on my cheek. Just as I started to think it was something more than another temperature check, she slipped it up to my forehead. "Zed, please understand. I have to do it for the safety." "Uh-huh," I huffed as I pulled back. Her hand fell off of my face. "For the safety of the others." I jumped up and stomped over to the railing, anger boiling. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I white-knuckled the railing and stared at the cold black water, wishing things were different. Steph's hand came to rest on my shoulder. "Please, Zed, don't be like that. You know how much we all care about you."
"Please don't be an ass." I motioned my head out towards the darkness. The words got caught in my throat. I didn't want to be out there on my own again. I'd gone through too much finding my way back last time. Steph's other hand found a place on my other shoulder. "Please, Zed, please look at me." She turned me around. "You have to know, this isn't going to be like it was back at the dorms. You know that, right? Nobody here would ever do anything to hurt you or to push you out." I nodded. I knew she was right, but it felt like it was going to happen anyway. "Let me take your temperature, please. Let me protect our friends. I know you're not a danger to any of us right now, but I have to do more than just hope it stays that way." She paused. "How about if I check it,
and I don't tell you if it's gone up." Her hands were on my face by then, and though the moment was full of emotion, there was no romance in it.
I was dealing with a fear that haunted me every time I glanced at my stark white skin. Perhaps she was as well. And as much as I feared turning into one of them, I couldn't help but sympathize with Steph's fear that I'd wake up one morning as a mindless monster and she'd have to put a bullet through my heart. Without indulging any thoughts about the awkwardness of it, I pulled her into a hug and whispered, "Okay, but I don't want to know. I never want to know." After that, our silence had no room for words. I pulled away from Steph and put myself back in my chair to watch the Black River's lazy current in the reflection of the moonlight. Cicadas pulsed their rhythm, and nocturnal frogs chirped. I thought only of my burning desire to move, to do anything kinetic. With motion, paddling, running, shooting, even toting heavy bags of costume jewelry, came a solace in which the strain of effort consumed my attention and washed away all of the blackness. To move was to live. To live. Well, living was better than not. Being a brain-dead flesh-eater was some kind of hell in between. Anything but that. I'm not sure how long I sat there absorbed in my fears, but it startled me when Steph interrupted with a question. "Are you okay?" I nodded out of habit. I wasn't. "What are you doing?" I gave her a look that silently asked for an explanation. "Thinking." She looked down at my hands, which were resting on my thighs. "I mean, what are you doing?" I followed her gaze and watched my thumbs tap out a sequence across each of my fingertips, before repeating the sequence again and again. Fuck. I clenched my fists tightly. I hadn't realized I was doing it. Just fidgeting. I've always been fidgety. Fidgety. Just like so many of those fucking white monsters. A tear ran down her cheek. Neither of us believed the lie. In a steady rain, the gray sameness of the morning made time flow as lethargically as the river's current. Only the passing of trees, houses, and hills gave us any sense we were moving forward with the day. Eventually, we came to a wide inlet on the port side of the boat. It was something of a harbor for the marina that was to be where we left the safety of the river. The marina was part of a smallish country club at the foot of Mount Burnell, right where Mount Burnell Road cut hard east and changed names before it led past Camp Mabry on the way into central Austin. From the country club, Camp Mabry's munitions bunkers were only a few miles. Those bunkers were our destination. Murphy and I paddled the boat toward the inlet, making as little noise as possible. It was no small effort to get the boat out of the current and into the mouth of the harbor. At that point, it became much easier to guide the boat, though no less difficult to move it. Looking around for potential dangers, I saw a group of the infected huddled together against the rain in a grassy picnic area beside the docks. Just like the group I'd seen earlier, they all had burns, mostly bad, some horrendous. Not a one made any effort to look at our boat. They stared at nothing. In their rotted brains, they all knew the last days of their lives would be consumed by a single, macabre task, awaiting death. A pier that stuck prominently out into the marina was our target. Once close enough for our momentum to finish the job, I climbed up off my side of the boat and dropped my paddle on the deck. Murphy did the same. Guessing the rain would kill my words before they drifted too far across the water, I softly asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Even in a world of bloody horrors, one could never be fully prepared for what might lie around the next corner. Murphy's was transfixed on the burned whites. Absently, he answered, "This is fucked up, man." The boat's port side bounced against a rubber bumper attached along the edge of the dock
and started to drift back out into the water.
I jumped across the gap with the rope in hand. Kneeling down on the dock near where a cleat was bolted, I looped the rope and pulled it taut. I glanced at the huddle of burned whites to ensure they were still disinterested. Another glance up the length of the dock showed me it was empty. Using the rope, I then pulled the boat in close and wrapped the rope around and across the cleat several times. It would hold. Stepping back onto the boat, I took up a position beside Murphy. I peeled off the t-shirt I'd gotten from one of the kids' rooms and laid it on the bench seat. Looking down, I saw my toes hanging off the ends of my canvas tennis shoes, cut away so they'd fit my feet. I figured I could get away with wearing them among the infected. They looked enough like dirty, bare feet at a glance. I intended to keep my shorts on as well. My pistol and one extra magazine were hidden in the big pockets. In two other pockets, I'd rolled up a couple of the kids' school backpacks. We'd need those if our trip to scavenge some ammunition was to be successful. Murphy shook his recently shaved head in disgust and looked down at me. He was more than willing to come along, but he thought my method of disguise was pointless. Without a word, he laid his rifle on the seat cushions and went to work removing his molly vest. Once that was off, his shirt followed. He looked down at his pants and boots and shook his head again. He picked up his rifle to make it clear it was staying in his hands. "That's all I'm taking off." "Okay." I kept my voice as neutral as I could. The rifle was a bad idea. He removed several magazines from his molly vest and stuffed them into his pockets, then stowed the vest under the seat. He stood with his rifle in one hand and his hatchet in the other. "I know we talked about it, but I can't leave my rifle. I'm not going out there without it."